and intro.
I can start it off.
You want to start us off?
Yeah. Hello, welcome to Quest Coast, the Bay Area. Start it again.
All right, we'll run it.
Hello, welcome to Quest Coast. This is a Bay Area Lorcana tournament. I am one of your hosts, Sorcerer's Hat, and I'm joined by Kevin.
Yeah, I also go by Space Ranger.
Yep. So we both played in this event, but we also casted it. We also want to thank, at the start, Mando's Bounty, who put this tournament on.
Yeah.
And also ran vendors at the event and got pizza for everybody and honestly ran a really, really great event. I had a lot of fun.
Man, it kind of felt like a wedding almost with an open snack bar, right?
Yes, we had a snack bar. It was great.
We had wristbands that we could use to signal that we were players. And snacks, drinks. It was quite warm, so the water went by, sold out right away.
Yes. They plan to do these events, if you're in the Bay Area, California, they plan to do these events the first week of every set launch. So there will be another one for Wilds Unknown.
Yeah.
Which should be sometime, I believe, in May or June, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But this one was for the launch of Winterspell, the first week of Winterspell, and I had a great time.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Having a week one event is kind of troublesome because, you may not have cards as a player. You want to play with all these new toys, but there's a struggle, right, to get cards in time as well. From pre-release to week one, how do you get all these cards? Well, the beauty of having Mando's Bounty here in the Bay Area as a vendor, they committed to selling locally first. Players were able to communicate with them, make pre-orders while supplies last, right? But I think surveying and asking around, I think every player got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Did you get what you needed?
I got a lot of stuff. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I got what I needed.
I got a lot of things, and I was talking to them for a while and having a good time. I do think, too, in doing a week one tournament like this is you might be able to get some of the cards. Some people will get all the cards, but it also means that you will get a little more creative with what you play because either you don't know what the meta is going to be like because we don't all really, we sort of have an idea, but not quite. But also it means that if you don't have certain cards, you're going to put other cards in and you might get some really interesting and strange game states that you wouldn't get at other times of the meta when things are a lot more solidified.
Yeah, it's definitely time to experiment and see some interactions or even see it on the other side of the table, like, oh, that's how that card works.
Yeah.
I think one I can talk about earlier was like Moana. I was super confused with like a sail that allows you to ink again, and that sail went to the discard, but with Moana on the playing field. So it just went straight to the ink. Yep. As its own additional ink.
Yeah. It's a cool little synergy.
Yeah. I'm excited to see these games, and we wouldn't have been able to do any of this without our players. So thanks everyone for coming to play, and we hope to see more of you and your friends for the next ones. Hopefully we are able to have this be a week one ritual. And I was talking to Mando's Bounty. Their desire is to come back and have like a mid-set tournament as well to just see where the meta is shaping. That would be super cool because the next DLC in North America will be an Infinity one. But wait, we will have Glimmer Games. Glimmer Games is a CCQ, and the winner of this Quest Coast will have a paid invite on top of a Winterspell box to our CCQ, which will be in Roseville. I'm super excited that it's about a 2-hour drive for me, but I mean, I don't have to fly there.
Nope, don't have to fly.
Yeah. Are you excited for Glimmer Games?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we'll go into our first round, which is actually you versus Dan.
Yep, I will be in round one.
All right, let's cut right to game one.
All right, we're here. Game one of the day. Brand new, fresh day. Having a good time. Playing Lorcana. New set. New opportunities. You have a new mat.
Mom's spaghetti.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It looks really good on camera, actually.
Dude, this sketch, it looks great.
Yeah.
This is a print I found, and shout out to Joe D. Was able to print it for me. and I was able to pick it up in time for this event.
That's great. Yeah, it does look really good. Also, the official mat that Dan's got.
Yep.
Also, shout out to Dan. He's a nice dude.
Yeah.
I was talking to him a bit after Top Cut and stuff.
We'll be seeing them a couple times.
Yeah.
Good sport. Was able to go on stream a few times.
Yeah.
You know, we don't ever want to pressure anybody to go on stream. You definitely,
This was my first event on stream, and actually I thought I was going to be more nervous, but because I was playing against Harrison, who, like, we all know, and actually is one of our teammates, it was just like, oh, this is like locals. Like, that's what it felt like. It was like locals, and I'm just making faces at the camera and stuff. I'm like, whatever. It's fine. But I get but also, you know, you and I have been doing media stuff for a long time, so I'm kind of used to hearing my own nasally voice and, like, seeing myself on camera all the time, so I'm kind of like, no, whatever.
hilarious you said that, because spoiler alert, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Should I say that? No, maybe we cut that.
All right, we're starting the game. Did you like scout ahead at all? Did you know what he was playing at this point?
No. This
No.
was round one. I had no idea.
Yeah. You might as well just drop the Palace Guard, because the Palace Guard, you know, you're probably gonna quest with anything and be fine unless they play something like a Liquidator, which I don't actually know if anyone at this event was playing Liquidator.
Well, you know, yeah, I'm going in blind, and I think I was on the play. I think my strategy here was 1, 2, 3.
Ink the enchanted angel.
I forgot.
Crazy.
I did that.
You dropped that new Christopher Robin though. That card is really strong, actually.
I think I inked that for you, Brandon. He always jokes whenever I have especially when I get a new enchanted, right?
You just throw it right
Always
in.
want to ink. I think that's the first opportunity I had.
Right. Tico coming down, so he's we know he's on green, but you know by now he's on green. But he makes you're welcome, but you've got the ramp, trying to decide what to ink out of his hand. Kind of hard to tell what he's got in there, but there's something to ink well. He seems kind of like not sure about it. But
yeah. I think we're getting our first round jitters out. Also, we're on the stream right away.
First round jitters is definitely something. I feel like a little shaky. Not that I'm like nervous, but I'm always just kind of like, oh, how's the day gonna go? You know, it's like you get kind of like, I don't know what to expect. You come here, quest. This is why Christopher Robin's super good. It's turn 3. You're already at 4 lore. It's pretty good.
Yes.
And you just put so much pressure on a deck like Emerald Sapphire, because you're just applying so much pressure, and they have so much pressure to try and control you.
Look at this family. I've been trying to think of the
Yeah, it's
mat
the
this whole
enchanted,
time.
I believe, for Lucas family.
Look at this family. The mat. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You also dropped that new 3-drop Genie.
That genie is a powerhouse. That is one to look out for this set.
Yeah, I've tested it a little bit in like an Emerald Amethyst deck and thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Especially when you play it with something like Bagpipes and you can put extra cards under it, and or you play it with the new Donald where you put extra stuff on it, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I quest for 5 or whatever. This is genie. It's awesome.
I like to put it out on 4 so that I can tuck a card on it right away. But, you know, this came out on 3. All good.
Yeah.
Followed my 1, 2, 3 game plan.
Yeah, I guess if you're on the play, you don't really have, you just...
Yeah, buddy.
You just drop 2 Christopher Robins on it and just apply so much pressure.
I had a choice to drop the Yzma, right?
Yeah, man, just go for it, honestly, start questing.
But, yeah, I'm seeing what's going on. He's still... I'm just going wide.
Yeah. I think you... Oh, you did update the lore. I was trying to see if you had it. It was throwing me off.
Yeah, I might have. I don't know now, but
I think you did. I think you
did.
did. No, I think you did.
But now, current state, we're good.
You helped set this up. You arguably set up most of it. You probably remember. It's fine. Yeah. He's just Dan's thinking about what to do here. This is a tough situation. He's sitting at 4 ink. There's not really anything he can do because both of your characters have 4 willpower, and Emerald Sapphire doesn't really have things with like rush.
Yeah.
So he basically has to just try and
I can't see his hand, but I think I remember saying I literally don't know. I don't remember what
he inks the big Philip.
Yeah.
Which
but the Donald will get him the draw. Maybe he didn't see the whole combo piece, and he knows Big Philip won't come down for a while.
Yeah. Honestly, with dropping, you dropped 3 Christopher Robins. Like, I don't really know how, unless Emerald Sapphire finds all the things it needs, and Donald draws him everything that he ever wanted in his life. Yeah. This is a really tough match.
What's hurting me is I really want to get cards under that genie. I want to play with the new boys. But
you gotta, use it. You can use it to sing, just like put him back more. That's gonna hurt. Because you don't really need the cards that.
Questing for 5 here, and then removing that Donald so he can't find his combo pieces. I'd say that was a pretty good.
And you basically, turn. If you boost Genie, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have him on a turn, 2-turn clock. Well, you also have Yzma out, so 1 turn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You win next turn. Yeah. If you boost Genie.
Yeah. I think.
Nope. But. He's going to go ahead and take one of the Christopher Robins with the Tipo, using Basil for support. He's going to go ahead and ramp with Cindy. I think that's what happened. Yeah, because you turned again.
Ooh, you did I draw a dock just now? I think that was a docking hand.
I mean, you don't even need it, and then you got to Pocahontas in the dock. That's essentially a death nail right there.
I think that was a nail in the coffin.
Yeah. If he had drawn...
Inking a hook to boost. Finally.
I think if Dan had drawn a 3-cost Philip, he could have set up a little bit more, because then you couldn't have done strength on it, and then he could have tried to get the combo pieces maybe later with Donald. But it's a really tough spot.
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as somebody who played Emerald Sapphire a little bit last set, it is aggro is really, really tough. You really need the perfect hand to make it work.
Yeah, we kind of looked at each other and kind of joked. I think that's when I called out he had 6 ink. Was he gonna go into a bin? And I had 1 card left, and he's like, I don't know, or something. Yeah, and I was like, well, you're not gonna play Clarabelle because I only have 1 card left.
Yeah,
and well, maybe. He could.
And then you drop that Pocahontas, which basically quests for 3.
Yeah, it will.
Or it can quest for,
it quests for however much Genie will quest for.
No, I don't think it would. Because Genie quests for 1, and then he gets lore based on how many cards are under him. I don't think he his, or does he get +1 lore?
It's the cards count as lore pips.
Oh no, he gets lore pips. So then you're right. Yeah. So
if it wasn't, insane. I was misplaying that all day.
No, I actually think you're correct.
So what he I think I couldn't really see his hand, but he was holding on to that John Silver, which I think is correct against something I'm going on my aggro lines here. So he needed an inkable, and he was able to get the John Silver down. Try to turn a corner here.
Mm-hmm. And I missed what he targeted with John Silver.
It was the Pocahontas, so that's why.
So that's probably the right
choice. On stream or not, for my own memory when I'm playing on paper, I always move the target towards the card that targeted. So the John Silver targeted the Pocahontas.
And he's obviously letting you draw off the Hades because he needs every character he can get at this point. Yeah, literally anything.
I was searching for strength to take care of it anyway, but I just quested
he scoops. Yeah.
I think I didn't need to do any of that. I think I had Win on board.
You probably did.
And I think that's why he nodded and I nodded. I was like, wait a second. I didn't even need to play the Hades.
To be fair, I've done the same thing. I've done a bunch of stuff and then been like, wait a minute, I could have just quested. I'm at 17. I won. Yeah. It's
what was I? It was 15 or 16 there? And I didn't even need the Pocahontas, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that is one of the nice things about Purple Steel is going into you'd think that going against a control matchup it would be a really bad, but because Purple Steel is kind of a mid-range aggro deck in a lot of ways, you kind of just turn on the aggro mode and you just go. You don't have to do the whole like fighting or anything. You're just like, you stop me from doing anything, and I'm gonna get to 18, and even if you board wipe me, I'll find a Cobra or something and close out the game.
I think while we're shuffling up here, I was trying to review in my head what I saw, and I don't think I saw any new cards here. And so I think we're joking like, oh,
you played Christopher Robin.
No, on Daniel's
Oh,
side.
got it.
Because he did bring this to the
Genie and Christopher Robin.
Yeah, he brought this to the first Quest Coast, and so this is a bit of a rematch. And I was like, oh, you just bring the same deck? It's still good. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he plays any new cards in this game.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Purple Steel actually, especially your list, running at least 12 new cards. You got Angel, you got Christopher Robin. Well, in fact, it's not 12 because you're running 3 Angel.
Well,
Oh no, and then Pocahontas.
yeah,
even more.
So 6, 10, 14 new cards.
14 new cards. So almost 25% of the deck has been swapped out, which is actually pretty substantial. Which is funny because it doesn't feel like when I look at the list, I'm like, oh, it doesn't look substantially different. But then you think about it and you're like, actually, it kind of is. Like it 25% is a pretty substantial change to a deck.
I think at Lore Fest, the end of the meta competition we had here in the Bay Area for set 10, I think I was trying out Purple Steel and I was on, I think it was 4 Dumbles, 2 Yzmas there for the card draw.
Opting to play Basil. I'm showing you that he inked blue.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah,
What is this?
in these control decks, you have to try and keep character parity against the non-control decks. So you definitely need to play Basil if you're on the draw. On the play, it's also probably a good idea because you know they've got a 1-drop, basically. Like, especially with your deck, like you are going second, so you technically have like 16 1-drop or 14 1-drops with Christopher Robin.
Oh, there's a Clarabelle.
Drops Clarabelle, ready for the shift possibly on turn 5. But he also inks the Clarabelle, so he inked the big Clarabelle, so he possibly has another one in hand. It's a little hard to tell. But that's a little like, you do kind of, when you do that, you do kind of reveal that you probably have another one.
You know, I remember.
Drop Pocahontas again.
There we go. I remember we were joking. So yeah, he did not play any new cards in game 1. I was like, "What? Where's the new stuff?" So, there's no spice. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
He's like, this is Doom. There's no spice here. And then he plays that blue. I was like, what? I thought you said no spice. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a Visionary plays Malicious Fiend and Scary.
Yep, and then support on the Clarabelle
to
take out the Palace Guard.
Yeah.
The one from the mess.
Yeah, and also you don't have any like 2 questers, so it kind of de-incentivizes your Pocahontas from turning sideways. Although, well, also she has what, 2 health? She's a 3/2, so she could take out you could take out the Clarabelle, but like you're gonna lose Pocahontas at the same time, and that's kind of not great. He's just left with the Basil there, so
yeah. I think I almost told him he didn't have to do all that, but then I realized NMS is not targeting Palace Guard directly. So yeah, and then I recounted, and it was all correct. Yeah.
Genie's back.
And the epic one too.
Dan's in a decent spot right now, I think. Like he did a pretty good trade there, and then he's got like the Clarabelle ready. He's almost there if he can get another one. And then if he has like a You're Welcome or something, you can capitalize off that. Although, and then if you are also in danger if like he boosts the Genie a lot, he could You're Welcome all those cards to the bottom, like shuffle back into your deck.
You're not wrong. But it's still I would not be able to see any of those cards.
Bounces it. Just trying to keep some kind of momentum. Deciding whether or not he wants to quest, he ends up passing. I think is probably the right play. Because you kind of can't risk, like, even, like, I would say that on your side, if he had quested with Clarabelle and you traded, like, that wouldn't have been good for either of you, really.
Hard cast. I saw that the potential's there. He's on 4.
Yeah.
He could shift her next and I had a whole bunch of cards in hand. That would be bad for me. So hardcast strength. Typically, you don't want to hardcast, but sometimes you must.
Sometimes you gotta.
Yeah. I felt like that was the time.
There have been
Ink the Genie.
Yeah, Ink the Genie.
Pass, Kevin. What are you doing?
I found on Emerald Sapphire that a lot of times I would keep the Clarabelle and not play her until turn 6 because you can play her and shift her immediately on turn 6 instead of waiting till turn 7 to play her.
I think he's asking how maybe Pocahontas works, or I think I'm telling him that she can benefit from his cards and her, or maybe I'm just really funny. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. King of Hearts, interesting inclusion in the deck. Like, not a bad card by any means. Uninkable, I think being uninkable actually hurts it a lot, but when you have stuff like Malicious, Mean, and Scary, it in like a very challenge-heavy deck or something, like if you were playing against Ruby Steel, you Malicious, Mean, and Scary, you play King of Hearts, like what do?
Oh, it's right.
They have to race, right?
I forgot the effect. Yeah, so King of Hearts has the ability. Objectionable states damaged characters can't challenge your characters. So he was free to quest with Basil without any danger of my Pocahontas crashing into it.
Yeah. You're going to play the Cheshire Cat, but you're going to move that damage and take that Basil out anyway. Yeah.
That's one way around it.
Cat's still one of the best cards in the game.
And to think, the very beginning of the set, Whispers, set 10, some of the pro lists only had 1 or 2 cats, but then,
they quickly put that back in, because Cat's amazing.
I think it was Thiago, right? Thiago had like maybe 1 or 2 at first.
I'm not sure. He drops the Prince Philip, that's Ward. You drop a genie and draw some cards.
Don't need another cat.
No.
I guess.
You're going very wide for someone who could get their board wiped next turn.
I think I literally said out loud. Well, no, because he's only on 40, right? I think I said out loud it'll take 2 more turns. So I took my chances to get some Lauren in those 2 turns.
You go ahead and quest, and then he
crashes
into Cat.
Yeah, he supported his Prince Philip and was able to trade with Cat. I don't know if I would make that trade.
I don't. I think I would have just held my ground because you only are at 2 lore. He can afford to just not let you.
But maybe on Daniel's end, dropping all those cards, go wide. Maybe he wanted to tone that down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found like with control decks, it gets scary, and you want to control every turn. You want to respond. Sometimes the best action is actually to bide your time. Yeah. You let them get a little cocky. You don't think you're winning, and then suddenly you go and you just swing, and then suddenly, the tempo of the entire game is shifted to you, and then you're the captain now. You get to make all the decisions, and your opponent is kind of just locked out, right? I think that's what people like about those kind of.
I think we're questing.
Getting a lot of lore there. She got Genie and Pocahontas and Christopher Robin, so that's at bare minimum. 7 or 9 lore, something like that.
3 from Pocahontas, benefiting from both
7,
of the 2
7
questers.
Yep.
And the 4.
Quite a bit of lore.
John Silver.
Something miraculous. John Silver.
Give it to Genie.
Great card, great movie. Love Treasure Planet. Okay. Basil crash in.
Shout out to John Resnick. Right?
Yeah.
See, I even move it to John Silver just for myself to keep track.
It's note taking, Kevin. You're not allowed to do
Oh, you're
just
just
kidding. I don't know if that would count as note taking, actually.
It's placement on the.
It's probably okay.
We'll ask our favorite Bay Area.
Yeah, shout out to John. Shout out to John, who was judging this event. It's always a pleasure. Deck's favorite judge in the Bay, or whatever his title is, or whatever.
Right.
I see you.
Daniel was
very
able
much
to-
contemplating what you're doing.
Yeah.
You've got an Elsa in him. There's not really any great targets.
Yeah. I'm like, maybe chucking the card to him. I was like, maybe he'll let me remove it.
Like,
Or just get more cards. More ammo. More ammo for a bin that I was worried about, but I hadn't seen it.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was just game one, but
Yeah. He does have one, but I do think that your deck is not super susceptible to the bend. Like, you just kind of go, okay, well, I'll draw a Hades or a Dock at some point, and I'll be back. You know?
Ooh, it's a sign, the Hades. I think both of them.
Yeah.
It's fun. I like that.
Maybe reckless to something. I'm going to assume the Genie.
Genie again.
Pick the Genie again, yeah.
There's two genies here. It's our classic evasive
the OP
cantrip genie. Yeah.
Also, you're gonna take up Clarabelle.
What is the new genie called? Pop quiz.
I definitely think he shouldn't have inked Clarabelle early on, because I think by now he probably could have played Clarabelle and at least try to draw some. Answers. So, you just double dock on him?
I was contemplating
and then you threw another enchanted in the ink.
I had 4 ink left. Yeah, I know, right? I had 4 ink left. Do I want to go bodies here? That's the thing I chose to do. I mean, what else could I have done for 2? Maybe another Christopher Robin. I had seen a bunch already, so I decided to just play the dock, no value, and play another dock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking a little grim. Yeah.
And then
you've got a very wide board. You go ahead and play the Cinderella.
Yeah, I think.
And he has no cards.
Daniel has no cards in hand, and
yeah.
It's my game to win, my game to lose. I don't know the phrase.
I mean, with that extra genie, you got.
Did I just top that?
You might have. I'm not totally sure. I missed it. I was too busy looking at how many cards you have on the board.
So, Spooky Sight is cost, not strength. So
Spooky Sight would only catch half your characters.
It would only be the dots.
Dots
and the genie.
The smaller genie.
The magical researcher.
I will say, in the playing Spooky Sight, I caught so many people off guard because they didn't think Cat got caught. Yeah, Cheshire Cat got caught. Happened to me. And I was like, no, it's cost 3 or less.
But I think it gave me like 1 or 2 extra cards.
That's it. He's gonna fold. So that's GG. When you hit record, right?
I did. What a game, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Purple Steel, it's one of those decks, it doesn't feel like it should be good into Emerald Sapphire, but it's actually like amazing into Emerald Sapphire.
How'd you think it was last set in Whispers?
The matchup?
Yeah.
I played Purple Steel most of the set.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And I would say most of the time when I saw an Emerald Sapphire player, I was like, yes.
All right. Interesting.
Because I felt like I had tools to just run away with the game. But also, if you are like me and played a lot of red blue and tried Emerald Sapphire, you know the lines they have to take to like wipe your board. So at some point you can, you get wide enough and you kind of put them on a clock and then you just collect things in your hand and wait, because they're going to probably try to board wipe you, or you just go the Scorched Earth route and you just say, no, you can't have that singer. No, you can't have that, because you just make it harder. Especially the Donald Ducks. You have to get rid of the Donald Ducks.
Yeah. I wasn't really on Purple Steel, and so I didn't really pay attention too much to that particular matchup. But I feel like with Winter Spell in set 11, because of the Christopher Robin, the Pocahontas, this Genie Magical Researcher has got more aggro lines, that potential. And so I think it definitely felt good. I mean, that was a quick round 1, and it definitely went fast, right?
I mean, Christopher Robin in this deck is essentially a better Timothy Q mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And that people were playing last set, like kind of early on. Yeah, and it also just like makes the 1-drop, like you can play it as a 2-drop and you kind of feel okay about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are going second, you play it as a 1-drop, you feel pretty great about it, honestly, unless they play something like, I don't know, something with like a Gantu, you know, that has 3 strength or something. Or a Felicia, which is that even... It might have gotten rotated out, Felicia.
Not
There's
sure.
gotta be something else though, but
yeah, our teammate, you'll see him later, Chris. Yeah, he's always telling me, it's basically a 1-drop, especially on the draw. It's essentially a 1-drop quest for 2. He says, in his opinion, it might be the best underdog card that we've gotten. Each color now has an underdog that helps you on the draw to get out these 2-cost, technically 1-drops on the draw. But yeah, this thing quest for 2, it has 3 willpower. Like you said, it's tough to deal with that early.
Yeah. And it will probably get you at least 4 lore before it gets taken out.
And this thing is inkable, man.
And it's inkable.
But yeah, maybe he's technically like uninkable in certain matchups. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where the day goes. A lot of fun. That was a fun game. Thanks, Daniel, for the match.
Well, let's take a look at the deck. First off, let's actually look at your list.
All right.
Because I would say a pretty stock Purple Steel list.
This is JDRR's public list with the Pocahontas. 3 Pocahontas and 3 Angels. And I chose this because I was anticipating Blurple. Blurple didn't really need any of the new cards, and I was thinking maybe if a participant would come here, worried they may not get cards in time because this is week 1, maybe Blurple would be the choice. There were 2 or 3 Blurples, and I was also anticipating a lot of control, where
there was quite a bit of control.
A lot of control, yeah. And if I did have aggro opponents, then this can help against that because it's kind of more of like a mid range, right? Would you say? Yeah,
I would say I played Purple Steel basically the entire Whispers of the Well set, and the nice thing about mid-range decks is that you kind of have you're even into like kind of everything, including yourself. And a lot of times the player who is more skilled and draws good enough, like can just kind of win. Like you can do everything, but you do kind of have to work for it on a lot of things. But it is a very, very powerful deck. Yeah,
I chose to go Yzma instead of Dumbo, thinking, Amber did get a lot of tools. And something I picked up Purple Steel towards the end of last set, and the Amber, Amethyst, Yellow, Purple deck is kind of like a purple killer. I wanted some insurance with card draw. Yzma still is not entirely reliable for a draw, but if she does pop once or twice to give you 3 cards or even 2 cards, it feels pretty good. Dumbo, if there were yellow purple and the Horseman Strikes shoots them Dumbos down, then kind of feels bad. And I think I made a good call because
there was also a lot of Amber at the tournament,
just
and everyone was running Horseman Strikes. So I actually think that was a pretty good call to not run Dumbo because I was running Horseman Strikes, and the purple players I played against, I was sniping Dumbos left and right.
Shout out to Flower Farm, Yeah,
exactly. All right, let's take a look at Dan's list because there are some interesting things in here. Like, for instance, we have King of Hearts, which is an uninkable 4-cost Emerald character card with 3 strength, 3 willpower. Quest for 2, and it says damaged characters cannot challenge your characters, which works really well with something like Malicious, Mean, and Scary. If you don't necessarily have the board wipe, you can still sort of lock them down from challenging you at all. That is, of course, unless they have some kind of heal. The other interesting inclusion in this deck is Tropical Rainforest, which says opposing damaged characters gain Reckless, which again also works with Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
Yep, I remember reading Baloo. I didn't know that was a card. Ships on 3.
It's a Whispers card that I think we all kind of skipped.
All right, it is from set 10.
Yeah.
5-cost inkable, 4/5 quests for 2. shift on 3. It has versatility. So when you play it, roll with it. Each player draws a card, or each player chooses and discards a card. There's a one of bend to my will, which I remember joking with him a couple times. Is he gonna bend one of my cards, or because I think I would just dump my hand and go down to 1.
Yeah.
It was more so for Clarabelle.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be back with game 2, which I played in. So don't go away. Better not. Special thanks to Angry Goose Games in San Lorenzo, California for hosting the event. Be sure to check them out for all your board game, tabletop, and TCG needs. Yep, it's me, your boy. Hey everybody, welcome back to Quest Coast. It's me, Josh, Sorcerer's Hat. I'm here with Chris. And I actually played in this next game, so it says it's going to be more like a VOD review than an actual game. But we have kind of an interesting mirror match because this is a new deck, Amber Sapphire, which hasn't really been that great for the entire history of Lorcana until now. And even then, as someone who played like 6 or 7 games with it so far, it's okay.
It's the new hottest control deck.
Yes, it's the new hottest control deck. Let's take a look at mine first because I can explain why I made the choices I did, and then we'll look at my opponent, Apple Sith, aka Harrison. We had some team-on-team violence in this match, but my list is running a lot of kind of standard blue cards. I was only running 2 of the Moana. I kind of throughout the day wish I had been running more because I actually kind of liked when I got to play her. I did tech in the Lilo to try and add just some more aggression and recur her from the discard, which I actually really liked how Lilo performed. And then I went half and half on Spooky Sight and Raging Storm just to have a lot of different board wipes because I actually expected to see some aggro and run into Blurple, and then I didn't end up running into either of those decks the entire day. So, yeah.
Yeah, on Harrison's side here, we have a very greedy control deck where he's playing the ACOS Mufasa, which re-readies your ink when he quests, and a couple other new cards with Ohana Means Family to just draw some extra cards. The Black Cauldron, which we haven't really seen be played before, but now is making a little bit of resurgence in these yellow-blue decks, just to be able to grind out the game a little bit longer and keep recurring some of your key cards like your Hades or your Stitch to draw even more cards. Another interesting thing is that he's playing this 4-cost vanilla 4/6 Nakoma. What do you think about this card?
The way I talked to him about this actually after our match, and he was saying that he was liking it a lot more than like Belle and the other princesses because it actually allowed you to fight back. Because Nakoma actually has some pretty good stats for a 4-drop, and yeah,
it's an Iago that doesn't randomly get popped.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you can't just pop it. You got to actually fight through the 6 health. So I was like, okay, I do see the appeal, especially when aggro is such a huge sore spot for this deck. So being able to fight back just in any fashion.
Yeah, and you have Ohana as well to heal it for up to 5 and draw up to 5 cards.
Exactly. It's almost like Harrison is smart and builds really good decks.
Yeah, so it's a very greedy version of yellow blue, and so it's a little weak to aggro since he doesn't have any spooky sights in here. But spoiler alert, there was no aggro in this tournament.
Yeah, there was not a single. I don't think there was a single person. So it was kind of the perfect storm. But we'll see. Let's go check out the game.
All right, we're here. The yellow-blue mirror match, and yeah, I love how we watched a few matches like today doing all this, and a lot of people just use the white mats. I like that Harrison and I were like, no, we're gonna get colorful.
Yeah, switch it up a little bit.
Longtime fans of the channel will recognize my weapon, like playing that. I still get tons of compliments on it, and I love it dearly. But yeah, this was a really interesting match because I also was telling him during this game that I literally expected to be the only Amber Sapphire player in the entire room. and I was one of 4. It was kind of crazy.
It was the most represented deck, right?
Yeah, there was more of us than Blurble, which I find absolutely shocking. So we tied on the die roll, and then we roll again, and I believe he wins the die roll. I lost all my die rolls all day except for one, and I was like legitimately shocked. I actually also made a face at the camera because I knew I could. I was legitimately shocked because I just was losing everything. So I already have ramp. I can see I have T-bow, I have some other things, but I decided that I didn't need the second T-bow and just decided to see what else I could get. We joked during the match. I saw that I drew a Horseman Strikes. We were both like, this card is just ink in this matchup because it does literally nothing. Like, neither of us have a single evasive character.
Hey, I mean, it draws a card, right?
Yeah. I think at one point I did use it to draw a card, but it was out of complete desperation. I'm sure we'll get to that moment.
You guys are inking each other so much.
Yeah.
3 extra inks.
I think we both, by the end of all these games, I think we both had a good, 16 to 20 ink. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, develop these 2 ramp cards, so...
Yeah, I thought that I was, gonna be off to the races. I'm like, cool, we played a develop. That means I'm in a pretty good spot, probably. But as we see here, he got the ramp anyway, so it didn't matter.
So we're going to see a whole lot of ramping the first couple turns.
Whole lot of ramping, whole lot of just playing random cards. I mean, that's blue decks. That's Sapphire. You kind of just you play the cards and you go. And then I don't actually remember what I threw in here. I was probably a spooky side or something. I feel like I was doing that all day, where I would have way too many because I was running 3, and I would be like, just have T-bow throw it away. I don't need it. I don't want it. And that was kind of unfortunate. I would definitely go down on the amount of spooky sites. But Harrison plays Cindy. I play Cindy. We started joking that it was like, oh, I've seen this movie. We're doing the same exact thing. So we were keeping pretty good parity. I was trying to keep up with him basically throughout the match because you kind of have to in the blue mirrors. It's whoever can ramp faster, has such a great advantage over the other person. So I was trying my best to keep up. You can see in my hand I have a Cindy, and then
Is a Cindy a Lilo?
Yeah, and I definitely the Lilo, which I just threw down.
Oh yeah, it's an actual one.
Yeah, doing the Cindy trigger twice, and then I ended because I had plenty of things on the board, and I have 2 Surfer Stitches in hand, so I was just getting ready to draw cards, and of course he also draws cards. I think this was the next turn I joked because I was like, we're doing the same stuff. But I mean, that's mirror matches. That's how they go. I'm gonna go ahead and quest for 3. We got better as the game went on. We were trying to update the lore tracker.
It's Moana being a 5/5 too, so you can kind of just quest it and everything that quests it.
It's a 4/4.
It's a 4/4?
It's a 5-cost 4/4.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't just quest her though. You kind of feel okay. I started to be like, okay, I'm in a good spot. I'm gonna play my Stitch. I'm gonna try and keep lore parity. So I boost up to 5 lore right here.
And she inks once, and it's basically like draw a card and kind of serves her purpose. Anything after that, it's a little bit bonus.
Yeah, you can see Harrison drew his Simba, which very much surprised me. I did not know he was running it, and then when he plays it, I'm pretty sure I laugh out loud because I just was not expecting it. And I don't think it comes out this turn. It might come out next turn. Hades taking my Stitch away. Makes me sad. I was a little surprised he didn't target the Lilo, but I get it. The Stitch is, I guess he had Let It Go here.
Yeah, just start removing.
Yeah. If he had only had the 1, I think he probably would have targeted the Lilo, but again, the Stitch is a 4/8, and it's kind of hard to get rid of, so. And a quest for 2, so it's you kind of have to get rid of it. And very quickly, I've lost my board, which made me very sad.
Yeah, the thing about boards in this map though.
Yeah.
There's board light.
Yeah. So she's Raging Storm.
Back to 0.
And I'm kind of checking to see what I did. I saw a Tipo and something else. I threw the Tipo back. I think I got a Vision from that. So I decided to get that just to see if maybe I can find something later that I might need. I'll take the tracker. I'm feeling okay at this point because I am ahead, but I've played Harrison many times and he knows how to just calmly destroy you. Yeah. And of course, Moana, she's a princess. She procs Cinderella, which is really nice in this deck. You kind of really, out of all the 4-drops in your deck, you really, really want to see the Cinderella. New card. Every time he quests with a card under him, he gets to put the top amount of those cards, and you can take 1. It's freaking amazing. I love this card. But in the blue mirrors, it can be. I find you play it differently in the blue mirror because you think if they're gonna get rid of it, they're gonna use Hades or Let It Go. So I might as well throw a card under it so that they have to ramp me. Whereas when I was playing against steel decks in the day, I did not boost and really see that happen. When I was playing against steel decks, I found myself just saying I don't want to boost because they might Zeus and Strength me or something, and then I'll lose the card that I put under there, and I don't want to lose the card. Although in a match that did not get recorded, that did happen, and there was a Lilo under there, so I was they activated my trap card, and I got to just bring the Lilo back next turn, which is very, very funny. And I'm just digging. I'm trying to find some kind of answer.
Hard choice.
Yeah. And you can see I stopped for a second because I was did I make the right choice? I don't know if I did, but I ended up taking Hades because I wanted to zap his Hades away and just
taking out these Hades is super important, especially since he has the Cauldron.
I didn't know that he was on Cauldron at the time while we were playing. We didn't discuss our decks really at all ahead of time.
But I guess the funny part about Hades is he also has Mufasa.
Yes.
So even if you put it in his ink, you can take it back out.
Yeah. We talked about that afterwards, actually, about how we were talking about the blue Cusco that can put items in Inkwell, and he was like, well, there is a very slim chance that Mufasa could get Black Cauldron back.
There is the Hades,
Yeah, but there's
put Hades under it.
Yeah, puts the Hades under so you can recur it and
get some new Hades every time.
I think you can see in my face, I'm like, uh-oh. I literally, when he played Cauldron, I was like, wow, this got way harder suddenly than I originally thought this was going to be. Not that I thought this was going to be easy by any means, but I thought, okay, it's a mirror match, it's whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But then I felt like, now that he has Cauldron, I'm at a gigantic disadvantage.
Yeah, typically how mirror goes, whoever has more big stuff's going to win.
Thankfully, I had the ink. I liked being able to play Bell and then play Stitch here to draw more cards. I wanted to try and keep up on cards. This was, I think, the moment where, because I knew he had Cauldron and he was just going to be able to just remove my stuff and keep recurring, I had to just Blitz. I had to become the worst aggro deck that you've ever seen.
Yeah, he has Cauldron, you don't, so you can play the game forever.
Yeah.
You're on now on a flop.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't tell Harrison at the time, but as you can see on his board, I made many jokes to him later. I said, dude, your board is so messy. And then I took some pictures while we were editing this, and I was like, look at this. And I said, look at how clean mine is. And I was like, look at yours. It's like somebody dropped a deck on the table.
Well, in his defense, he has more stuff.
Harrison, I love you, buddy. I was messing with you. But yeah, he has a lot going for him on his board right now. He's got the Cauldron.
Put something else under it.
Yeah.
Or I guess
he's gonna play the Hades to get rid of my Stitch. Which, fair enough. Take out my Lilo. and yeah, you can just keep doing that like the whole game. It's crazy how fast Cauldron went from being basically unplayable to being quite playable in the meta. Well, I mean, only in this very specific deck, I think. But
Yeah, it turns out all I needed was some ramp cards.
yeah, you just needed an excess of ink, and then you could just kind of do whatever you want.
Don't play all the
Oh, so this was
You already drew a card.
my
you can't play
mistake.
it.
Yeah. I asked him if it was okay, and he said, "You already drew," and I just said, like, "Okay, fair enough." So I just went with it. Because, I mean, technically I did draw, right? So I did gain information about what my hand was going to be like after, so I didn't really fight it. I was like, no, you're right. I don't need to play that.
I think you're just trying to go as wide as possible and force
Yeah.
life is on board.
I skipped over it because my head was in just race to the finish line mode. Try to go as fast as possible and just outrun him while he does controlling things. But yeah, it's really difficult when it doesn't even matter if my characters, if my Pete goes sideways and trades with something. My Pete's basically gone forever, but his is not. That makes it very, very rough.
Maybe 3 cards? 2 cards. 3 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has everything that he could ever want in his hand right now.
Yeah. His whole deck is on the board.
Oh, you're stuck with 1 card in hand.
Yes. And I can't even see what it is. I feel like it was something very disappointing.
I got it. It's a blue card.
Yeah. The blue card.
It might be a depot.
What is that? I can't even
Well,
Yeah,
we'll have to
yeah.
find out.
Well, Pete's gone. Pete's in my inkwell now. And I still have, how much? I've got like 8 lore to get, and it's an uphill battle from here, especially as he like basically is reaching parry with me.
Yeah, you can go next time.
Yeah, basically. I basically need a board wipe to even stay in the game at this point.
Yeah,
And I drew not that, and I looked. I forgot I made that face at the camera, like man.
it was a develop.
Vision, yeah. But look, I do find Raging Storm, so I take that because I know like that's going to at least keep me in this one more turn, bare minimum. So I go ahead and quest out. Let's get that last lore, Raging Storm, and then I put him in the inkwell. I couldn't remember if I forgot to or not, but I ended up doing it. And then I do develop because I want to find something, and I end up finding Lilo, which I thought was a pretty good follow up because if he takes it out, then I don't know, keep going. But then he plays Hades. Hades, put her in the inkwell. Pretty much the only way to get rid of Lilo, or you put her on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, even if you board wipe him here, he's got so much ink.
Yeah,
so many
and
cards
he can
in hand.
recover so well. He's got that Stitch loaded up, ready to go, like to draw those cards.
Play the Stitch right
And
now?
there comes the
Okay, you can play
Mufasa, and I
Mufasa.
just start laughing. I'm like, I can't believe you're actually playing that. Not that it's bad. It's just such a big card, and then we had to figure out how to like do the ink because I forgot. Oh yeah, you have to get 2 cards back from your ink. So I was literally telling him at this point, I'm like, just take 2 from wherever. I don't care, right? But yeah, immediately I see the Mufasa, and I'm like, well, I've got to get rid of that because Quest for 4 and ready's all his ink. So now he's loaded up the Hades. So now he's like turned the Cauldron into a toolbox at this point. He can just decide to either get rid of one of my characters or he can draw some cards.
So we gotta reload out, but with the 80 loaded up, that's probably not gonna last long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I got to do something, And I think I decided to scoop. I was like, yeah, there's
Scooping is something, I guess.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, this was a rough mirror.
Yeah, mirror goes, control mirrors, and whoever draws more cards
Yeah.
Plays bigger stuff usually.
He, at this point, we don't keep his part in, but at this point, he asked me, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's whoever sees their cauldron first. And I said, yeah, first. That's the problem with playing your teammates at a big tournament, is that it kind of turns into locals. Like, Harrison and I, like, just the minute we sat down, we're just like, we're having fun. Disney card game, But as I play with a lot of other people, I'm like, no, stay quiet. Don't say anything.
Debating 777 back, I guess.
You know what happened is I thought I saw a ramp, and I definitely did not get ramp this game. But I thought I saw it, and then I started looking like I was altering, and then I looked at the hand again and I was like, oh, I don't even have a ramp, so then I threw it all away.
You threw 6, I think, so you got something.
I think I kept develop to help dig.
There's always the argument of whether you throw the develop back or not.
Yeah.
We ended up doing the math on that, saying it's about the same, so you don't have to worry about too much. But.
Yeah, I kind of it makes me feel like I have some sort of control over my life. Maybe that's why I keep it, but
yeah, the question is, you can always draw the develop back again, so it's a little bit better.
Yeah, and it's kind of rough. I developed and did not find ramp. I do have another develop in my hand, which I believe I play this turn.
I guess if you're against a depot, and he's got some other form of
and still don't find ramp.
Yeah, and probably gonna be a quick game then. Do a deck without ramp.
You'd think that. You'd think that it wasn't. It went a long time. I actually made a comment near the end of this game where I said, I can't believe this is still going, even though I missed ramp. I ended up, we'll see it, but I ended up doing some maneuvering to try and catch up. And it kept me in the game quite a long time.
I'm wondering, since you have the Lilos in your deck, if you miss ramp, do you just turn into an aggro deck?
Maybe, yeah, you just play Lilo. Yeah.
Play, well, I guess, Bell Quest for 2, right?
Bell Quest for 2, yes.
Yeah, so you play some Lilos, play a Bell.
Yeah, so I did end up finding Cindy to help me try and catch up, but it's definitely not as good as hitting the 2-drop at this point. But it did at least help me get to 5, which is what he was at. And it was me being on the play, so it still not great, but it's at least something. And I think I have 40 Raging Storms in my hand at this point, which was very rough. Play the Moana, ink from the discard. I actually really like the Moana. The more I play with her, I'm kind of a big fan of it. I know people are a little split on it.
People forget that inking from the discard is basically drawing a card.
I mean, it is and it isn't. I understand the argument because in these decks, if you don't have a lot of hands. Going on here was I had a misunderstanding of. I had made a mistake, but I hadn't done it yet. He caught me before I made the mistake. So I had played Moana and was going to ramp like I had played 2 Cindy's. And so I did the first one, and then went to draw, and he was like, "You only do 1." And then I was like, "Oh, you're right."
Yeah, so week 1 tournament.
The week 1 tournament, I made a tiny boo-boo, but we didn't end up calling a judge because I hadn't actually done the thing yet. So it was like, oh, you got me before it happened. Okay, good. So, I understand the argument with Lorana, and I'm doing the draw card because mathematically it's like you didn't take a card out of your hand that turn. But it's also not like actually drawing a card. If that makes sense, but it does mathematically sort of work out that way. But if your hand is not good, then it doesn't really feel like you're drawing a card. It just kind of feels like you're.
Yeah, sometimes it prevents you from making good cards in your hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's you save the stitch.
Let's use those develops and sales like for something productive after they're gone or whatever. Yeah, so I do a board wipe here because I'm just like, you're getting scary. I need that to stop.
Unfortunately, he already played a stitch and drew some cards off of it.
Yeah.
So he can just start dumping his hand again.
Yeah. He goes digging. I see a Hades. I see a Stitch. He's just taking the Hades. Because he knows that I'll probably play something like, and then he ends up playing the Cauldron.
not at the point in the game where you can play 2 things at turns. So
Yeah.
a board wipe.
Yeah, pretty much. Cauldron's back out. I think he was trying to decide what to put. Thinks the Moana so he can continue to ink for the discard.
Yeah, you can move this card. He's a decent sized body.
Yeah.
Heat. So see if he survives or not.
Yeah. So play a Pete, do the boost like we talked about earlier. Boost against blue. Against steel, I tend not to because I don't want to lose the card. Even though it means that next turn I'm not going to look at 2. I'm only going to draw a card, but honestly, you're still getting the same amount of cards. You're just not getting the filter ability. So it's not awful, in my opinion, but I'm sure someone will tell me, like, oh, you should boost no matter what. High roll. Right? So that Moana's getting ready to come out, pretty sure. Because he has so many inkables, as we can see from his entire discard.
this turn. Just
No Moana this
you can
turn.
draw some more cards. And we'll put some other extra stuff.
Puts a Stitch under there. He's still lacking in ink at the moment to do like a lot of stuff in one turn. I didn't actually see what I grabbed here. The vision. I'm digging for, I don't even know, I think
More
at this
threats,
point.
maybe.
Yeah, just stuff to do. I think I might have been,
I see a Hades, probably not.
no, I didn't take it. Yeah, I wonder, oh, I did take it. I think there was 2. I took it because I was like, yes, I wanna, my thought process at this point was, I need to just, because he played Hades first, I need to be like the one taking out his Hades.
These are classic.
Yeah, but then the problem is then, now we start the chain and who can draw them and keep up, right? And then he just keeps loading up Cauldron with more threats and stuff. Plays the Tifo. So next turn, he's basically, unless I can do something, he's set up to just bring the Stitch back and essentially like just draw more cards and just keep going. I play the Lilo. I'm just trying to apply like pressure here at this point.
Yeah, see the spooky stuff.
Yep. And that's why it was unfortunate. This tournament had like 0 aggro and it had 0
Funnily enough,
Yeah.
I don't think the spooky is actually useless here because he plays with Mufasa. If he has a bunch of 1-drops and 2 to keep those out, he can put those all in his ink one that loses Mufasa.
Yeah. Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit and how the more if you really wanted to get something back from your inkwell, then ramping after playing Mufasa actually just makes it worse. But like, obviously that shouldn't be your game plan because you are really gambling with some low odds at that point. But it was just like an interesting thing to talk about.
And then try to make Mufasa working for a while. But focus always, you just get back at Tifo and a sale.
There is a point during this game where we realized that we hadn't been updating, at least I hadn't been updating the lore tracker, and then you'll see at some point that it jumps from like something to a bigger number, and then I actually show my pad because I'm like, I'm not cheating, everyone, like, so I tell them out loud too. Then I'm taking out the Tipo, just try and like outrace, I don't know, but I know
That's
that
all you can
if
try
he's
to
gonna
do
have
with
a
Cauldron.
Hades, then it's gonna be in his hand. It's not loaded into the Cauldron at the moment. The Ink Runner was interesting. I wasn't expecting that. It's not that it really helped. It doesn't really help much in this matchup. It just kind of helps to draw, but I can see it being kind of useful. And then here comes Mufasa again. And I don't think I really have an answer for the Mufasa at this moment. But
Yeah, the answer to it is just to go faster than it.
Yeah,
It's the
I mean,
control there, so
that's basically what I was trying to do. Yeah, I was in a tough spot. with all this. Like the not playing Cauldron after I played through this tournament, I was like, I think not playing Cauldron was a gigantic mistake. The reason I didn't was just because I hadn't tested with it, and I also was just like, I kind of don't expect to see any of me. Like, I wasn't expecting to see any decks where I was like, I need to like seriously outgrind. I was expecting to see a lot of Blurple and just be fine. And I didn't run into any Blurple all day. I think there was only like two Blurples like in the whole room. There were more Amber Sapphire players in the room than there were Blurple, which is kind of nuts. But I ended up finding the Hades, taking out the Mufasa. I feel okay about that. Continue to race. I've got 7 more on board, so I'm feeling okay. And also, what I was on his board can trade into my stuff, but if he does, he's going to lose the Moana, but he does do it. And then take some damage on his Stitch. There's Pete. Nice foil Pete. Boost it. Just continues to ramp. Continues to take stuff out of the discard, put it in the Cauldron. It's crazy how Cauldron came out last set. I remember, I think I may have talked about it in a video, but I was like, man, this card is really cool, but it just, like, how do you even play this? You know, it's like the just doesn't seem like there's any way to do it. And then suddenly one set later, it's like, oh, it's actually so strong. It's kind of crazy. I play the Lilo.
Give you something to do with your extra end.
I play the Lilo and then I play the Bell because I figure if you're going to start trading with me, I'm going to make you ramp me and just so I can keep going. So I boost up. Or, excuse me, quest up. And then, didn't have a key in hand or something? Well, I couldn't actually play it. Maybe I missed it. No, I have a spooky stuck in my hand. That happened all day.
Yeah, there's nothing to spooky here.
Yeah, there was nothing to spooky in most of my games, to be honest. It did not really come in handy.
This mirror gets a little standoffish, where
Yeah.
you kind of just get each other to board wipe so you can play first.
100%.
Yeah, up until the point where you can play the board wipe and then play another character out as well, so you have any control again.
Harrison plays the. He finds the Hades. He plays the Horseman just to draw a card. And here's the Let It Go. Both of us were like just swimming in ink, like by the end of these games.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in your ink right now.
Yeah,
You wish
unfortunately.
you had pasta.
Yeah. I do have a board wipe, so in my head I'm thinking, well, if stuff gets real bad, which like it kind of feels like it is at the moment. So I was like, I think this turn I'm like, I think I got a board wipe because the board's just so huge.
Yeah, but he's got so many more cards in his hand.
He does. He had like the whole time there just so many cards. I think I threw the spooky away at this point. I was like, oh, get it out of here. And let it go, and then I just continue questing.
I guess you're holding off a turn before board
And
wipe.
I forgot to update the tracker.
So yeah, 6.
Should be at 15, I believe. Yeah, at the moment.
I mean, you are threatening to win next turn. He doesn't balance his characters.
Yeah. If a non-Harrison player got distracted enough to ignore the lore count, then there is a possibility that I could win, but Harrison's very good. I think I was thinking at the moment when I looked up, I looked at my discard because I was trying to figure out how many Hades and like Let It Go's I had gone through.
Oh, that's a lot of cards to draw.
Yes, it's quite a few. 6. That's like the best. That's like when someone goes, Ohana Meets Family is a really good card because I could draw 6 cards, right? And you're like, yeah, but how often is that going to happen? Like, well, it happened right here. But still, how often is that going to happen? Not that often.
He's so many cards in hand. He
Yeah.
really needs 6 more.
He's loaded. At some point, I was like, man, you're still inking, huh? It was like he just kept doing it.
Yeah, we can pretend these cards under the cauldron are in his hand
Yeah.
too.
He's inking 2 because he had played Sail earlier in the turn. Sail and Moana go so well together because you can just dump stuff from your discard, right? Especially if you have one thing in your discard you can ink. You play Moana, and then if you play Sail, you can literally ink the Sail you just played if you want, and then also draw a card. Which is kind of nice.
Sail wasn't a good enough card. Now it goes
Yeah, it's even better
too.
now.
Instead of this.
Yeah, it's like quest for 1, and then I do Raging Storm just because the board is just so nuts, and I'm kind of thinking like, yeah, I gotta keep pushing it. I play in Ilanwi. I believe that's how I say the name. We were all saying it completely differently all day, like all of us. Yeah. At this point, I'm just kind of hoping I can find stuff. I keep checking my discard, like trying to think about what I had gone through. No, I've got Moana. Gonna continue to just keep inking.
Yeah, I mean, he has enough cards in hand. But...
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. Just keep loading it up. Plays another Mufasa, and I was surprised. The reaction was, oh, I'm actually shocked you had another one. And then I'm looking at the clock trying to figure out how much time we have.
See what he gets out of his ink first.
Yeah. Thankfully, we had a good, like, I think 25 minutes at this point left. So it's too bad. Played the Pete, and that felt real bad. Because, I don't really get the boost, and then I just press. And then you see me push up a lot, and that's because I brought it up earlier. I missed updating it, so then I was joking with him. I was like, people are going to think I'm cheating. So then I took the pad and I showed it.
You can't even see
as
what's
a
on there.
joke. Yeah, you can't even really see it, but I showed it as like a no, I'm not cheating. Like it's real, Yeah, I had gotten so close to greatness. Yeah. I was just like hoping to get anything.
Ray, you've got no more removal.
Yeah, pretty much like. Yeah, and it's crazy how effective the cauldron is at just helping you outgrind.
Yeah, the one weakness of the card is you just drawing it at the wrong time. It's uninkable.
Yeah, you got a hand of uninkables, and you need ink, and you draw cauldron, you're probably gonna feel real bad about it. But like, you have it, and you curve correctly, and you play it, you're feeling good. I think you play it, after you've ramped a few times, you're gonna. Yeah, the quest gets already all his ink. It's basically a death sentence, honestly. Like, in a blue deck, plays the Hades. We both have more ink than we know what to do with, but he just keeps drawing cards. He was joking at some point during this game that he was in danger. He was like, I think I'm more scared of running out of cards. Like,
yeah, he doesn't even have to worry about a Raging Storm right now.
Yeah.
Play everything in his hand again.
The sad thing is I believe all the Raging Storms are gone. Because I think I may have inked one with like a TPO or something at some point. And then I played 2 of them. And I was only running 3 because I was on 3 and 3 of those spooky sites. So I think at this point I was like, yeah, I scooped up because that was the end of that. But yeah. That's the end of the game.
All right, so you got to see me lose an embarrassing mirror match.
Pretty quick 2-0 for a control mirror.
Yeah.
What do we learn there?
Play Cauldron.
Yeah, Cauldron's pretty good. The greedier decks win mirrors, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the Nakoma being played at all, but I guess that card's more of for mid-range and aggro matchups.
He showed me that afterward. He showed me the Nakoma thing, and I realized, you didn't even play it. But yeah, it is because it's mainly for staying alive through like aggro or mid range.
Yeah, I saw one get ink just to play something with more impact to the board. I think it was like a Hades or something.
Yeah, and then also like Moana did so much work for him in that match. And I found throughout the day, like the matches where I did play Moana, I felt like she actually did a lot like for just helping like keep cards in your hand.
Yeah, keep
like,
some cards in your hand.
But also, she quests for a lot, and her stats like aren't terrible. They're okay. I think she would be a lot better if she was a 5/5, but I think she'd be like broken.
Yeah, that'd be pretty big.
Yeah, that'd be like kind of insane. Yeah, but yeah. I learned a lot. But anyway, we'll be back with game 3 after we take a quick break.
Sponsored by Mando's Bounty, your local Bay Area TCG vendor and organizers of Quest Coast.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right, who wants next? Chris.
All right,
Chris
I am probably gonna go home just because I need to eat.
All right, we're back for round 4.
3.
Dad got it. And now we're back for round 3. We have Spotted Garden Eel versus Brian BHNG.
Yeah, so Spotted Garden Eel here is playing Blurple while Brian is playing Yellow Purple. What do you think about the decks?
I think it's gonna be control versus control. Amber Amethyst or Yellow Purple seems to be pretty similar to Blurple, except instead of maybe removal that ramps your opponent, we have removal that cantrips and gives you more cards. But actually, yep, they have the Horseman Strikes. And then we also have a new card, Ohana Meets Family. It's kind of like Rapunzel from the old days, except no body. What do you think?
Yeah, most Yellow Purple players I've seen haven't been playing Ohana, but so we'll see if our Blurple player here even respects the card. But once you see that your opponent has it, you have to start playing around the cats, you have to start playing around Ohana, and potentially if you play into it, you just risk getting blown out of the game.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pans out.
Alright. Looks like... Alright, so we got both players going through their mole. So this matchup, looking for some depots, some sales. Definitely need the one drop on the draw here to be able to fight back against the opponent's Elsas. Alright,
Cool. Brian looks like he's on the play.
so we see the turn 1 Element. One drop in response, so we'll see if Brian has ramp now. He's only playing 6 ramp cards instead of Blurple's 8, so it's a little more awkward if he missed it here, but luckily you also have some other plays like you can play a book or a Mood. Yeah. Surprisingly, he's not playing the 2-drop Iago, so it's one less fighter in the deck.
I didn't catch what he seemed to show that his hand to the camera and looked. He smiled. I don't know if he's pleased or if he's like, look at what I have, trash.
So he has a Horseman Strikes, which is going to be really good against the Blurple.
Nice.
Neat T-Bow, so he's got another ramp card.
Neat T-Bow, but T-Bow. Quest for 1 with the Octopus. Royal Guard.
Yeah, he's offering the trade with Eloini, since that's definitely the more valuable card in this matchup. Like Nelson did before.
Eloini or Ellen? What do you think?
I've been calling it Eloini. She's definitely harder to say, but
I'm Princess Alonwi.
Oh, here we go. Responding with another
okay, so he's playing with Pipe.
Royal Guard.
Yeah, so he's saying 2 World Spares so far, which you don't get much mileage from the card in the Blurple matchup, but you can just support the opposing character with the Eloini and just play the World Spares on a 3-strength character, such as the Hades. But that's such a far away that...
Or even the cat that you just inked.
Yeah, I'm not sure about inking the cat in this matchup, because that's one of the best tools in the basic board, so we'll see if I can play later.
Alright, we have a pseudo ramp here with the Grandmother Willow, or aka Tree. This is what kind of helps Amber Amethyst mimic Blurple with pseudo ramp.
Yeah, a lot of Yellow-Purple players are cutting Lanterns to just play Grandmother Willow, but Ryan here is actually playing both of them. He's only playing 2 Lanterns, so he has 6 ramp cards. And you can see here one of the weaknesses of the Willow, just being able to get taken out and lose your ink.
So he has another, or Brian has another Horseman Strike in hand. And just perfect timing.
Looking at Hades here, play Moku, which not going to get much out of Purple from Moku.
Yeah, but advantage here, maybe, perhaps, was just to see his hand. He had 3 cards, and now he knows just 2 Gs.
So he's got to start looking for some invasive, otherwise these G's are going to run away with the game.
Yeah, correct. What was that? Oh, looks like Brian didn't catch what he eats. Brian has a Genie.
Here's another 80s as well, I believe.
Yep.
Bottom says long give him some cards.
When you play the Hades 5, the opponent can choose to allow you to draw 2 cards or bottom the character.
Well, you're a friend here. Maybe a lot more cards in hand. So you think about either the Demona as along with Brian and more cards.
Correct. And now he was left with 2 cards in hand. A Dumbo and is it the other Genie that we saw earlier?
I didn't catch it. It was probably the second Genie.
And now we have Hades on Brian's side.
It looks like he's going to let him out. Oh, no, he's spotting it again. Does he wants to start looking some cards? Plus the LOA, so it doesn't. It's kind of showing he doesn't have an Elsa to fight back, whatever he'll find to replace.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going back and forth for quite a while. It's so who can win the evasive war through.
And the track in the middle is not correct because there definitely have been quests. It's just the players have not been updating what we can see on screen. But that's okay.
Both players just playing out every one drop they see.
Yeah. Both have the same strategy in mind, go wide against the other.
And Brian here's questing out, daring our Eel friend here to challenge. And see if he plays into something like a cat.
Oh, there you go. He always has questing, or he used the double effect.
Those are actually his first clubs, and now he's at 3 as well.
My mistake.
And he's been using the 1-drops to just hit each other back and forth. Plays out a cat too.
Eat Tipo and pass. See what the man draws.
Brian has a cat. Plays them all out. Okay. So here,
Brian draws 3. How many did Eel draw?
I believe he drew 1 because he drew 2 off the Dumbo and the Genie. It's a little surprising playing the Demona though, since I don't know if he can clear all these evasives. Maybe just scare the cat and wants that off the board.
Yep. And by drawing 3 off the Demona and drawing for turn, the Royal Guard became a 4/2. Enough to clear the cat. Alright, we have a double effect draw.
Right? He's also doing the purple thing when in doubt, draw some more cards.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see that a lot on both sides, likely. The cat. Alright.
Yeah, he has a cat in the own. It's quite sailed on another card. You have to be a little careful here, just carelessly exerting into their evasives. Since this Genie combined with the cat can take out either the Dumbo or the opposing Genie. And it's basically for free since they take no damage in response after you get the damage of the cat. Since another cat, so I think it was 2 cat things.
And he was able to
and 2 from Brian.
eat twice because he played a sail.
Now the other It's hard to problem if you don't have an action for it, since it's going to take out anything that you put into it.
Also,
Because of the
yeah. Got quite a few bases on Eagle's side there. Decides to challenge the Dumbo with both the Elsa and the Genie.
and starting from some hard draws, since it looks like we can win the evasive war here.
I didn't catch if he. Oh yeah, Elsa came down for only 4 ink because of the grandmother rule.
So it looks like he has 3 ink left, and so also turn.
No, I think he's still thinking.
Probably thinking about what to aim to play another 4 drop, maybe 18.
It looks like he has. Brown still has 4
He
inks
inks
left.
it's a stitch. Okay, so he plays a cat.
Yeah. And he has, yeah. Yeah, so he had 4 inks. But
Yeah, so I guess he's thinking about how to move this damage around with cat. But even if you move the damage around here, the Iago still picks out any character.
he uses the final 2 to move. Considering keeping Elsa more healthy than Genie.
So if you move the 2 off the Elsa, the opposing genie still takes out your genie, and the Iago still takes out the Elsa. But now, I guess the genie trades back.
And he quested with everything else. So that's
Yeah.
3, 5 lower. What he quested for.
And so he's collecting out here since I think he thinks that he can't win the evasive anymore, so he just has to win with his favorite board.
And you just applied pressure.
Cool. Cat comes down.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're gonna see the sport start getting taken apart.
Yeah.
Crossing
Alright,
the cards.
no, so
Let's see. Another demonic had insta to just start inking all the threats.
and quest with the Genie.
There's no more evasive on Brian's side, so the evasives on the other side can just start chipping away at the game.
Yeah. Certainly safe to quest here. But I'm thinking carefully. Yeah, ready his ink, but he hasn't made it there yet.
So he has what, 3, 6, 9 ink?
That's 4 piles of.
Tigger, so he bounces to place a tree.
We already saw that Eel drew that cat before, so he could respond with that cat after Brian.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky situation there, since with the Iago, this unanswered Iago just will take over the game. Just being able to trade back with any other bases in the game right now. The only thing that can survive the hit from Iago is Elsa, but with the cat in play, it just helps you go over it.
We have another Dumbo here. Basil.
Both a little bit more.
Yeah.
You just draw through his entire deck.
Yeah. And then just pass the turn.
So
Yeah,
just
just
can't
keeping it up.
Can't deal with these evasives.
Alright, so Eel takes game 1. We'll see what open he goes with again. Speaking of World's Greatest, no 1-drop. Play. Pass the turn. Ink into the unknown, Royal Guard, and pass.
So we found his ramp on turn 2 this game.
Yep, there we go. We have a land
We got
card.
both players in the ramp.
Oh, turn 2 ramp. Yep. Secret card. Quest for 1 with the Royal Guard, because Brian has no characters to challenge it. 3+.
And you've got a couple different board drops that can come out here. You can see the Tigger, you can see Machine. Possibly.
Yeah.
See one.
Eat the Stitch, play a Genie, you called it.
Being the first person to get invasive out. Definitely advantageous, especially since you can just follow up with an Elsa next time.
Alright. Safe to quest the Tipo. Because what do you think if the Genie challenges a Tipo, is it really that bad?
I mean, are you really going to challenge a T-Boy with a Genie?
Especially now
It's
that
not-
Iago's out.
It's not like one more game when you have game 2 or at least see the Horseman Strikes come out
A quick response there from Brian.
instantly. Let this Genie be the sole base in the game. We saw how the Iago took over the last game, and I think we'll do it again.
Brian inked what, 1 or 2 Horseman Strikes early on, right?
Was it Horseman
Last
Strikes?
game.
I think it was World's Greatest,
Okay.
since there's only the card you can really naturally get off. And this matchup is the Demonas.
He's contemplating. Is he gonna do it? Quest or challenge?
If they got people, he's scared of what those were.
So you have 1 damage on G, but it doesn't matter.
Let's see what you can get bottom. I don't want to be giving each other cards, especially if you're going to get bottom around you again.
Yeah. As expected, right?
I generally want to bottom a big. Let's see what else we can get bottom.
So what happened here was LNV quested, granting support, giving Elsa +2 challenge, enabling Elsa to take out who's on Eul's side.
Oh, we see a Dumbo link. He probably has another one in hand. It's such a key card in this matchup, just allowing you to scram the game out.
Good. Let's see what we profile. Okay. Eul has an input in there, right?
No. Hopefully, he's hoping to draw off his 80s to find some better income. Contemplating whether to use it on the basic. We see board back down 1-0 again.
And Brian eats as the last action. He was able. Okay, you got the cat.
Yo gets in the face of that again. First person to face of that, so we'll see how Brian's able to deal with this team. And he's all I don't like that. Before he's able to boost and give some extra thing for it.
Got another horseman strike.
An easy answer to bases. And OSU draw card too.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be exerted, like Black Hole's Into the Unknown.
3 ink left plus a range.
I'm not thinking first one, right?
9 see
Tigger. Revealed the Tigger, but decided not to play.
there's not too many much really 1 and 2 drops in this matchup. Maybe the yellow wings or passes. Stop the Elsa from getting some extra strength.
Perhaps he's thinking of trying to just get some bodies slammed down. Helping out the team.
Oh, he bounces his
Bounces
own
own to eat, maybe? Yeah.
Or yeah, be okay.
Saving up for, what is that, Demona in hand? Demona in the tree?
Yeah, so he's looking to drop his hand next turn.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to take his piece.
So he slammed both of them down, but okay, he adjusted what he needs. It looked like Eo was a good sport there, pointed it out, because he could have paid with the lantern, play the tree first, and then played Alan for 3. He should only have exerted 1 ink and exerted the lantern.
Yeah, the long run it doesn't matter too much.
So he could have played the Demona at the same turn, because that would have left him with 6 ink.
So how much ink did you have?
Because he
Plays a spent for 5 ink.
okay.
Just to get a body out.
Yeah, unless I'm gonna turn behind here.
And either player letting the other draw off their A's.
Yeah.
Other Tigger is bouncing.
Holding that Demona.
Yeah, a lot of people like to just play Demona out as soon as they run out of cards. But half the strength of Demona is being able to start everything on the board and clear your opponent's board. So right now there's not too many threats out for you.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good just being able to sit back and build your own board while waiting for the opportunity time to take out some more threats.
Yeah. It's looking better for Eel to play than Demona and clear.
And neither player is able to set up their own board, just all these A's moving, which what's coming back and forth.
Alright, looks like Brian just needs cards at this point. Wouldn't be able to clear the 80s, like you were saying.
So he has a Horseman Strike and a Locate hand, so not so much to really attack back with, unfortunately. I think the Horseman Strike just needs some answers and threats on the board.
Need bodies. Alright, we're doing a recount of how much ink. I'm counting 8 ink and 2 lanterns. Is that what you see, Chris?
Yeah, at this point in the game, you can play pretty much whatever he draws. So
Yeah.
he's only wanted to respond to the moment, so now Brian's the only one who can ready.
Yep. 3 cards in hand. That Demona's gonna stay exerted.
So Brian's finally found some loose threads. Plays out a G.
The Inca Mobilier. Play Mobley. Alright. You see a Hades.
So this meeting's probably not going to last too long.
No.
The Hades in hand.
Yep.
Or it takes a cat too, so maybe you want to target the cat.
So
Right with the damage.
Brian's just looking to build a board here.
Lose the one damage off the haste to the Mona, so that can't really
Yeah, and
just on the Mona.
just in case, maybe he'll choose that cat, but it doesn't really matter at this point. But Brian would get a bonus card in his equal.
Yeah, you'll never say no to one extra ink credits.
Yeah,
Anytime you're playing against a blue player,
especially if
might as well just keep boosting and get some extra ink for the ranks.
And I don't see any item removal on Eel's side here, but Brian doesn't know that. There's always a possibility of like 1 or 2 wasabis or other item removals. So getting that extra ink could be or insurance in case those lanterns go away. But
There's also a very big cat.
yeah.
Yeah, every cat's one of those must-deal threats since it allows all your characters to start 2 full line everything.
Both Hades went in to take out Brian's Demona there. Eel's maintaining his board just to have more bodies than Brian. And that's kind of what you have to do in this matchup, right?
Other than when it comes down. Yeah, all the threats are starting to come out now.
Yeah.
It's a slow start.
Eel's still sitting on that opportune blue Hades.
Ooh, Dumbo.
Dumbo, conflict, yep.
Keep
So
trying, we're looking to run this game out longer.
Brian chose to get a card draw, not afraid of, or maybe not. Risk here is if Eel has a cat, the Elsa to remove the genie.
Yeah, I haven't seen either player respect the cat too much this game, but they're also not getting punished for it. So,
Another sail on Eel's side. Spotted Garden Eel.
get rid of the Dumbo, so you can't keep drawing off of it.
Yeah. Alright, we'll put 2 into Genie.
Maybe he does have a cat.
Well, like you were saying, maybe
I see that else.
Eel's not respecting the cat on Brian's side.
Yeah, neither of the players are respecting cats.
Is it a cat? I wasn't looking at that. Okay.
80s.
80s on. What would the target be?
80s looks like on the
That's
blue
on.
80s.
Okay. Yep. I don't think we saw a Hades draw any cards these 2 games.
And both players don't want the other
Yeah.
to be able to keep grinding this game, but
Yeah.
now it looks like Brian's about to get Ace of Wars this game, just
And the board.
being able to use the 80s to bottom everything, and that's unfortunate stress as well.
Yeah. Turned the corner there, didn't he? And with 2 cards left in hand, his Brian's Demona will ready next turn. Unless Eel has anything to do about that. Elsa on the Genie, take out the other Danish Genie.
Falling this way back into the basic game. Yeah, I'm seeing an Iago in his hand though, so that comes out. I think Brian's running low on removal, or he used a couple horseman strikes already.
In the sail. He has 3 cards in hand, but. Alright, looks like they adjusted to update the lore, so we have 8 all. We have the book on Brian's side. Choosing not to crack it just yet.
So the rogue guard trade up into the one.
Okay, didn't need to draw yet. Extra draw. Alright, 2 lanterns and 3 ink gives us Elsa on the Genie, targeting the Genie.
We might see these 2 DGs take out another Genie as well.
Oh. Demona on Brian's side. We have a second Demona on the board.
This board's starting to look a little unmanageable for purple. Obviously known for not being able to deal with white boards.
And these aren't one drops, Chris.
Using boards with Justice also.
And safe quest with Demona. Beating Hades so that the Demona can be ready. I think Brian was just checking the time around. I think both players are playing on pretty good pace.
The Yago finally comes out after all day basically. Yeah, but I mean, these Yagos can also take out the Demonas with the help of my cat, so let's see if we get able to try any more of these nights.
It kind of seemed like Brian wants that Yago to pick up the pace a little bit when I just commented on it, but they both know that this matchup can go pretty grindy. Checking. There's a lot.
There's a little for some good morning.
Yep. No evasive on the board.
Two Elbows, which will help.
It will help next turn.
It'll help against these Elsas, but the
Yagos. Evil decided, let's go next. Sometimes it's a good strategy to in these grindy games so that they have adequate time for game 3 to finish within the allotted 55 minutes. Can you get a time check so 40 minutes has elapsed, and so that gives them about 15 minutes left in round. Alright. You will finally be on the play. Back 2. And then catch with 2, but maybe you saw his ramp.
Yeah, I saw Tipo in his opening hand, so.
Great.
Not sure if that's a keep or going away pile, but he's back to Shadow for one. Let's see a couple 1-drops for no purple play. First thing is a Tipo. It's got a second rank card in there. Let's see that for the house card. It's still. It's an house for house. So a lot of these cards can help you fight in the basic war getting into early, so we'll see how that plays out later. Slams out in Yago. He has a horseman strikes the Yago, otherwise this Yago will just take over the game. Yeah. There goes the Yago.
Do you think if you were playing purple or amber amethyst, would you have a mold for it, knowing that by game 3 you know this groove of the game?
Yeah, like when you're on the draws amber amethyst, you definitely need the horseman strikes.
Yeah.
Just to be able to fight right away. Otherwise, they'll play their evasive and then also next turn and kind of suck.
And he has
pick up the tree and goes the ramp.
Can't fall behind in tempo here.
There's a meaning outs. Hopefully there's not another reserve.
Yeah.
No response. Energy.
Yep.
It's going to start building out the board again.
Alright. somewhat safe quest with Melsa, unless, they haven't respected each other's cats, so maybe Brian doesn't have a cat.
Yeah, I saw him throw away one on the mole, so probably keeping himself pushing out a cat right now.
Yeah. And what we mean is there's a damage on Elsa, and so the genie could have finished the Elsa with the aid of a cat moving 2 damage off the genie.
So now we need to straight back with the non-genie. The 80s, the Elsa, so.
Then cleared, full cleared. Reminds me of like in Tetris, right?
Where the boards go? We're back at square one again.
It's always a good feeling in Tetris when you get a full clear.
Two players just constantly trading characters back and forth.
Sorry. Heels hand
Another
clears.
cat. Does not think he needs a caster. So just trying to go back out and go wide again.
Ooh,
The 80s
second guessing or reconsidering his target there.
Wants to go after the draw instead. That's some draw too.
He chose Dumbo?
Yeah. He started the Dumbo and then the velocity from the Dumbo.
We'll zoom in on another player there.
It's pretty good for Brian here. The Hades let him draw two. And his Dumbo only drew one. But now there's another Dumbo on board. So he's climbing back up on the aces.
It's getting intense. They're definitely keeping an eye on the time and considering their plays. They both are here to win, but win within the
Two
time.
lanterns in hand. Oh, that's not what you want to see this late in the game. Another Dumbo.
Dumbo for 2.
And the moment to blow this game wide open again. Just reducing these forces to 0.
Did Brian eat yet?
Oh, there goes an element. Interesting.
Appreciate the players keeping everything neat.
There goes one Dumbo, there goes another.
I think Brian's hand is the card that's like
All
close to the discard, right? Like
Yeah.
straight, yeah.
I'd guess it would be a Demona since he's been dumping his hand. Insta card. Yep, there's
Yeah,
Demona.
there it is. Called it.
But now he has no more board, so he can't even trade down and simplify. Take out
That's
these
okay.
Hades.
He'll just play spells.
And these Hades cluster too, and he can't fight back right now.
Yeah. Still has 4 ink left, unless. Yeah, that's 4.
It's another cat in his hand is getting this one too. Oh,
Now he plays
plays it.
But he doesn't have.
There's no damage to move around.
That's true too. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be worth it to take out the Royal Guard.
It's fine. I think you might kind of have to because the one other comes out. These guards can trade out.
What's going on here? Reconsidering what we paid for. Paid for 6 for the Demona, 3 for the cat. Oh,
Indoors and strikes.
I think he was actually helping out Brian because he took 1 away from
Paid
The
too much
Demona.
for it.
Yeah, he paid too much for the first Demona. Yep. First character.
So he takes out that card.
I think
It's gonna be one. He's probably used the
I think
one.
Brian had the count in his head,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Oh yeah, you're right," because the tree, and so he just visually changed it on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes out the 2 guards, so that he plays at the bottom. They can't hit before. There goes the cat. Give him some extra range.
Cat on the screen, cat in real life. Speeding time for my cat.
And there's another one. With the let it go. I'll let it go into that one.
Well, actually, it's early for my cat. She gets meowing. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic though, so I just sound crazy.
The 2 Hades and the Demona on board is getting a little bit scary. 6 Lord of the jump. And they'll punch back pretty hard too.
I do.
Topic and trees at the top of my scene.
Dang, I was just about to say with two 5-cost Hades on Brian's side. I do appreciate the casters that do this for a living. I am not keeping track. He could have played 6 5-cost Hades, and I would have said, "Oh yeah, that looks right."
Makes out of 80 with it.
Hades in a spin.
So
It is
Yeah,
the
that's
Spice. Brian's deck name is called the Spice. I think that's their first spin we saw in 3 games, isn't it?
he played one earlier, but he wasn't able to
missed
do
it.
anything with it. It's kind of just a sitting 2-3.
Huh.
He was just going wide again with Yago and Beanie. There's no evasive on Brian's side of the other deal with these.
I don't think I've seen Brian play any of his. He has 2 snowboarder stitches, but I don't think with damage on board, it would be kind of nice that 3 from Spike plus Hades. But would you play it in this matchup if you were on Brian's side?
Well, it gives some extra war pressure in this matchup.
That's
Just
plus
being-
for 2.
Pressing for 2 and being a 4-5, so it trades back a little as well. But I don't think Brian's had time to play since he's having to remove all these evasives and other stuff on board.
Yeah, he definitely.
Because when he plays, it doesn't do anything to try to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen his reactive cards. He definitely got those Horseman strikes out. It seemed like pretty happy when they did. Take 3 for each Hades on the original Hades. Blue Hades. Blue Hades. For viewers at home is the Infernal Sleep.
Try to keep track of the Willow.
There's another cat. Both players are on 4 cats. And
This is only the second cat we've seen this game, though, since they've all been going to the ink.
yeah. Okay, I was about to say second cat on board, maybe.
I'm scared of the Demona. They're not keeping track of the lore for us, but it must be pretty high to be able to start trading when he has this many characters over.
Yeah. I can sort of see Brian's lore pad.
That's the last game.
Yeah, has everything across it.
Oh, there's the first surfboard. No,
Speak
which,
of the
which,
devil.
which board is this? Is it a snowboard or a surfboard?
It's no, it's
It's a
no
snowboard. Okay.
Yeah.
More than enough characters to be able to draw plus.
Right. I'm looking at the Spice from Brian.
And
There is no surfer stage.
Eel does not want him drawing cards, so immediately gets 80s.
Yeah, that would be 3 from that 5 plus stages.
And Brian just play.
Brian.
Different draw card.
Yeah.
Ink.
I think he overpaid for that double again. He has a 3 on board, and he spent 2 lanterns in the ink. Well, you know, with these new cards, new decks, it's gonna take some time to get used to, right?
Lorana. We lost 3 on the A's, I think. Still have the 1 up coming in here.
Hey,
Draws the removal for the young.
the 10th Horseman strike. This board is looking wild.
Yeah, it's pretty dire for you. You can't handle it to fight back. I think it's bust out in 2 turns for 1.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna count the lore pips. I think it's if not 1 turn.
Brian's still ready though.
He's full control.
I gotta figure out how much board behind the Gil side right now because he can't tell.
Maybe he has another. Oh no, there's only 1 Ohana in his deck, but you know he doesn't know that. Looks like we're checking for time, or okay. Elo is contemplating whether he has an out. What out do you think would?
The only out Lurple could ever have here is to eat out Monstro. And
he does have a hand. He has like
10
4 or
cards
5
in hand.
cards. Yeah.
There's none in his deck, so
He's getting more cards.
drawing and see what else he has in his deck. But it's looking a little grim here.
Yeah, looking at his list, since we can cheat here at home. No Monstro.
Or if everything, the Monstro, we've seen every card.
Right.
He plays.
Maybe he's gonna try to
And
get
that's the
Brian.
end.
Congrats to Brian. Way to represent. That was a grindy 3 games as expected. And it seemed like, you know, the boards were traded back and forth at different times. It was looking dicey both ways. There's a lot of disrespect of the cat.
Yeah, saw a lot of cats being inked that game. So, a few else's as well, which is, you know, some of the key cards in this matchup that let you win the evasive war. But, you know, at the end of the day, Brian was able to go wider, and, you know, Spotted Guardian Eel wasn't able to stop him.
Yeah. Good Demona trades on both, but then there was also some Demona trades, like you said. Half of the card's advantage is to exert everything. It gets past ward, and you can clear the board that way. But it seems like more often than not, Demona was used to draw cards.
Yeah, both players really liking to draw cards that game. Really
And also-
don't want their opponent to draw cards.
Yes,
you see
that's
seeing every Hades bottoming the card from Hades. Every time a genie came out, or not a genie, a Dumbo came out, instantly removed.
Yeah. And I think to end this recap since this is like a week 1, we got some new cards. I think some lessons I took from that is to keep an eye on Grandmother Willow, whether it's across the table or your own. See that the first character played gets reduced by 1, and then Grandmother Willow's effect is exhausted. But it could be advantageous to the player that does play it. And then, yeah, just that's a new card to get used to. The Snowboard Stitch, in my experience on Sealed, I kept misplaying Snowboard Stitch, thinking it draws 2. It is not like the Surfer Stitch that draws 2 on play. It has to quest, and you draw 1. That's something that I'm gonna take away from seeing these new cards. Are there any takeaways for you?
Yeah, now Yellow Purple has a lot more ink management to do. Before you just had the lantern, now you have to keep track of both the lanterns and the willows.
Yep. Amber can do a lot now. It can pseudo ramp, removal, draw. But would you do a mono Amber?
I don't think any color is ready to play mono yet. I guess the closest would be purple or amethyst. Just having all the draw and exert effects.
There was
and the damage move.
There was a player that brought mono purple last Quest Coast, but maybe we can do a little segment on that another time. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go on to round 4 with Ink Shop Pox versus Attack Daniel M.
All right, so what do you think of the game?
I was like, I didn't know. I didn't know if cameras were rolling or if it was action. Oh yeah. All right. Congrats to Brian. What a well. All right. From the top.
Produced by Bluegrass Bay Media, your source for event coverage, social promotions, training videos, and more. For more information, email bluegrassbaymedia@gmail.com.
I know. I'm nervous. Like.
Gotta, Welcome back to Quest Coast. We're getting ready for our 4th game of Swiss, and we actually have a Emerald Sapphire mirror match, which should be long and grindy.
Oh boy.
We'll see. So this is once again Daniel playing on Emerald Sapphire. We talked about his deck a little bit earlier. He has some interesting inclusions like the King of Hearts, the Baloo, and Tropical Rainforest. The King of Hearts prevents characters that are damaged from challenging, and Baloo can actually either have each player draw or discard a card. So kind of just some more card draw, but also some more disruption. Playing in place of the Basil that is usually played, and it does cost 2 less.
The Dune Spice.
Yeah, the Dune Spice.
And both of them are on 1 copy of Bend to My Will. I think we mentioned before that the inclusion of maybe at least 1 is for the mirror, so it worked out for both players here.
Usually for the mirror, or if you're playing against a purple deck and you just really want to ruin their day, then you will play Bend to My Will. Yeah. Pox's list, looking pretty standard, does have a new card in it, which is the Chernobog, which says when you play this character, you may shuffle chosen opposing character into their player's deck. If you do, that player may play a character from the discard for free, which has been seeing some play in green-blue, especially if your opponent's discard doesn't have anything that great in it, then this suddenly just becomes removal. Or if your opponent's discard doesn't have any characters in it, suddenly it becomes discard. His stats are pretty good, and he does quest for 2, so it's not terrible. He's uninkable, though, so you have to really be careful with that. But honestly, green-blue's not that greedy.
I think that is a solid choice for green-blue because of the ramp. You get it out rather early, like you said, before
Turn 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turn 4.
Because, typically maybe something in the discard on your opponent's side might not matter for the value that you get from Chernobog. But I did play test it a bit against an opponent who had this in a Emerald Amethyst, a green-purple deck, and still playing it on curve seemed pretty nuts. It kind of carried the game.
Well, especially if you're on the draw and you target their 5-cost character, suddenly they lose a lot of tempo, and if they haven't put anything in their discard, then you're just getting rid of it pretty much, or you're shuffling it into their deck, but you might as well be getting rid of it.
Yeah, see, it reminds me if you're playing black or something in Magic, where you have a little bit of an advantage for the opponent, but your advantage outvalues theirs. Similar to what we've come to love with Hades' Infernal Schemer, right?
Right. Which is interesting. This deck's not running any of them.
Neither player.
But I don't think that's like a mistake at all. I played Emerald Sapphire a bit last set, and I tried putting Hades in. And honestly, most of the time, it was just kind of like taking up space, honestly, in your hand, which is crazy because that card is so good. But this deck really does just rely on wiping the opponent's board and drawing a lot of cards, and then helping deal with stuff by bouncing to your hand and things like that. So you don't really need Hades, and in a lot of cases, he ends up becoming a little bit of a liability. And he just doesn't get rid of enough things, for it to work. So
I think, Pox's list, the only new card we're testing here, or we're week 1 testing, Chernobog. Everything else seems pretty stock.
It's pretty standard.
What do you think about the Basil Undercover Detective versus Daniel's Baloo? Daniel's Baloo offers versatility to let both players draw a card, which we see Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, provides, and we see how dangerous that can get for the green-blue player. But also, if Daniel chooses, could also discard a card, and that's kind of where it's like a cheaper Basil and faster because Basil has to quest in order to discard a card, but Basil also offers a bit of tempo gain by bouncing a card to their hand. What do you think?
I think the tempo gain is more important because the removal in this deck is so centered on bouncing things to the opponent's hand and profiting off it from Clarabelle. And then when they least suspect it, then you do like either the board wipe or you do bend to my will. And I think Basil just works better in that instance. However, I don't think Baloo is like necessarily a bad choice. He gets out earlier. So if you're playing a more aggressive deck and you need something to challenge, the other deck, I would say Pox's more stock list can struggle with that a little. You're going to have to use your like Cinderellas and sometimes the Donald Duck and sometimes the Chernabog before you get to those bigger answers. You're going to have to use them to either sing things like You're Welcome, or you're going to have them fight just to keep you in the game until you can do the board wipe or until you can sort of get control of the game. I personally would rather play the Basil, but I do see the value in the Baloo. I think it's kind of interesting, but I think it probably is better to just play the Basil.
And I've been on the other end of the table quite a few times against blue-green where they play a Basil, bounce something. They play a second Basil the next turn, bounce, and this typically my last card.
Yeah.
The first Basil that had come down, quest to completely remove it, right?
Yeah.
Nice little combo there. And then we have stopped Chaos in its tracks. This has come and gone in several decks, but yeah, I think keeping the theme of tempo gain and keeping characters, threats off the board maybe. And you think maybe it's something for aggro? It affects 2 characters with 3 strength or less. How would you use stop Chaos in its tracks? I know you had some time piloting green-blue less.
Yeah, I never actually tested Stop Chaos in its tracks, but the thing that it's good for is using your early characters to stop aggro or just get certain problematic cards like Cheshire Cat, like off the board, since it's 3 strength or less. Cheshire Cat's 3 strength. So you can use that to get rid of like their Genie or their Cheshire Cat or some of the early threats to kind of just get some tempo back. And the nice thing is that if you play like your ramp and then you play, like if you play Clarabelle, you ramp and then you play Prince Philip, generally on turn 4 you can shift Clarabelle and you can do this immediately.
I was about to ask, like, how would you do it with Cinderella, Donald Duck, or a shift Clarabelle and a Tipo?
I mean, you can do it with, you just need to get to that number, right? And honestly, it shouldn't be that bad. Like if you play Clarabelle turn 1, Sail turn 2, and then on turn 3 you play Cinderella. You're already like halfway there and you're ramped up enough to shift Clarabelle. That is, of course, unless your opponent plays like Angel or something and just ruins your day. But there are ways to do it. And of course, like so many of the characters in this deck are so well statted that like all you really need is just 2. Like generally you need 2 characters to sing this and you'll be set. So yeah, it's a good inclusion and it just really helps like bounce stuff. And it's also inkable, so if you don't have any use for it, you can get rid of it. Unlike Mother Knows Best, which is a really good card, but it is uninkable and can be a little problematic. Like trying to, especially when certain targets like Genie, like, you know, they get something back. And obviously that's going to happen with Stop Chaos in its tracks as well. But like the ability to do 2 characters using your, you know, really expensive characters because you ramped is just like really good, honestly. So I think it's probably, and especially in this format, it's probably better to just play Stop Chaos instead of Mother Knows Best.
Well, that'd be too corny. it's like, let's stop our chaos now. Well, let's see what happens on this game 4. We got a mirror for you.
Let's do it.
It's kind of neat. You can do this and zoom in like a gesture, and it will zoom in on you. And then there's also like,
I would do that if I ever. It would be like.
I think you can do it with one hand too, and it'll just All right, one die at a time. What was it? That was pretty high. I didn't catch exactly what it was.
I think Pox is on the play. We got distracted. We were looking at something, and now, I believe Pox is on the play. This is a mirror match, so this one is it's a little rough as somebody who's done the Emerald Sapphire mirror matches before. It can get very grindy. A lot of it comes down to who draws their answers, who gets their ramp, who doesn't, like a lot of factors, and who does the board wipe first, because generally sometimes, like, if you put yourself in a very vulnerable position and get board wiped and then you don't have like any answers, that's really bad. You see Pox throwing away a lot of cards. I believe he has ramp at the moment.
I've seen him play, and half his cards are always upside down, but he knows what he's looking at.
Yeah, in a normal event, you get in trouble for that, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Don't do that.
New update rules.
Yeah, you have to have all your cards right side up. I don't know how people do it, but it drives me crazy. Like when I draw my card and it's upside down, I'm like, ah! Like I've had people cut my deck and send it back, and somehow it got like turned backwards, and then I'm like drawing the card, and then I'm like, that ain't right, and then I have to feel the sides of the cards, like, where's the opening, the sleeve, and then I'm like turning it. I'm like, it's got to be. If it's not correct, it's gonna drive me nuts. So I'm like, I always got to do it that way.
All right, and we're off. Let's see.
We're off. So
see if he's happy with his hand.
I see Shift Clarabelle. I see Chaos in its tracks. Take Chaos in its tracks.
Stopped Chaos.
I do see the sail. So
inking the one drop.
Yeah.
You think by this point he knows the matchup, or he's going in blind?
I don't know. He might be going in blind. Generally, though, on the play, you don't really need to play the one drop because you're not trying to keep parry at the moment.
Eco, you're welcome, and play Basil.
Yeah.
And
go ahead and play Basil. Sometimes it depends on your hand too. If your hand is full of uninkables, you definitely don't want to play the one drop because you need the ink.
Yes.
But
so
far, the nice thing about green blue is especially both of these versions, they're not very greedy.
Was it your develop your brain? You're welcome, you're developed. So played a sail, was able to eat the stop in his track, and played a one drop now.
Yeah. A little early, but there's not really anything in the mirror match that can respond, so it's pretty safe. If you're playing against Blurple, you have to be a lot more careful with the Clarabelle one drop because of Elsa, especially when you are on the draw. You have to kind of do the trick where you, on turn 6, you play Clarabelle and then shift immediately instead of trying to set up for the turn 5, because if you're on the play, you can do it. If you're on the draw, you probably won't do it.
Yeah. Seems like Daniel might have missed ramp, played a vision here. You think? What would you be looking for on turn 2?
Ramp vision.
Okay.
You're really,
better late than never.
Better late than never, honestly. Like, one of the things you can do, like in Blurple, and I know this isn't a Blurple matchup, is like, if you play a one drop and you miss ramp on turn 3, you can quest and then use Into the Unknown on your own character to try and catch up. It's not great, but it can help.
Sail playing a Cinderella, which is in turn 4, right?
Yeah.
End of his turn is inking, triggering Cinderella's ability, and he drew a card off of that.
Yeah. Fox is in a really good spot here. He's got the shift Clarabelle, I believe, so next turn he can do it and then just profit.
Definitely hitting his ramp on 2 and 4.
Yeah.
And he's building his board.
Daniel doing another vision.
Oh.
Trying hard to see. Can't really see what's in the hands at the moment or what's what they're looking for, but
while he takes a moment to decide, I want to give a shout out to Pox. He won Quest Coast 1 last set. He wasn't able to visit any of the DLCs, and Quest Coast 1 featured DLC promo, the Mulan, which Pox was able to take home.
Nice.
All right, Chernabog
plays the Chernabog instead to just get rid of get rid of the Basil, and
Yep.
also he knows that Daniel doesn't have any characters in his discard, so he's basically just removing it. Doesn't really
Yeah.
need the card draw.
And it quests for 2.
Yeah, but he's also going to be able to just quest with Cinderella, and which he does.
Mhm.
Just get some 2 lore on the board, and
And we're off.
not looking good for Daniel right now. No ramp,
He's only on 3 ink, correct?
no characters,
40.
nothing really to do.
Yeah.
Finally gets some ramp, gets the Cinderella, but
Able to filter at the end of his turn.
yeah, it's looking a little rough right now. Obviously, he could get a board wipe going.
Oh,
Gonna
there's
do
the
Shift
shift
Fireball.
fireball, and yeah, I don't know exactly, but Daniel's got quite a few cards in hand, so Pox is going to be able to benefit quite a bit from that shift fireball,
Pox is-
drawing
Pox is,
three cards.
Yeah. And with a hand full of T-bows and other ways to just ramp up. Filter.
Correct.
Playing another Cinderella, just trying to catch up at this point, and
And-
also dump his hand.
Both Cindy's are, correct me if I'm wrong, they're 2/3s. And
Let's see freeze.
yeah, if Pox wanted to, he could stop Daniel in his tracks and bounce those back to his board, which might be advantageous, and just keep questing.
Yeah. Instead, he's just going to develop, just gonna
Well-
look around.
He might be able to look for it if that's
Yeah.
what he wants to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All his
There's nothing.
characters have.
There's no reason
So
not to just continue being aggressive at this point, because you have all the advantage. You have 5 lore on board, which means you're gonna basically get to 12, and you've got like a 2-turn clock.
He's got like 12 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Digging again.
He's just setting himself up. He's in a spot where he's not too worried. There's nothing too threatening right now.
Yeah, there's not like a Prince Philip on the board or anything to threaten
And
the board
If-
wipe.
there's potential. I mean,
Oh,
he
there's
doesn't.
the stop chaos.
There it is. There, yep, bounce back.
That's-
I was about to say with the 2 Cindy's, there's a potential that there's unlegacy, but that would only get rid of the Cinderella on Pox's side. So nothing really too worried about.
The other thing about Stop Chaos in his tracks is when you have Clarabelle on board, you just getting
Yes.
more Clarabelle value.
Extra value. Yep,
So
Pox's deck synergizes pretty well with all this bounce and Clarabelle just feeding off of the cards in hand for
and
your
then
opponent.
filtering. I actually don't really see how he loses this game at this point. He's set up like he has a 2-turn clock, and the only way to basically stop him is to wipe his board, and you would need the perfect kind of like synchronicity of cards in the right moment at this. That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, Daniel shaking his head, but he remains vigilant.
Vigilant.
Yes.
Oh,
He's gonna drop some.
okay.
There's a tropical rainforest. Mean, malicious, and scary hardcasted. Deals 1 damage to every character on Pox's side.
And as a reminder, Tropical Rainforest reads opposing damage characters gain reckless. So basically,
He stops.
he's
the questing.
stopping Pox from questing.
So at least Daniel's working out his game plan and also sets it up for the bigger Prince Philip to wipe the board potentially and
Potentially.
maybe claw back into the game. We'll see if Pox can prevent that, or
I mean,
they're both having a
the
good
thing
time.
with Pox is all he really has to do is just take out the Tropical Rainforest.
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
I believe,
Well, they're all reckless, so he probably will, right? But
well, they have to.
They-
They
I
literally have
I'm
to.
just worried for his board.
Uh-huh.
If Daniel has let me just find the name of it. Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes in hand.
Yeah. But he does still have a lot of cards, so he could claw back, even if his board did get wiped. But
So it looks like he's challenging both there and the Tropical Rainforest. It does have 6 willpower. And he's going to target his own Cinderella. He wouldn't be able to target the Prince Philip Royal Explorer, because that one has ward.
Yes.
So Cox is just all about the card draw right now to set up and make sure he secures the win here.
Looking more and more likely.
Yeah.
So
Probably doesn't really care about the Clarabelle ability, although Amy is still there.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like there's another big Clarabelle in hand. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if he has need for. Oh wait, but he does have 7 on board. He could just
play it. Clarabelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if the Vanquisher of Foes, Prince Philip, comes down on Daniel's side, then he would have another 2 quests there. But it looks like he just inked it. What will he play? Well, he shouldn't have been able to quest there, right? Because they should have had Reckless.
I guess it depends on. Well, the rainforest is gone.
Yeah, it's gone, but they still have Reckless. So actually, they should not have been able to quest. Or wait, he's saying no. That's a Chernobog. I'm not sure what happened there, Josh.
I think
because the Clarabelle should have a damage on it from the mean malicious.
It does.
Well, but
it's hard to tell.
Maybe he didn't quest because he just updated the tracker.
He did quest. I believe that I thought that was a die on Clarabelle, but now I'm not so sure. It's kind of hard to tell.
It should be because I didn't see. I think the die is like on her leg. Yeah, we do have some red dye that we.
Yeah, I mean that would have been a moment to, I guess, call a judge and ask, like, if Tropical Rainforest.
Well, because
is
you
not in play anymore, does the effect still linger? Right.
I think you're right there because it doesn't. It was only when the Tropical. Yeah, I think you're right. That's my mistake.
Yeah,
because it's just a static ability on Tropical Rainforest, and he dealt with it. So yeah,
and it doesn't say till the end of turn or anything.
Yeah,
I think if it said till the end of turn, it would be like an effect that would stay there.
I think in my mind, I've mistaken it for John Silver's ability. Where, it would be just Reckless during their next turn, the timing. So. Yeah, taking care of Tropical Rainforest, probably.
Then there he is, John Silver. just to really hammer it home. No longer has the Prince Philip. Doesn't have a way. Yeah,
that is GG's.
That's gonna be in game 1. Yeah, it's kind of rough when you miss ramp, right? You just, What do you do?
Cox just said, "All right, you don't have an opportunity to go grinding."
Yeah. And I think he played it correct, like just being incredibly aggressive.
Yeah.
There are moments where you think, oh, I could, delete that cheapo, or I could get rid of the Cinderellas. What are they really doing, that are going to hamper my game plan, right? But you never know. Sometimes that mistake is what actually loses you a game.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, even though it seems like just being overly aggressive, sometimes it's best to just block your opponent out and just delete everything they do, make everything they do invalid, and you just kind of win that way.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm checking for any temple games here. Daniel is running Mother Knows Best, but only 2 copies. I wonder if he was able to sing that with either the Prince Philip 3-drop or the Cinderella at any point to kind of slow down Pox, but yeah, Pox was in a good spot almost from turn 1.
Yeah. Pretty much. Alright, we're gonna see, hopefully Daniel gets some ramp this time. And I do see what looks like a T-bow in hand. And then Pox also seems to have a T-bow.
Yeah. And
I believe a Chernobog as well.
Or do you think people want to see I think once we know that they altered.
Yeah, we can just do a transition so that it's 3 hours later.
That'll be kind of fun. the public domain.
No, it's not. Changing the I used to have a friend that would cut, and he would cut just like the top 3 cards of the deck.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's no strategy to that. You're just being petty.
there's different science or schools of thought. I ask people sometimes just to hear what they say.
Yeah.
Or the one card on the
But
bottom.
it's like rolling dice, right? It's like, you know, it's going to ink and not play anything once again.
Yeah. A lot of us are friends here, and we kind of play with each other long enough where, you know, just a lot of trust.
All right, he hits the ramp. Going with the T-bow, being very aggressive in the hand dumping.
He got his ramp.
Yeah.
Daniel.
But he's already played a 1-drop and a T-bow and inked.
All right, we
A
have
little aggressive, but see how it goes.
Fox is keeping up on the draw. He also sees ramp. Needs a secret card. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad
Yeah,
thing.
Daniel not super happy with.
Did you catch what it was?
I did not. It's kind of hard to tell.
I would say it might be another card that he already had, and he's oh well, okay. But I don't know. Is it a Chernobog? Another T?
No, because he's not running. Sure.
Correct. You're right. Maybe
Really hard to tell.
one cost.
It's gonna
card,
sail. Honestly, sail is a good turn 4 play anyway. As long as you actually ink, or excuse me, turn 3. Turn 3. Because a lot of times you're really wanting that Cindy to ramp again anyway, so you might as well, like, if you don't have her, just ramp again. You know.
I wonder if I was playing on Daniel's side, maybe I would have kept Basil up, but maybe he's just going the full aggressive route and not really too worried if Tipo would trade with the Basil.
Yeah, trying to get some of that early lore, I suspect, because Emerald Sapphire, it's not like it really has like rush characters or anything you can do on a moment's notice. So you might as well try and get some of that early lore.
Right. It's not purple with what else or something.
Exactly.
All right, another Tipo, another ramp. So double ramp. There it is. Basil. Fox reads. Maybe it's fine to trade.
Scared of the Basil.
Or just taking down the a body for a body.
Yeah.
While he can.
Well, he's currently at 5 ink now, I believe.
Daniel eats a balloon. Pays 5 to ship Clarabelle and Quest.
Okay.
Alright.
Not a bad.
1, 2.
Pulls a John Silver and a Prince Philip, the smaller one.
Clarabelle, Chernobog targets Clarabelle
Yeah.
to go back into the deck.
He is going to get to play that T-bow for free, so.
No. On Daniel, it's the Basil.
Oh, Basil, you're right. You know, they have to play the Basil back for free, which, you know. I mean,
Yep. And he does. Because
honestly, this game's selling me on Chernobog. I'm like, this card's pretty good.
Chernobog is pretty good.
Yeah. Later in the game, though, probably not so good. Especially like if you're playing against Blurple and they have a Hades in their discard, you're going to hate playing Chernobog.
Yeah, you would have to second guess, but yeah, I mean, we did get a Basil. He has an ability to support. He can quest. Does two attack, but it's really Fox has a 4/5 quest for 2. I'd take that trade. Trade off, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Gonna go ahead and keep questing.
All right.
And then trade. Play that.
Tipo was able to challenge and take off Fox's Tipo because Daniel quested with Basil first, giving Tipo the support.
Yes. Well, Daniel has more lore at this moment, but it's hard to say if he has game advantage with that Chernobog on the board. Losing the Clarabelle was...
He did get 2 cards off of her and 2 lore.
Yeah.
And he, at the time, took control of the board.
That is one of the main issues with
right.
Clarabelle.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
John Silver giving Fox's Chernobog Reckless.
The biggest issue with that is that he quested again
Yeah.
which means he's going to lose a character.
Yeah.
Um,
Which will it be?
probably,
I would say
probably
Tipo?
Basil.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry.
Basil is more like trading threat. He's a 2-1,
Yeah.
so he can take out more things, and also he can help other things take out them.
Correct. I was just
and that-
testing you there.
And that Chernobog is still there, unfortunately. And because Chernobog is a 5/4, if John Silver quests and gives it Reckless again, he's going to lose John Silver, which is not great. But also, if he quests and gives Clarabelle support, he also just loses John Silver, and then Pox doesn't lose anything, really. He just,
Right.
Clarabelle takes damage.
And we have 6 ink on Daniel's side. Daniel's considering where can he go from here. He has not inked for turn yet, I believe. He could, not a player playing Hades.
No.
He could play another Clarabelle if he has it.
It's hard to say. I think from this point on, the best thing that he can do is just dig.
What's like John Silver giving Reckless to?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Clarabelle, but it looks like he pointed to.
Oh,
that's why.
Mother knows best.
Yep.
Okay. And then questing with Tipo.
Again, I'm probably. If he
on
wanted to
display.
remove the Chernobog, he might have kept Tipo not available.
Yeah.
So that Fox would
otherwise he
have
just
to go
loses.
into John Silver. But
Yeah.
maybe he wants John Silver to stay on the board. That's another
Yeah.
strategy as well.
I mean, John Silver does disrupt a lot. Fox going to dig.
Yeah.
Inking the Donald doesn't want to give Daniel more cards.
And perhaps, Daniel has the Vanquisher of Foes in hand, Prince Philip. While Chernobog does have damage, maybe that's the way he'll remove it. Fox is checking his discard of 3
Which
cards.
means
I
he
think.
probably found a Chernobog. Yep, he did.
Good call.
It's kind of a.
Oh, Dan, is this a third Chernobog trigger? Dan was like, oh, this.
His game's kind of selling me on Chernobog a bit.
Yeah.
Cards seems good. Seems good.
Seems like you have an affinity on it.
I think
see
in
Chernobog in your hat.
yeah, buddy. I think certain matchups it's probably not the best.
But then,
But,
it's not inkable. It's 5.
Yeah,
it's
that's
inkable
not
with Tipo and Cinderella.
Yeah, with other cards, yeah. But
That's the beauty of green blue, right? If you don't like it, maybe you can either get advantage of Cinderella to turn into something else.
Yeah.
Or,
make it go away. Say no, sir, or ma'am. Make it go away. All right. Fox only quests for 1 so far, I believe, or maybe nothing.
Yeah, I
but,
think the fight here is for the board.
yeah. Daniel's halfway there, but he's gonna have a little bit of a harder time. That Cindy.
And it looks like he passed on Cindy's trigger. I think he only has 1 card in hand, and he's probably happy with it. He doesn't want to turn it into a Tipo or something.
Oh, Donald Duck though.
Oh.
Donald Duck though, you got to be really careful in the mirror because they
I was
could
just
be
gonna ask.
they could be trapping you with a bend to my will. They want you to draw a lot of cards, or they could have a Clarabelle ready. Right, you have to be really conservative with when you draw and how much you draw.
It's very interesting take.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because if you draw too much, then they play Clarabelle, and But now Daniel looking to profit off of
And
Pox drawing off of Donald Duck.
if Pox has the Bend to My Will in hand, I couldn't tell if he was happy about that Clarabelle, but maybe Daniel's walking into his trap there.
Yeah, we'll see. That's the thing about
And Daniel will draw with the perfect gentleman.
yeah these control matchups get very mind gaming, and Pox responding with his own Clarabelle and a Tipo, inking, just dumping his entire hand so that Daniel doesn't get any value out of the Clarabelle.
Right. I think it's more about questing at this point than are you racing or are you?
I think Pox probably has enough ink to do a board wipe if he wanted. I think Daniel needs a few pieces still. It's kind of hard to
did
tell.
Daniel get something he really needs or something?
That looks like Like,
Or is it a draw Igro tipo? Oh, it's a sale.
it's a sale, yeah. So what Daniel really needs is just some ways to stall. Like, if he had a "You're welcome" or something, that would be amazing.
We'll dig for it.
Yeah.
We've got a Cindy.
I mean, the Cindy is not a terrible thing to proc with the other Cindy because you're gonna, he's gonna end up playing the John Silver.
I might choose Donald, but I'm not sure.
I feel like if you're digging, you probably want to choose like either Chernobog or
What did he choose? Maybe they said it verbally.
I'm not sure.
So it wasn't Chernobog, hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some
traded.
visible dice there.
Yeah. I feel like if you're digging for the board wipe, you play Cindy again and you just start hyper filtering to just try and find it. But it's kind of hard to see their hands, so it's kind of hard to see like what exactly they're playing. I think this is another vision or develop. It's develop, yeah. It's kind of hard. There was a glare right there, so it's kind of develop the brain. Mind gaming it out.
And we're spending 2 to play a vision. Keep on digging.
Yep. Just digging for any kind of response in case, because technically Daniel could board wipe at any moment with the amount of ink they both have. Both players could lose literally everything.
What do you think about including the new Pete in green blue? Because when I see develop and vision played, it kind of reminds me like Pete is kind of used as both those cards.
I think you could make an argument for playing Pete as opposed to Chernobog, but I think Chernobog just adds really reliable early game removal. And you already have Donald Duck and Cindy to help you kind of dig. And you have Vision, and you have Develop, and you have Sail to an extent. So I think you actually have quite enough tools to dig. I don't think Pete is totally necessary, even though he has really good stats. I think you would probably value the Chernobog to get rid of some early game threats that are gonna keep you out of the game.
Yeah, and for those at home, we're referring to Pete. This is a new card in Winter Spell. Ghost of Christmas Future. Essentially, you look at cards, the number of cards that have boosted or been placed under him, and you choose one.
Yep, it's really good. It's really good, but it's funny because it only goes in like some really specific decks.
Yeah, it is a 5-cost inkable, but it's also a 5/5.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to get rid of.
And there is also a 5-cost song back. Let it go.
Yeah. So we have another John Silver coming out, or is that the same one? Oh, it's a different one.
It's a new one because
one.
All right, he's triggering
Donald.
Yep.
Which I don't blame him. He doesn't have a lot of cards right now, so it's probably okay. But you probably are.
Both players seem to have at least 5.
Yeah, but the thing is, he has Fox has a Clarabelle on the other side of the board, and Daniel doesn't. So Daniel drawing is pretty rough.
What is he? Oh, kind of.
So he's singing with Donald, and then
he said he turned all his ink, but we see the intent.
Yeah. So doing a board wipe, like I said earlier, you have to be very careful with the board states as you get later on because when you get enough ink, you can just swing the entire game at a moment's notice.
At 12, you can keep your characters to quest and play the mean malicious stary and then the vanquisher first.
Yeah. I think honestly the best thing for Daniel to do at this point is to just try and respond in kind with a board wipe, but you're going to need to filter for those pieces. And you know that other than Bend and I Will, neither player's really running like hand disruption. Well, I guess Pox is running Basil, so there is that. Daniel is going to play the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, though, to just maybe set up.
Well, now they cannot quest until they deal with the tropical rainforest, but as we saw,
so he is giving himself, potentially an extra turn.
Yeah, but I think, let's see, I think the Vanquisher of Foes can just one-shot.
Can one-shot the rainforest, so Pox will be able to get like 5 lore right off the bat and get up to 17, I believe. So, plays another vision to go digging. Probably just looking for some stuff. Finds at least a Prince Philip. Couldn't really see what he took there, but I'm sure we'll see it on the board in a minute. Yeah. These control mirrors, man, they get digging again. Doing yet another vision. Not really clear what he's looking for, but he picks the card real fast. So he either found what he wanted or he took whatever was the best thing. He finds Bend to My Will.
So just lock Daniel out of the game. Quest to victory.
Yep. So I'm going to assume, he's going to use the Vanquisher of Foes to take out the Rainforest because it's a quick one-shot, and then just quest for 5. And now that he knew that he's used Bend to My Will, pretty much, I don't think Daniel can literally do anything to win this game.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Fox is the winner.
And we have the mirror. Wait, did he just... Oh, he finally saw...
He finally saw it.
That would have done it if he... Yeah, so if he drew that, everything was damaged, and he would have been able to clear the board if he had topped the Vanquisher of Foes to live for another turn.
Honestly, it do be like that sometimes.
And that was a mirror. A 2-0 by Pox.
All right, so that was game 4 here at Quest Coast. Pox taking the whole thing. I will say the tropical rainforest did do, I think, what its intention was. Mm-hmm. However, I think in the mirror, it's unfortunate that the stats of almost all the characters are just so high that you give them reckless. And some of them, like we saw in that last play, the Prince Philip can take out the rainforest all by himself. So the rest of the characters just got to quest anyway. So that is a little unfortunate. We never really saw the King of Hearts come out and make any plays. We never really saw Baloo kind of do anything. I think the thing to take away from this game, honestly, is that blue-green, you just kind of sprinkle in some Chernobogs and sprinkle in some Stop Chaos in its tracks, and it's still a really good deck. It's still a really good deck.
There was a lot of value from Chernobog, as we saw. Yeah, I'm trying to think with Tropical Rainforest. I wonder if there is some combo here. Green Blue loves their combos, but I think maybe...
Yes, it's one combo.
Well, no, the Clarabelle, you're welcome.
Yeah, I guess, sure.
But I wonder if Tropical Rainforest, along with maybe another Tropical Rainforest, since you only pay 1, I think there is that Goofy that benefits from locations for more draw and stuff like that too. But maybe that's too much.
That's too much.
Too many pieces.
It's too many things to do.
Yeah.
And when you're playing on this deck and an aggro deck shows up, you're going to be so happy to see that Chernobog, let me tell you.
Yeah.
At least the first one. After that, probably not so much, but the first one for sure. I do think 3 might be a little much, but it's week 1.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing crazy stuff. It's fine.
You think so? In game 2, we saw how bittersweet it was to just check that extra card if he had another turn.
Yeah.
And it did turn out to be a Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. Do you think he was pretty ahead, right? And that would have, if he was able to slam that would have been able to be a quest for 3. And
I think he would have maybe saved himself another turn or 2. Yeah. But Pox already had so much card advantage from the Clarabelle that
he had a full grip of cards.
It didn't really matter. I think it would have saved him an extra turn, and possibly he the score would have been higher. But I think by then, by the time Pox used the Bend to My Will, the game was essentially over at that point.
Locked out Daniel. And
So I think it would have saved him a turn, but I don't actually think it would have won the game.
Actually, thinking back on it now, wasn't there a Donald Duck on board? Oh, but that would have been on
it would have been
Potts'
caught.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. So drew only one card per turn, and unfortunately, it was a Cinderella or something. It wasn't Philip.
It was something like that, yeah, or it was Clarabelle's or something. I don't quite remember, but yeah, I think what I will take away from this game is that continuing with the shells we've had, like if your deck is a Blurple or an Emerald Sapphire or something that we've seen for the last like 2 sets being played, you don't need to radically change what it was already doing, because what it was already doing was super good, already pretty consistent and pretty good. And it's been worked on for like half a year at this point. I think you sprinkle in the things that are just going to make you slightly more consistent, like the Chernobog's going to make you a little more consistent into mid-range and other decks, especially like when you play that Chernobog on turn 4, which I think is when it's the best, because there's probably nothing in your opponent's discard at that point. And then if you're smart with your welcomes, using them to get rid of characters that you don't necessarily want them to bring back, then Chernobog stays good. Right. So I think it's just like a pretty nice upgrade for the deck that also just gives it, it does give it a little more complexity than things you have to play around, right? But I think overall, it's just a nice little upgrade to a deck that was already really, really good. So.
Hawk's definitely here to defend his title on Quest Coast 1, right? But I do appreciate Daniel bringing in some new cards, even though I messed up and I didn't even know Baloo was from set 10. But it was good to see some new spice, some different takes on these colors.
Yeah.
And
especially in August, we know we're going into rotation again, and we're going to lose things like Clarabelle completely, which means that honestly, Emerald Sapphire will probably not function the way that it functions now. It's going to be that one card is sort of like the foundational element of it, and it's going to just eradicate it, to an extent. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when that happens. So if you like this deck, you should play it now while it lasts, because you've got, a set left? You've got this set, and then you got Wilds Unknown. And then after that, it's time to put some of these cards away.
We're talking about the 7-cost Clarabelle, light on her hooves.
Yeah.
Hooves?
Well, also the 1-cost. She's also from Shimmering Skies.
Yeah.
So we're going to lose her too. Alrighty.
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, we'll go on to the last round of Swiss, Game 5. After we take this quick, short break. See you later.
You can hear a brief message from our sponsors.
Presented by Sorcerer's Hat. Check out my channel on YouTube. I post brand new Lorcana videos every single Friday. Visit me at youtube.com/@sorcerershat.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Quest Coast. We've got another awesome game to show you, and this one's actually an interesting matchup. This is going to be Amber Ruby versus Amber Sapphire.
Yeah, and typically at this point, this is the top table. This is the last round in Swiss, round 5, and with both their players' records, they could choose to ID. I spoke to Jeezy a little bit. I think his team model is no IDs. It's pretty interesting. Yeah. They almost went with that as the name.
No IDs.
And I forgot to mention this earlier. So Daniel is on the attack team, ATTQ. Super cool name. Did you hear what the acronym stands for?
I don't remember.
A tribe that quests. That's pretty sick.
It's a
good job. Good name. So we've already kind of looked over Harrison's list earlier. So now we have Jeezy's list. He's on Amber Ruby. Yeah. Looks like there's some damage removal for Ruben to pay 1 less, not draw.
Proc Mulan. Yep. So if you did it right, you can play Ruben on turn 3, you ink, and then you heal Mulan, and you can shift Mulan on turn 3.
Yep.
And just like wipe their board, which it's a little early to do that, but you can do it. It's possible.
Potential.
You've got the Mowgli's in here to try and snipe out songs and other things like that. You've got a lot of removal. You've got some card draw with both Surfer and Snowboarder Stitch. You've got Ohana Meets Family. You've got one Grab Your Bow, which I talked to some people at the event about this, but we all kind of felt that Grab Your Bow is like reads a lot better than it actually is. Like it reads real good, and it's like, wow, I can banish 2 things. Then when you play it, you're like, wow, there's nothing to banish. Or you can banish 1 thing and it just gets stuck in your hand, right? So
Yeah.
that always feels kind of bad. I think 3 Mowgli's is a bold move. I think going at all into the Mulan Elite Archer is a bit bold, but it will catch people off guard, at least for 1 game.
Yeah.
Maui Shark and stuff, Maleficent Dragon. There's a lot of good stuff in here. It's a little toolboxy.
Going back to the Grab Your Bow, I think the one of is just to respect if anyone were to bring dogs, and it looks like no one brought dogs.
No one to this tournament brought dogs, but I feel like with, the DLC that happened the same weekend, I feel like dogs is coming back.
Yeah. So maybe he anticipated the same thing I did, maybe more Blurple being at week 1, more control, but didn't want to disrespect it, have at least a one of in this toolbox style, maybe other aggro as well. Bambi is a new card in here. Bambi reads, come see. During this turn, whenever this character exerts, reveal a number of cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of cards under him. This is a boost 2. Put all revealed character cards into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. And it's when it exerts, doesn't have to challenge, doesn't have to quest. So it is a 4 cost. There's a lot of good
it's when
songs.
It challenges as well.
Yeah. So it's when it exerts. Yeah. So my point was it's not restricted, right? Sometimes you see this on a quest ability or
it has the potential to replace itself. And this deck plays like a lot of characters. It's mostly characters. There's about there's about 9 actions. So like a good amount, you're probably going to hit characters like a lot. And the chances are you'll probably hit at least something, whether or not it's something you actually want at that moment. Remains to be seen. Bambi seems okay, but I feel like you could play stuff like Nani or other things. This deck is incredibly light on 3 drops, as in there's literally 1. And there's none else. But you do play Reuben and you play Grandmother Willow, so that might not be much of a factor, right? The problem is it does make you a little bit vulnerable. Like if your opponent is on blue steel and they just do fire the cannons on your Grandmother Willow, and suddenly your turn 3 play was to play Bambi or Sarabi, and suddenly you can't do that at all. So that is a little bit of a weak point. We'll have to see if that actually comes up in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah.
On that note, let's dive right in. Let's see how this goes. Wait, sorry, did I leave you hanging?
No, I went.
Oh. All right, here we go.
All right, we got a dice roll. 5, 4. Looks like Apple Sith is on the play, if that's what you chose. No? Yep. Like I said, I overheard Apple Sith ask, do you want an ID? And Jeezy said, no, thank you.
I said, no, you insult me
I want
and my ancestors.
I want to play for C. which is it's
respectful. I mean, if you're both 4-0, right?
Yeah.
You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Hell yeah.
So, dang. So you might as well just do it, right? So, yeah. We'll see how this goes. I think that Harrison, aka Apple Sith, is definitely favored in this matchup, just because a lot of the things that Amber Ruby want to remove don't totally work on a blue deck, especially an Amber blue deck. There's not like a ton of targets that you're like really feasting to go after. Like, yeah, you can maybe eliminate Bell with like a horseman, but then what are you doing after that? Stuff like that.
Both players in the beginning looking like they are looking for their rank. Actually, I think both in a horseman on turn 2. Horseman strikes.
Easy finds the broom, plays in the Lenaway for free. So that's nice. Kind of a little catch-up mechanic there.
I think the only target for horseman strikes here is the Maui Shark. Oh, and Sisu. Or not human Sisu. Human Sisu.
Well, so for Harrison, that's true. For Jeezy, like that card's basically ink
Yeah.
for him. He has no targets. So that puts him at a little bit of a disadvantage. But I think the only evasive in Jeezy's deck is the Maui Shark,
There is a one of.
which he just drew.
Yeah, there is. There is a one of Sisu. I'm gonna get this right. I'm not Jay-Z. I don't have the full knowledge here. Sisu, Daring Visitor. And on the streets, that is the human Sisu.
All right, drops.
All right, let's check it out.
Nothing to grab. Harrison's got a pretty good hand though. Gonna be able to ramp next turn, and then lots of inkables in the discard for not only Lorana to trigger, but also to trigger Cindy again, since Moana is a princess. So let it go. The Cindy trigger passes. I didn't see what he threw in there, but I'm gonna guess probably the other Cindy, because I think he had two. And if you have the Moana, you don't really need it. And honestly, you're probably not super worried about Cinderella getting eliminated. Like, it could play Horseman, get rid of it, opting to play the Maui Shark instead.
Yeah. In testing, I really like the Sarabi. I'm not certain with this list exactly, but man, Sarabi coming down 4/4 and her ability to take down the strength of any opponent character
by 4 until your next turn. So your opponent during their turn still has -4 strength.
There's a lot of versatility with the strength removal. That might help out with the grab your bow.
It does help with the grab your bow. It helps with a lot of things. Actually.
Maybe in Emerald decks, dogs.
It also helps if you're just going aggro and you don't want their best challenger to.
There it is.
Look at that. It happens.
We had the answer.
Yeah, or some strikes, then take out the Maui Shark. But if you're trying to just go aggro, Sarabi does help you too, because you can debuff their biggest challenger into doing basically nothing, and then you just keep going sideways and see what happens. Right? All right, Cindy is going to get Horseman, and Jeezy's going to continue to just
keep going wide.
Going sideways. Question.
I mean, when you don't see any characters on the other side of the board.
Well, there's the board wipe. Raging Storm, but Harrison Elfsith doesn't have any ink left, so it does allow Jeezy to kind of catch up, but he is going to need some card draw mechanics, which he has, which is a Stitch Snowboarder. But I do think, Harrison's got the answer in the Hades.
We caught the interest of Brian back there earlier. Yeah. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Playing the new Simba, or newish Simba, from set 10. Mm-hmm. They'll let you, I believe, play boost to play characters for free off the top of your deck. And since it's a very Amber Ruby's a very character heavy deck, it actually can proc stuff pretty easily.
7 cost, 5/5, quest for 3 is also not too bad.
No. Here's 2 princesses that turn, and opting to just ink more since he hadn't had the opportunity really to. He had to keep responding.
All right,
he's going to boost and play a Ruben for free.
Boost it for 3. We got all the ink in the world.
Ruben, kind of cool guy. All right, just do it as a draw.
Yep, cycle out the Horseman Strike, no target, but at least he can dig for another card.
Yep. Yeah, because, like I said earlier, Jeezy doesn't really have any use for Horseman Strikes other than inking it or, in a real desperate act, drawing a card or something.
Second, reconsidering what to do there, I think he was about to quest with the Simba. Oh, yeah. What to do, chat? Horseman Strike, found another Horseman Strike.
another man who loves just looking at the camera like I'm in the episode of The Office.
Yeah. He knows where he is.
If I'm ever on streaming, and I'm 100% going to look at the camera. All right. going to challenge and get rid of the Reuben. That is a factor of the Simba. The cards have to come out exerted, so that does make them a little vulnerable. But, you whip that Maleficent Dragon off the top. Feels pretty good.
Yep.
Here's playing Ohana meets family, drawing some cards.
Pretty exerted. Do you miss the days of Mufasa? The Amber Mufasa?
I loved that deck. I loved Amber Ruby, Mufasa, and like set 4. It was so fun. I played that in set 5 for almost a month. Just having a freaking ball. And then couldn't beat discard, so gave up. But
oh right, those.
Yeah. Oh, playing it again, just to cycle cards. That's rough. But Blue gave him a lot of ink.
Hey,
playing another Maui,
another shark. We have tons of actions in the discard at this point.
Oh. Harrison probably feeling pretty good at this moment, although drawing yet another Cinderella and a Moana, not super helpful. The Moana will help get cycle for the future, so that is nice. Just gonna opt not to quest so that now we can't get a good trade and get an action back. Although I don't really know what actions GZ would have right now that would be very bad for
Maldragon pulled off the top, I think.
Yeah.
Couldn't see exactly, but I think that's what. I think there's a Simba and a Maldragon. There
Maldragon
is.
They come out.
What's the target?
I assume Hades or
unless he wants to stop the filter, maybe Cinderella is also a consideration.
but he would need to have more princesses, which there are a lot of princesses in Amber Sapphire, but
even with 2 Moanas on the board,
that's Hades again.
Apple Sith would only be able to ink once, right? Because it's just the ability is you're able to ink from the discard. But that doesn't mean you can ink again.
Questing out for 5. No, it's not an additional ink correct sale. It's the inking action is happening from your discard, but it does mean that you're not spending a card in your hand to ink, so you're coming up a little bit net positive. Mm-hmm. And this deck doesn't have playing the new Bambi. Amber Sapphire doesn't really have a way to recur your actions from the discard like it used to.
Mm-hmm.
So, or not like it used to, but Red Blue kind of does. So, when you play that developer brand or whatever, it's not really doing anything anymore. Moana helps you get them back and get some value out of it, so you can actually play the cards you want to play instead of
does have to be inkable unless
have to be inkable.
You have another card that says otherwise. It's just the ability is you're able to ink.
Yes. Exactly. We'll see if this Bambi rips anything cool off the top.
All right, trade. That's probably a pretty good trade for Apple Sith, right?
Keeping up with the race in the quest for 4.
He's in the lead.
He's gonna have to keep up.
In the lead on lore and the lead on board, I would say. Cards in hand.
The Linley's also going to help Harrison trade up in case, because I think
they both have 1 card in hand.
I assume Bambi's going to exert. No, she's got 2.
Well, because he can turn. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Challenge? Yep.
Oh, yeah, so it's going to draw the Stitch, play Ohana, draw some more. Yeah, it's not bad.
I could see how much damage
it would have been 4 because Bambi crashed into the water.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. I love the big die that Harrison was using, or Allison was using.
Yeah. Very readable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a hard time trying to stop this. If you're on Amber Sapphire right now, you're basically just I just quest next turn and I 1 more away from winning, and I can just do that.
He's got the pressure on.
I see you in the background. I just know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Brian and I ID'd, and we're just playing for fun.
Yeah.
There's a line in the restaurant. Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah. It's hard to think of like what G could do to stop this at this point. Like he could play another shark and hope that I think the Willow.
Epic Willow.
Just to try and probably just to try and like get stuff out.
Hey.
That's gonna help a little bit, you know.
Can he turn the corner?
Problem is he still is only halfway there, and he has to somehow control the control deck.
Yeah.
Which he can't really.
So even if Apple Sith quests for 4 and then
does nothing.
Rage Storm maybe, or
yeah.
Actually it would be not in its Apple Sith's favor.
No. But gonna get the server stage, draw some more cards, and keep that card advantage going.
Where's the cauldron?
It's somewhere.
Favorite.
There's Pete. Love Pete. Gonna boost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Plus for 4, and basically just say, well, you have to stop me. It's not my problem. It's your problem. The list, I don't think Jeezy's running any board wipes, so it's gonna be probably impossible. I think this game's basically over.
Heart of the cards.
Heart of the cards can't summon the board wipes.
Well, let's see. Jeezy, no, Jeezy is not running any board wipe.
I think the problem with this matchup too for Amber Ruby is like you're not quite an aggro deck, you're like an anti-aggro deck. You're playing against a control deck, but then suddenly the anti-aggro deck has to pretend to be an aggro deck, and it just doesn't like quite work out in your favor unless the Amber Sapphire or the control player just like, breaks really hard. They have a huge advantage.
And on that note, I hate to see it, but he had to use the horseman that did quest for 2, but it also has the strength to take out. Maybe
gotta crash into everything. Dead character.
All these trades. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Hades, the Infernal Schemer only does 3.
Andy's a 3/5.
Yep. Good sportsmanship there from Apple Sith to say, actually, it doesn't go vanish, but
everyone's responsibility.
Correct.
As John would say. Once again, shout out.
Alright, we have another Simba. The 2 cards close to the discard is the hand, not.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a great top deck off the top, but not enough to
scooping it up.
Prevent. So, we scoop it up.
Jeezy recognizes there's not likely an out, so it's a good time management here to go on to the next game and kind of recenter and refocus and try to take the win next.
I think if he wants to win this game, he definitely has to just embrace the fastness and just go with it fast. The problem is it's really hard to do when you're not an aggro deck. You want to be playing against an aggro deck desperately, but you're not in that situation. So, we'll see. See how game 2 goes. Jeezy likely going to be on play.
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing with the time management, right? If you good news is if you concede, it's your choice.
Yeah.
I like these pins that Jeezy has on his hat.
Oh, is that what that is?
I think so. Oh, it's like he heard us. Let's do that.
The authors, see.
Yep.
See if blue hits ramp or not.
Kind of like this. Kind of like being able to comment on the day after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely see the TPO. So a lot of Moanas. Probably don't need that many Moanas. Gonna dump 3. Or 4. It's gonna dump 4 actually.
There he goes looking at the camera again.
GV, I think, dumped 6.
Yes, correct. Kept 1, dumped 6. Altered 6.
Pointing at all the cameras.
He doesn't know which one is. He's talking to the hand cam. He's talking to.
That's neat. Let's see. Let's
grab.
What's he got in there? Trying to see. I feel like I see a Horseman Strikes, maybe. Yeah. You might like that.
Nice promo, Horseman Strike.
Yeah. I love the black one. So good. but
Hello.
Linley or Worcestershire sauce, call her.
Oh, geez.
Nobody says her name correctly, including me.
Worcestershire. Ellen.
Worcestershire sauce.
Dang.
Worcestershire sauce, something like that.
I did just see it like recently. I never saw the black hole growing up. I don't know how to put it.
I think it's Ilinwi or Ilonwi.
Yeah.
Ilonwi, I think
That's
is
the
the right
correct amount of
sauce.
syllables, I think. Ellenwy.
I thought it was Ilinwi when I first read it, but then somebody told me it was like, no, it's Ilonwi. But then it's funny, I think at one point, I wish we had caught it. We probably did, but we cut all the audio out. But there was at one point, like, during the game, we were like, Ilinwi, and it spread to like every other game, and everyone in the room started going, I think it's Ilinwi, Ilinwi. Like, it was pretty funny. It was like suddenly everybody was on the same page, and we were all playing a different game. It was very funny. See a Surfer Stitch in hand, just not enough ink for that right now, you know. Gonna go ahead and ink it because it's way far off.
Hey, Sarabi.
But Sarabi.
Sarabi.
Just gonna start questing when I aggro it out. Get up to 3 lore. The Tipo could trade into the Mulan, and it's gonna do that, because he threatened the. I don't know if Harrison knows that he has the ship Mulan at this moment, but.
You kind of respect it because the damage also typically when you play that Mulan, you got some other synergy combos.
Especially in this deck, you can use Ohana. You can use Ruben, and generally, I think people don't play that Mulan without playing the Archer Mulan, like for sure. Yeah. So, and then okay, so Sarabi coming in, lowering. Nakomo, I think is her name, down to 0, and then using a Sisu to delete it. So
some phonetics lesson.
Sarabi, really great card, and actually kind of putting Sisu like back on the map, which I appreciate because I actually really liked that Sisu card a lot back when I used to play Sisu on ice and stuff.
Yeah,
I love that card, even when people were like, card's bad, I was like, no, this card's awesome.
I was on the other side of the table there when you were on there.
My favorite cards are the ones that say, like, point this at a problem and make it go away. And that's, like, one of them.
Easy answers.
It's like, oh, cool. That thing I don't like across the board, I'm going to make it go away. I'm going to just keep questing here. Getting up to 8. Getting more ink. Harrison helps it. Definitely playing the slow game. Got a lot of cards in hand. Probably doesn't feel too bad right now. Could have played Moana to get some more value, and then play Vision and go digging. What could we be digging for? So there's some board wipes in there, but he's going to take the Hades, which is actually probably a good play because I think you suspect that Jizu's probably going to play something big pretty soon because he's getting really close to Surfer Stitch territory, and there it is. Mm-hmm. So
besides the Ohana, he run into him. Besides, that's not as good as playing a Stitch, give him a body, and also 2 draw. I was thinking, I was going to ask you, do you think the Ohana on the Mulan to draw 2 is worth the. Do you think that's a good enough card advantage, or you typically want to draw 3?
You typically probably want to draw 3.
Yeah, for 3 cost action.
Here comes the board wipe. Doesn't even need the Hades. Gonna just save the Hades for whatever Jizu decides to play next turn.
It was getting a little too dicey there.
Yeah.
But Surfer Stitch for a quest.
It demands an answer. It's a big body. It's hard to get rid of.
Such a good card.
Gonna play the Maui Shark, although that Maui Shark's probably gonna go away in a minute. Harrison just gonna dig just cause. Takes I think of Ohana's family, I believe.
Oh, there's the Hades. Doesn't want to chance him getting lore off of any actions there.
Playing really fast for people that still have a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah. By this point, Swiss round 5.
Yeah, I mean they're both in top cut anyway.
Top cut. They both already got through game 1. They kind of got an idea of what each other do.
Yeah. Did you see that zoom in on you doing the finger, wagging your finger?
Wait, no, I
That's so funny. You're doing this. It started zooming in on you. It's funny. Plays the Pete. Now Dragon can take out the Pete and boost. It's like with Chris and I were talking about it in the previous game. I think I only boost Pete when I play him by 1 if I'm against the blue deck and I know that they're gonna possibly just ramp me. If I'm against a steel or something that's gonna, if they got Mal Dragons, I'm not gonna boost just because I don't want to lose the other card.
Oh, that's interesting. I kind of
3 Hades. Oh my god.
This is what he was talking about.
3 Hades.
I like how you boost it twice. It's like a developer brain. You get to
and
when it's become a vision.
Either way, you're still drawing a card. It's just that you get to pick the card, right? So, gonna play the Moana, gonna ink, gonna play Cinderella, just gonna filter and quest all the Hades. Yeah, this is quite
happened. If I blinked, I would not have believed that this. Well, you see the mess of ink in it. There's so much.
Man, it's how do you? Yeah, again, like this is such a really bad matchup for.
Is there a target? Oh, there is a target. Yep.
Yeah. It's such a poor man. Yeah. 2-0 gonna be for Harrison. Yeah, it's such a hard matchup for Amber Ruby in general.
Tranquilize the forest.
The great typhoon.
Every order.
I think I said a bad word. It's fine. We moved on.
We'll
All
figure.
Well, that was swift as a raging river.
That was a very fast game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough matchup for Amber Ruby, especially because it's really just kind of wants to see aggro and possibly other mid-range decks. It kind of does not want to see a control deck because a control deck is just going to go over it in such a devastating way.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what GZ could have done in that situation, really, to come back from a lot of those board states.
Maybe even try altering for the ramp, like Grandmother's Willow, Ruben, get your Mulan down, and rather than, if you need to, like you said, control the board, Elite Archer Mulan would challenge a character and deal equal damage to others to remove the board. But I think it also, it quests for 2, so maybe that could help get a big body down fast, that quest for 2. But looking on the list, like a lot of the 2 questers, they are more expensive in this list. And but if he could have gone wide, get some questers down.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with going wide, though, is you just get board wiped. So you have to kind of pace yourself. And then the other problem is that you just cannot, you try to not go too wide, they board wipe you anyway. You play stuff, and then they play Hades, and you just cry.
Learning that the hard way,
Yeah, 3 Hades is
that
rough.
Game 2. I think. I mean, they were both having fun. You saw GZ kind of what 3 Hades? Well, the Simbas looked like they worked. But it's a gamble, right?
It is a gamble.
It's casino.
Like, Simba worked in that one moment, but it didn't totally matter. It's like, yes, it hit a shark, but like the game was over. And then the other thing it hit one time was Ruben, and it came out exerted, and then Ruben got challenged, and then he didn't do much, right? You kind of lost 2 cards in a way because you boosted under Simba, and then you got the card that came off the top got basically taken away.
Yeah.
Right.
Anything stand out to you? New cards, maybe Bambi. Do you think any takeaways that?
I feel like Bambi reads a little bit better than maybe it is, but maybe it's really good into aggro. Which again, this deck is really good into aggro and really good into mid-range when you can punish a lot of decks for having characters with low strength. I definitely think like it's just a really bad, maybe near unwinnable matchup. Just by the nature of what the deck is trying to do. It's kind of like I won't run into any control, but I'm gonna punish, anyone who brought Amber Steel today, right, or something.
Well, yeah. You have a lot of strength-based removal, right? So you have Ellen Wee pumping, or the ability to give support to any character, including your opponents, to do that combo with World's Greatest Criminal Mind. but it's only running 2 World's Greatest Criminal Mind, right? And then there's the Grab Your Bow that could be with Sarabi. -4, I think you can target most everything.
Pretty much.
Right? And then so Sarabi, but problem is both of those strategies require both characters to exert, and then you can do the strength-based removal. But you think maybe after seeing that, do you think he would have had more, turned a corner if he ran more Grab Your Bows or World's Greatest Criminal Minds?
I don't think in this matchup it's going to affect it too much, honestly. Like, I think what you need to win this matchup is, funny enough, to become an aggro deck. And there's just not enough, like, 2 questers in the deck to make that really happen.
And the Sisu and the Grab Your Bow both uninkable, which... he's... And
then you have an entire card that doesn't do anything in this matchup in that Horseman Strikes, because Amber Sapphire doesn't care about evasives. It's doing its own thing, right? So that entire card is basically, it might as well just be a card that says ink on it. Like, put me in the inkwell, coach.
Yeah.
So,
well, if anything, this was good practice. They are both most likely making it to the top cut. They're
they're
table.
in the top cut.
So they have the most points. So this was a little practice run. Maybe GZ will consider those lines, but I mean we're reviewing this from past day.
From the past and the future.
Yeah. That was a fun game. It was fun to watch them play. That's the end of 5 Swiss rounds for 21 players at this Quest Coast 2. Next up, we have Top Cut.
Yep. Alrighty. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be back with the Top Cut games. Oh, God!
Special thanks to Angry Goose Games in San Lorenzo, California for hosting the event. Be sure to check them out for all your board game, tabletop, and TCG needs.
So many cobwebs, but I like cobwebs because I like spiders to get rid of the other bugs.
I hate spiders.
Yeah, I mean, if I see a spider right here, I'm gonna freak out. But I like the ecosystem because they get rid of the centipedes and the scarier things.
Keep that all out of my garden. Trying to grow my spinach. The out of here.
Yeah. All right, cool. The camera is rolling. So,
oh my God. So funny.
Hey, that's good. Did you say mayo mode? Manual.
Oh. What in the
What
are you talking about, Bobby? I can hit.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, action. All right, we're back, and now we're entering Top Cut.
Top Cut.
Top Cut, and we have featured on our stream is Chris Craig and Jay Cho. Sorry if any of that is mispronounced.
So we have an interesting match. So we have Amber Amethyst versus Blurple, which is Amethyst Sapphire. Chris Krieg's list is really interesting because it just has a lot of really strange, I would say strange picks in it, but also like they make sense in the grand scheme of things. I think the biggest thing is Black Cauldron, which normally is played in Amber Sapphire right now, but being played here in a deck where, you can cheat out things like a lot cheaper using things like Grandmother Willow. So in a way, Black Cauldron sort of makes sense because when you have Grandmother Willows out, it sort of pays for the cost of using the cauldron in a way.
Right.
Not directly, but in a way.
You're allocating your budget.
Yeah.
Right?
You're using different money over here and different money over there, right?
It pays for the cauldron and the tax that cauldron brings to also use your allocated budget for characters under the
He's
cauldron.
also running lanterns in addition to Grandmother Willow, so just even more of that like turn 2 ramp as everybody likes to call it.
You had mentioned that, yes.
No.
And both sides here are running Sven. This is a new card. Sven reads, 1 second.
He's a rush with
Yeah.
Challenger 3, and he has evasive.
Yep, Sven, Leaping Reindeers, a 4-cost uninkable 2/3. Yep, Rush, Challenger +3, like you said. Evasive Quest for 1. What do you think about Sven and Tigger? Looks like Kreskrieg is running both. These are both new cards. Tigger bounces things. This is Tigger bouncing all the way. Bounces things cost 2 or less to the player's hand when on play.
I think I'm more scared of like other like aggro decks, especially with dogs winning the DLC this weekend.
In
and
what
stuff.
perspective? Like what?
Like I would
matchup?
use Tigger probably
Against
against those,
Okay.
but also Tigger can work against most decks. Most decks are running cards that have a 1 to 2 cost, right?
Yeah.
So Tigger's not totally like useless. He does give you that extra tempo.
Yeah.
Um,
We talked about Christopher Robin earlier. It's a 2-cost that can come out with the underdog ability on turn 1
Yep.
on the draw.
Yep.
So like Tigger can kind of help deal with that.
Yeah, Tigger can deal with that and make them have to pay like the 2 costs for it. Tigger can get rid of a Basil in a mirror match, which can be really important for protecting your genie.
Sven can also deal with it if it's
exerted, but
right? But
they
then-
probably haven't exerted it prior to you playing like an Elsa, right? So
Yeah.
I think Tigger has just so much utility, and he has pretty good stats, and he quests for the same amount. The problem with Sven is kind of like you said before we started recording, is you slam into something. If Sven survives, and your opponent's on like Angel, they just get rid of it
Right.
the next turn. They don't really care. Or Elsa slams into it, doesn't take that much damage.
Krieg has Cat as well, which can also
Same, yeah. Cheshire Cat
finish
is,
it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Sven is one of those cards that reads really, really good, but in the current meta with all of the things we have, he's not quite cutting it. But I think, once rotation happens and we lose like Elsa and Genie and some other things, a lot of these decks are radically going to change. Sven suddenly looks amazing.
Yeah. I mean, he does help with the evasive wars. Is often a struggle when you have Amethyst versus Amethyst decks, purple.
Yep.
And
The other thing with Sven, I think that is, we'll have to see how the game plays out, but if you're playing Sven instead of Genie on turn 3 in either of these decks, you probably feel pretty bad about it, especially if your opponent doesn't have anything exerted.
yeah.
You're going to play Sven, he's not going to do anything. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
On Jay Cho's side, the 2 wasabis for just insurance against random items.
Yeah,
We-
like lanterns and black
Yeah,
cauldrons
lanterns,
and
Yeah.
emerald
'cause
chromacons and all kinds of things.
I personally know that some of these players have tested out the yellow purple towards the tail end or throughout last set, and yeah, lanterns became a pretty big threat. There's always the famous chromacon on the dogs list or the amber emerald list, but yeah, so wasabi maybe we'll see come into play with the cauldron out to remove a new threat there,
Wasabi also gets evasive on your turn, so he can also act as a counter to Dumbo.
Yep.
Or other evasives, like cleaning up different evasives. So
or on your side, help with Dumbo to draw.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So like Wasabi just does like a lot of things in Blurple, and I think running 2 is probably enough.
Yeah. And not to say that Cauldron is new in the sense that it's in Winterspell. It's just, it seems like it's been activated. As we mentioned earlier
Yes.
with Apple Sith's games. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a card that last set you read it and you went, man, this is so slow and so
The
expensive.
Enchanted
And
is
then
sick.
and then suddenly this set you're like, oh, actually it works suddenly with a lot of the things. I actually got a chance to use it the other day, and it is really nice when you get when you actually get it to work. It's really fun, but it takes some work to get there. But I think this should be a really interesting match. These are both really, really good players, and these deck lists look really interesting.
I'm glad to see the DLC let it go. I don't know if this was by choice. Oh, I guess it was by choice by Jay Cho. He would have had the iconic Hades and the Enchanted Demona,
Yeah.
Enchanted Dumbo in here, but I don't know. Maybe he wanted to show off the DLC, Let It Go, digitally at least. It's a beautiful.
He doesn't have one of those.
I don't know, does he?
Maybe I don't think so.
All right, cool. Oh yeah, and Enchanted Hades too, right?
Yep.
Anyway, I'm excited for the first Top Cut. This is top 8 quarterfinals. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's go.
All right, our first game of Top Cut. This should actually be a really interesting game. We have 2 Amethyst decks, but 2 Amethyst decks of very different flavors.
And I believe Jay Cho is higher seed, right? He's second seed.
I believe so. He is going first. He's going to start with the Basil, turn 1. It's really good with the setup for the Elsa. Jay Cho on Blurple and Chris Krieg on Amber Amethyst, which has a pretty good game into Blurple. Going to go ahead and ink the Dumbo and play Ilanwi, I believe is how you say it. I think it's Ilanwi. I finally got it. I was looking at that card the other day and was like, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you just need to bring up the Black Cauldron and see what they.
Yeah.
What, his name is Taryn. What Taryn called?
Taryn is.
Or what she introduces herself.
I'm pretty sure it's Ilanwi. But anyway.
I'm Princess Ilonwi.
Jay Cho gets the ramp, but Chris Creed's going to go ahead and miss it, or miss his turn 2 play. And then we're going to go with the Genie, draw a card. Jay Cho's basically hitting all the things he wants to hit on Blurple. I will say questing this early with Basil is a little surprising since Ilanwi can take it out, but then I guess, if they do that, then Chris Reeves is a lot worse. We're going to see the Horseman Strikes on the Genie.
I did find it and confirmed, yes, Jay Cho is second seed.
Going to go ahead and play another Genie just to get that card advantage back. Both players, though, can draw a lot of cards, so this is probably going to be a very, very grindy matchup. And yeah, I think right now, even though, we're on to Jay Cho's second Genie, and here we're going to see the third Genie of the game, draw into an Iago. It's not a bad play. And honestly, I don't think
maybe he'll take control.
I don't think Justin has anything to just pop an Iago, but I can't remember at this exact moment.
He has Let It Go and Into the Unknown.
Yeah, that's a lot for him.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and play Elsa and support with the Basil to take out the opposing Genie, and then gonna use the other Genie to take out Alani, so cleaning up the board.
And then in the Amber Amethyst colors, the Alani kind of acts like a Basil, but the added bonus of being a princess.
I mean, she basically is Basil, with the princess deck.
Mm-hmm. But it's not like these colors benefit from not this deck.
Yeah. I'm going to want to play the Cheshire Cat, move damage from the Elsa to the Genie.
Yep.
So take it out. Cheshire Cat, still
pretty
an amazing card.
On par plays, or I don't know if that's, but it's kind of, I feel like as a player, Jay Cho would know, like, if they had it, they would do that.
Swing with the Demona. Going to be able to support and then just take out Cheshire Cat.
There we go. It's pretty clean.
Yeah.
Took out a Horseman Strikes. So that's 2 Horseman Strikes down from.
I believe so. Yeah, and he's got a pretty big board to overcome here. Fortunately, I feel like the Iagos would be a good play here since, and I don't think top cut players got to see each other's decks in this tournament, but if he had, he might see that there isn't really an efficient way to take out the Iagos, and they also just provide a lot of threats. So maybe that's consideration. Maybe he's going to go ahead and play one of the Iagos and just kind of assess what else to ink. I'm going to throw the Hades 5 cost. Yeah.
Looking forward to you.
Which sort of understand. He's got enough card draw at this point, and it's not really going to be threatening. He's not really going to be threatening the board with it.
It is going to be going into mid to late game. It seemed like both players kind of knew what to expect on both sides the first 3 or 4 turns there.
Hades going to blast Iago. This is like kind of just this is what happens when Oracle sees everything at once.
Yeah.
You just...
I don't know why... I think Jin-Cho had 2 cards in hand. I wonder why he didn't choose to quest with the... Oh, no, 3 cards. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't quest with the Demona either.
It's. I think I'm counting 3 cards now. I thought it was 2. So he just wanted it to be able to ready. Yeah. But I still feel like it was safe to quest.
I mean, yes, but then you have to dump your hand. Maybe it's safer just as a threat, just to sit there and be what it is.
Yeah.
Gonna use that to take Elsa out.
Oh, let's double check here. Yeah, Sven would actually... No, Sven would not be able to take out the...
No, because it's only challenge 3.
Yeah,
So.
as a 2/3, it would only get...
But with Ilanwi,
Yeah.
gonna drop Iago and a Palace Guard and pass turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jaso still has quite a bit of an advantage here, even with the Elsa getting taken out. Going to drop the 3rd of his genies. I think the 4th or 5th genie at this point on the board.
I think you're right.
But, still can quest with Hades and survive, and then can now quest with Genie, but is going to drop the Sven just as another threat to leave on board. Going to quest and pass. Already at 9 lore. Let's see what he dropped. I think he got a Woodchuck's Guidebook to help draw cards, but I feel like drawing cards is not quite the goal at this moment. I think the goal at this moment is to get control of the board, but maybe he's going to go ahead and play the Guidebook and pop it and draw cards.
Yep.
Try and find some kind of answer.
All right, he pulled there's an Amethyst card.
I see the Genie. He's going to go ahead and drop the Genie.
It might have been a
Draw a card. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the angles get a little weird, especially with the foils. It gets harder to tell. And Madam Mim, Skater Mim, will help Iago out a lot, and will also help out the the math I think works out with this.
It's the just from draw alone, because he drew off the Woodchuck. Yep.
And the Genie.
Yeah.
And the Madam Mim is actually swinging for 7. So he could have taken out the Demona, which, may have been a good play, but I'm pretty sure Kit Krieg is also running Demona, so maybe wants to avoid getting,
or maybe
Demona returned, right?
There's
Hades. That iconic Hades.
But yeah, there's no way for Jin-Cho to bounce things back in this list, right?
No.
There's no elephants.
He's not running Tigger. He's not running any elephants.
Well, I was just trying to assess the Hades versus Demona and Chris Krieg's choice there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And now, will he let Jin-Cho draw from this iconic Hades, or...
one of 3 iconic Hades?
Oh, wait. I must have missed it. What?
He must have drawn. Yeah. We'll go ahead and pop a Guidebook down just because. And then quest with Demona, 2. Just
yep. He's respecting the Iago on the other side there.
I think 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He can almost win next turn.
Jin-Cho?
Yeah. But not quite.
There's a tree. Ooh, is that
it's a foil?
Yes, foil.
Yeah. Foil tree, you can play World's Greatest, probably take out the Demona.
Yeah. Oh, that might be why I chose Hades instead. Previous turn.
Possibly. I think Justin's still in a good spot here. Both these players playing very fast.
Yes.
Almost like they've played this matchup a lot. Gonna let it go to Iago.
Mm-hmm. And Iago does go into the Inkwell because you fully resolve the action first. Although
Sven actually going to take out the genie. I wonder why instead of questing with the Basil to get the lore, maybe could have quested with Sven, but maybe the Elsa is just a lot more important to keep on the board.
Jincho popped the guidebook, drew 2, inks a Dumbo and plays a cat. No ink left to move damage immediately, but setting up the board for victory here. What it looks like.
It's a pretty sizable board.
We've got cards overlapping on other cards. And
Pretty sizable board. Not a lot really Kit can do here. Kind of weighing his options, but I think
a spin the genie in hand.
I believe so. I think the most he can do is maybe delay, but even then, it's going to be hard.
Takes off 1 more off the board.
He needs to take 6 total off the board. Right now, there's about 6 still on the board. So, another Sven.
All right, we see.
Okay, Sven going to take the
There
genie.
you go. All right, he bought himself a turn.
And then gets a Dumbo. Slowly clawing back.
Oh, he overpaid for the spin.
Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot with Amber Amethyst. You kind of forget how much of a discount you get on stuff.
Because we have a Grandmother Willow in play.
Yeah.
The spin should have only cost 3. All right. 80s on Dumbo. Try to choke out the card draw.
Dumbo going to the bottom.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to give him a Cobra,
Wait, Cobra?
Or excuse me, doesn't want to give him just anything out. For some reason, I saw purple and I was like, Cobra.
You see
Forgot it's a
purple,
steel
you
card.
see J-Cho.
Yeah. Thought of the. Well, also I played him yesterday and he was on that deck and got Cobra'd a lot, so it's on the mind.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Everything on the board right now is purple.
I mean, that's
Even
most,
both players' discards.
that's most Amethyst decks. Looks like they're shuffling up for game 2. It's like Justin took game 1.
All right. Pretty flawless there, I would say.
Couple of setbacks, but nothing too crazy. I think he had the answers for basically everything.
Yeah, he was able to carry out his game plan. Yeah, without too much resistance there.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of that second seed.
Yeah. I mean, going first in a matchup like this matters a lot. Especially when, you hit ramp and the Amber doesn't hit their lanterns or doesn't hit their Grandmother Willows. It's almost the same, right? You kind of don't get to play on the same level because you don't get to sneak out your Elsas ahead of time, kind of like they do. So they get a little bit more of an advantage against you.
Maybe you got the support dog advantage. Shout out to Haru sitting there by J-Cho's side.
No dogs on camera.
What a cutie, right?
It's like golf commentary. Interesting hands.
World's Greatest.
World's Greatest is probably not going to come in handy like anytime soon, but
Yeah. Unless he has an Ellen Reed.
Ilon, yeah. That's the way I'm pretty sure that's correct. I heard it a few times.
He did find a wonder up there.
And it finally kind of snapped in my brain. I'm pretty sure it's Ilonwi. People in the comments can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I
Is
had
that
it.
the name of your heritage, your people?
What?
Is it Irish, Scottish?
I'm Irish, Italian, and German. So I'm all of those. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I like his colors of sleeves. All right.
Yeah.
We're off to game 2 with Chris Creed. inking the island we and playing with Palace Royal Guard.
I know, I get them mixed up all the time. Too. It's fine. Yeah.
Not a Sultan. Wait, not a Sultan.
He's not a Sultan guard. The Palace Guard is like, one of the Sultan guards.
Sultan Guards.
Something like that. He's going to go ahead and quest for one with the octopus. The Royal Guard.
Appreciate players using the
and
Lord Tracker for us at home.
Kit now gets the ramp, gets to play Alonwi for free off the Grandmother Willow. That's one of the things about this deck that makes it so scary is that Grandmother Willow can like just let you flood the board so aggressively that your opponent will have a hard time coming back.
The counterpart play maybe in Blurple would be to sail to play the Wine Drop, but although you get the ink that will not likely ever change in your inkwell, where the Grandmother Willow can be, removed as a character. Yeah, this helps him get wide.
I think playing the T-Bow is a good middle ground. You get to just put a body on the board. Yeah. And if for any reason Kit exerts Ilanwi, but it's going to get
we see an epic Tigger bouncing back the T-Bow, although it does give J-Cho an advantage to either ink or replay for more ramp. Yeah, maybe Chris Creek is thinking, all right, let's just go fast and let's call it a day. Let's get to game 3.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough spot for being on the draw. There's not a lot, I'm going to play the Cheshire Cat, which is a good.
Yeah. So Chris Creek did give him ink with the T-Bow as an opportunity.
Yeah.
But yeah, still 4 bodies to 1.
But it is a Cheshire Cat. If you're able to get some damage on your characters and Kit can't respond, then Also, I'm pretty sure that's some pizza over there. What? The camera's zooming in on.
On that. Yeah. It was also zooming in on the main table once you.
Shout out to Mando's Bounty and Quest Coast for buying everybody pizza.
Yeah. Keeping all the players.
Keeping everybody well fed. See it?
Yeah, now I see it.
I'm gonna play the Hades and draw 2 off that because
just keeping the board wide.
Definitely doesn't want to.
Not afraid of the cat, but at this point, Cat's barely.
Cat could get rid of the Willow and then take out Ilanwi, but then the Cat's gonna go the turn after. Probably gonna either get traded with the Hades, or the Royal Guard.
Yep.
J-Cho inking his own Hades to play Elsa.
There we go. So maybe.
Going to assume that Willow
can be taken out and maybe one other character now. Take 2 damage off of Alonwi to load up for. Oh wait, but he cannot use Cat's ability just yet.
No, this is that.
But now you set it up where if Hades trades into the Cat. Oh, actually.
Yeah.
He just has to dwindle down the board.
Just trying to dwindle down the board. Unfortunately, Kit's got a Horseman Strikes in hand, could just take the Elsa out and then literally
trade.
Royal Guard can trade up to.
But I think I would use the Hades and then quest with the Royal Guard, keep a body on the board.
Yeah, take the Elsa.
If it was me.
But the Royal Guard is trading up in that instance.
Yeah,
so.
And maybe you're right. That's what. Yeah.
And take it out, and then you're left with a 4/3 and a 3/4 on board, right? So,
true. Yeah.
And they're fresh. They have no damage on them, so no cat shenanigans can happen. It's very clean. And then gonna just quest out and turn Kit just like racing to the finish line.
Yeah. That's what it looked like with his opening hand, and he's sticking to it, trying to carry out his game plan.
Yep. I'm gonna ink a Dumbo and pass, which kind of makes sense. There's not really any evasives for him on the board at the moment, so you can't really profit off the Dumbo.
So we've seen the Grandmother Willow, but we have not seen a Lantern on Chris Keats.
Not yet. Yeah. Genie going to draw into a Dumbo, and which is also going to get inked.
Yeah.
And finally, a lantern shows up.
Hey,
in
speak
Kit's
as you
hand.
go.
But I'm going to assume he's probably going to play the Iago to de-incentivize the
Yeah.
genie from doing literally anything.
But I mean, he could play the lantern and then drop down the Iago
Very-
too, just a
very
stat for
true.
later. Yeah,
That's what he was going to play the lantern. He's going to use the lantern to
Yeah.
get Iago cheaper and just quest out.
Mm-hmm.
Not really worried about much.
Yep.
Jato, Justin does have a Hades in hand and could Hades, and that is what's going to happen.
Yep.
So, actually, kind of clawing back a little bit of a disadvantage here, getting a little bit more advantage and fighting for the board here.
Man, these players are definitely playing fast.
Yeah,
they are very sure of their decisions. They're
Yeah.
playing with conviction.
they're also very good,
Yeah,
both of them.
yeah.
And kind of know what they're doing, and probably also have a sense of what each other are doing at any given time, right? They've probably both played these decks extensively. They've played each other's decks also extensively, at least in some form or fashion. So,
The heuristics.
is that what that is? Is that what
It's
that
not
word
heritage.
is? That what that word means? That is not, no.
Like where it's habitual and
Yeah.
you've seen the situation on the other side.
Also, and Genie going to trade. Classic evasive wars sort of action here.
Yep. But if there's a cat in hand on Chris Kid's side, it might be a repeat of what happened in game one where
He's just going to take out the Tigger. Yeah, if he does draw into a cat, he does actually just draw into another lantern here. But if he does draw into a cat, it could be an issue, but I think Justin's calling back a bit of an advantage here.
he's regaining the board and might be able to turn the corner here.
Yeah. Yeah, Hades is going to go ahead and take out other Hades.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see what else is in Kit's hand other than the lantern.
Either of the evasive characters on J-Cho's side go try to challenge Hades with the current state.
Black
They would
Cauldron
be traded, or they would be banished.
going to get Genie loaded into the Black
Hey.
Cauldron. There's some of that.
Save for later.
Some of that spice that Kit was using. He when I played him in this tournament, he absolutely destroyed me. But he played Black
an
Cauldron.
enchanted Dumbo on
He
board.
did play it one game, and I was like, "What?" It took me so by surprise. I was not expecting it.
Elsa is going to use Dumbo's ability.
Hard to see what he drew. I'm gonna have a tough time kind of telling what he's got there. Both players just thinking it out. Gonna end up playing a Wasabi to take out the Black Cauldron. Gonna ready up. Wasabi coming in clutch. I think we're gonna see a lot more of Wasabi, honestly. Pretty soon with the rise of dogs and other items in the meta. I think Wasabi could see a lot of play, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the cat.
Just an easy answer to those annoying items.
The dreaded cat. Probably going to, I assume, take out the genie.
Yeah.
Yep. I think even though Kit here's got a lot more lore, I think Justin's got a bit more board advantage.
Yeah, and he has card draw to help him find more answers.
Both of his evasives are pretty safe right now. They can freely quest, although I don't know if at this moment you necessarily want to be questing. You might need to fight. Actually, his Wasabi even can be used as
a fighter.
Because
evasive to card draw.
Also draw a
Correct.
card if you needed it, but
I was just talking about that in our pregame there.
yeah. Considering what he should do. And just playing Pop Woodchucks.
Immediately, yeah.
Just another one, I believe. I'm going to play the Elsa, and then just going to swing with the Elsa. Swing wide.
Take the damage off
Yep.
one. off
Trade
the
with the
other.
Wasabi. Clean up the board.
Yep.
Still got two evasives. Still got the Dumbo. Can keep drawing cards. Can pretty much outdraw Kid at this point. It's these players were playing fast, and suddenly they.
But it's game 2. They're both here to play, right?
Yeah. Gonna play Demona.
Gotta be
Drop to 3.
kind of careful. J-Cho had 3 cards already in hand, so no card draw for him. Only Chris Keys there.
Yeah, he's got to be careful too questing the Dumbo because if Kit doesn't care, he could just trade the Dumbos, or he could take the Elsa out and still have a Dumbo left. He's gonna pop the
Is that the 3rd book? And
something like that.
turns.
Yeah, just digging around for answers.
you can see me back there fighting for my own.
Fighting for your life. I was literally
Staying in Top Cut.
Oh wait, actually at this point I wasn't even in the room anymore. I did not make Top Cut. I'm gonna go ahead and draw again with Elsa. Move for the turn.
Alright, you can copy this. Let it go.
I didn't recognize it for a second.
Demona. It's the new ones, right?
New art.
Yeah, new costume.
Looking
Oh, there we go. There's an answer.
a bit of a Dumbo.
I think, is that the 4th Horseman Trust?
It might be. There's been a lot.
At least the 3rd.
There's been quite a few.
There was one under, I think, a cat earlier, right?
Go ahead and draw. Just keep pushing that lore
Yeah.
up, even if it's one a turn. The clock is ticking.
Yes. And now, if Elsa wants to trade, Elsa would also be banished unless J-Cho has a cat on his side. You got a
Playing
tree,
Willow for free, basically, with the lanterns.
which can reduce further. Play the overpaid
Right,
for
Elsa
the
and
Elsa. If Priestley had a 1-drop, could have played a 1-drop in addition to that Elsa. But since he played the grandmother Willow B40 Elsa, he would have only had to pay for Elsa.
Yet another Woodchuck Skybook. Drawing cards, looking for some kind of answer to this.
Yeah, was it 17?
Has to get a character off the board.
All right, we have a spin. Spin will do exactly that.
Yep.
But will it be the draw or the?
I mean,
Elsa?
I think you kind of have to probably take.
He chooses the Elsa. I wonder if it's respecting cat, possibly.
Possibly. Gonna drop his own cat.
or
though.
setting up his own
Yeah.
cat.
Um,
right, because Sven only has 3 willpower, so it would have been it would have been a trade, but
yeah. At this point, I think
there's the 4th one.
just gonna use it, get rid of spend, also draw a card. I think at this point, like Kit can just
if there's no more evasive answer,
there's
Kit's
another.
gonna take this.
That's the 4th horseman right there.
Yeah, that was the 4th.
No, the one he just got. He just pulled one.
No way.
So he's seen every single copy, basically.
Okay, so I was mistaken earlier. Must have been.
So at this point,
He's
I
gonna
think
draw
if you're
off
a kid,
of
you
Dumbo.
just
secure the
you
lore
just
on the board.
quest.
Yeah, if there would be a board wipe, it would be on. Oh wait, there's Spooky Side in Warful too, but not on J-Cho's list. And Raging Storm is not in Chris Creed's list.
If their genie draw to see if there's any kind of answer here. Another
We're gonna
genie.
dig.
Nope,
That's it.
that's gonna be that. I mean,
All right, we have an exciting game 3.
I think Justin stayed in that pretty long, considering the advantage that Kit had from the very beginning. Hitting the ramp, hitting everything he wanted to see, hitting every copy basically of Horseman Strikes.
Taking a little bit of time to swing that board. I didn't know how it would happen, but yeah, he was able to manage Chris Krieg's board, wipe everything, and then he had to do it again with the Sven. He couldn't exactly take off both the Dumbo and the Elsa. With the Sven remaining with 2 more characters, just put so much pressure on Chris Krieg, where Chris Krieg responded with a bunch of characters himself going wide.
Yeah. What's that saying? It's like, am I the controller or the You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Or the racer or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
definitely, like, that game was a good example of, like, you know,
What, Firefly?
when to just race and when to fight back.
I'm often struggling with that too.
I struggle sometimes too. I want to control at all times, but sometimes you just gotta. A lot of times when you win a game, you're just because it's like I realize that they're gonna have more trouble dealing with me than I'm gonna waste time dealing with them.
Yeah.
So I might as well just start turning sideways and make them solve the problem, make them deal with it. You know. Yeah. Sometimes you can win that way. A lot of times, like I think a lot of things that separate like the really good players from, like a not as good player is knowing when to strike and when to kind of just know that you're going to win in 2 turns and start racing.
Yeah. I feel like Step 9 has humbled me to really consider that more as well. It's the fundamentals, right? To do the math. All right, what's the clock on their side? What's the clock on my side? And there's an elegance to it, and it is a skill to hone.
For sure. All right. Let's see, Justin on the play again, playing Basil.
Inking into the gnome.
Setting up.
All right, inking into the gnome, playing a Royal Guard.
Royal Guard, yes. Jasmine's in a palace. She has guards. Palace guard.
Hey, there you go.
Good remember.
Memory chamber.
And then get rid of the let it go. Don't really need it this early, so might as well ink it.
Right.
I'm always tempted to keep it because I'm like, let it delete something. But,
2 action answers there into the unknown. Let it go, but I think maybe he's prioritizing bodies.
Play the willow.
Any one drop after the willow, or
both these players ramping.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Andrew has their steel, right? Another into the unknown.
Another, don't need this at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know what he inked secretly with the Tico.
I'm not sure.
All right, we have an Iago answer in Chris Reed's hand, who just drew a hidden amount of strength. J-Cho not on Iago's. I don't know if Chris Creed has deduced this at this point. This top cut is not open deck list, so it's on the players to do their own scouting.
Yeah.
I think J-Cho checking on his dog there.
Delete the Jimmy.
Or someone petting. Yeah, Haru? Koharu. She got very playful and when people.
I played with her.
Yeah. She's such.
I love dogs, so of course played the dog.
All right. Gonna pop a guidebook, witch up guidebook immediately. Draw 2. Weigh the options.
See that Iago in hand. And Justin's already gotten rid of a few bits of removal. So it'd be kind of rough going unless he finds like a Hades or something pretty soon. Leave the Dumbo.
Play his guidebook for later.
We get another one. Digging for something. Wow. Kid's got
Hold the Royal Guard.
Mm-hmm. Could play the Iago and the Royal Guard. Although I don't, maybe Kit suspects a hypnotic strength or something, but hasn't seen one yet, so I have deduced he's not on it. So I think the Iago is probably safe to play, but not totally sure. I think the Mim, not really necessary at the moment. You can play that for free and then play Iago.
Yep, there it is.
It's almost like I called it from the future.
I mean, it's like what you would do with the hand, right?
I think, yeah, sometimes I think about that, and then they do completely opposite thing, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm dumb. I should have done that.
No,
Okay, gonna play the Demona.
no advantage for Chris Creek here with 3 cards in hand. I like the hand marker there.
Unfortunately, not gonna get a lot out of this Demona. Gonna probably take the Tipo and trade into what I would assume is the Willow. Yeah, take out the Willow.
It's the bigger threat, potentially allowing him to play more and go wider, which was to his detriment last game 2.
Gonna try and make him, if he has Elsa, to lock this Demona down, make him pay for it.
Yeah,
completely.
But it looks like he has a Genie and a Dumbo, quite possibly his own Demona. Oh, 2 Genies.
The Genies, you want to play them, but when you're in this matchup and they have a Basil on the other side of the board, it's like such a risk. But at the same time, if Justin does that, then the Elsa that he just played is weak to the Iago. So I think that probably gives the Genies a little bit of protection, knowing that if you attack me, I'm going to clap back with the Iago. Yeah. Then use the Iago to take out Basil, though.
Fair trade there.
Yep. And just quest.
Yep.
It's not super worried about the Demona. Kind of done its job at this point.
Sorry, viewers at home with the hand cam. The next time we
don't have the hand cam on. Remember? We took it out.
The hand cam. Oh, we'll put it in occasionally, right? Or just
we'll see.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna draw 2 off the guidebook on Jay Cho's side.
Just kind of looking for some kind of answer. Not really sure what you use at this point. Like, you need probably like a Hades. You need some other things to remove, but I think that last turn, get rid of Iago. It's a good start.
Goes into the Inkwell.
No. It's a good start. Does need to dump his hand if he's going to use this Demona to try and clean up the board a little bit.
Maybe this time he'll be able to build a board to take advantage of Demona's ability to exert everything as well.
But yeah, another into the unknown.
That's 3 into the unknown.
And then take out the Palace card. It's a pretty clean cleanup there.
There you go. 3 cards in hand? Yeah.
Yeah. So Demona, unfortunately, not going to ready next turn,
but I think that was worth it in that instance.
Yeah.
Both players on 1
He's going to play another Genie. Just cement that evasive.
That was a cat, right?
Yeah. Honestly, why not play it at this point? I guess unless you're waiting to kind of hold it as a trap, you could play it. The worry is that Justin pulls like a Hades or a Let It Go or something.
I think
you can get it instead and play.
Just say that I'm going to own the evasive.
Yeah. It's kind of how you win in these mirror matches. You got to own evasive. Oh, and there comes the Hades taking out the Dumbo. And then going to continue to dump his hand a little more so that the Demona can come back.
And we do know that Chris Creed is holding his own Demona as well.
Yeah, so he could shut it down. He will end up giving Justin 1 card, I believe. If he does that.
We'll lean the equal.
Play Sven instead and then a Demona.
Right? So Sven would be able to help clean up here, having rush and evasive. No need for the evasive at this point. Busting with both Genies. Who will he attack?
I'm going to assume Demona because you could do a trade.
Unless he has an Elsa or counting on pulling an Elsa. But yeah, at this point, Justin J. Cho might not keep cards in his hand. He's already exhausted through how many guidebooks at this point?
Yeah, like 3, something like that. Been quite a few guidebooks at this point. Yep, gonna take out the Demona, just help clean up the board.
I caught a fist bump behind J-Cho there. I think arguing is over. Kind of set back in relief.
Taking another moment of consideration here. Waiting it out. I think at this point you need something to get rid of the evasives.
Maybe a genie would help.
See, he does have an Elsa in hand, but he might need to hold on to it. But he is going to play the spin.
Immediately take out one of the.
Yeah.
Tipo.
It's definitely not over.
Considering questing, but there is the one on the other side. I think it would be okay, but because Chris Creed showed that he inked a cat, I wonder if that was respect maybe another cat in hand.
Unclear. And then
we have a tree.
You drop the willow and get probably, I assume, play.
There's a cat.
Play his own Cheshire Cat.
For 2 because of the gremlin roll.
Yeah.
Load up
trade up the spell.
Some damage here.
Possibly move some of the damage off. Yeah. To
at least the genie to not come back. Or not have make J-Cho have a cat.
Right.
Because
or an Elsa.
Yeah.
Which I believe he does. Still on hand. So we might see that next turn. It's the problem with when you're on Blurple and you play this Amber Amethyst deck, you feel like every single thing it does, it's like out to get you. It sort of is on some level, kind of out to get you. But, taking another moment to consider.
These turns might be what make and break the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, I got Elsa onto the cat. I feel like J-Cho is one of those players that's thinking 2-3 turns ahead. Play a board.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking about what can I do right this second.
Or I'm thinking.
Oh, dropping down another Elsa.
Oh. So both the Hades and the first Elsa that he played will remove the cat that had Iago under him. And then the second Elsa and Genie on board will take out one of the genies that he just inserted.
And evening up the character count unless yet another genie comes out.
And the Dumbo.
Yeah, just clean this up.
I just cleaned this mess.
Yeah. Got a whole other slew of problems to deal with.
Need some 3 cats on his side of his own.
And dog plays launching. Yeah.
Possibly could have played that first to reduce some things so that he could have more. Oh wait, well, only one genie can benefit from Dumbo anyway this turn.
Yeah. Probably gonna trade, I would assume. Yeah. He's gonna take out the Hades straight up.
I would quest. Yeah, there we go. Grandmother will quest. Fearless at this point.
Yeah.
So
well,
much ink,
he's got
lantern.
He's got the lantern. He's got so much ink. Like he can afford to lose the willow, and the lure is at this point. Yeah, helpful.
I would say so.
Once again, thinking.
Put J-Cho in another tough spot.
Yeah. Just got done doing all that.
Royal Guard.
Top deck
Easy.
for Royal Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got tons of ink.
He could trade the genie, but he would lose an Elsa. He could take out the Grandmother Willow, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
I feel like
he's gonna take the genie.
Help take down some evasives.
Yeah.
It does also, with the double on board, help choke the card draw too.
Yeah.
But both Dumbo and Genie can benefit from that.
Oh, Tigger.
Tigger for that tempo. But at this point, like, yeah, the Royal Guard being down or not, I don't know if it was too impactful, which up until Joe didn't seem too thrilled about it.
Mm-hmm. Just questing out here, drawing some cards. With some early too. Kid basically got game on board at this point. I don't really know what.
Even if J-Cho had that Donald that makes you get to quest 25.
Yep, that's it.
He recognized it himself, and what a game 3, huh?
Yeah, quite an epic opening to Top Cut though.
Man, what a valiant effort on both sides. 3 games. It's what you like to see in a quarterfinal. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see those like really intense games. Like honestly, it got to a point where it was kind of like, what can Justin even do against such reckless hate? You know, the Amber Amethyst deck is kind of tuned to just go after,
right?
You know,
right. It is a purple killer, as they say, right? But it's such a valiant effort on a flawless victory, I would say. Game 1, he was able to carry out his game plan with Blurple quite easily from it. It looked like. Mm-hmm. But then I guess Kriz Krieg got the flow of what he was up against and was able to see what he needed. At the
Drew
time.
a little better. Drew a little better too. You know, had some. You know, Justin unfortunately had the moment where he top decked that the Royal Guard.
Friggin'
nothing.
octopus,
That's really unfortunate. But then you know you have moments where Kit is drawing like all 4 of his horseman strikes in the single game, right?
Yeah.
And just taking out all kinds of evasives. So
and evasives of his own. It seemed like it could have been over after that 3rd Genie. But then Jay Cho pulled it out, found the answers even then. But ultimately couldn't keep up with the evasive wars.
Yeah. Really good game overall though. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the semifinals, aka round 7.
Top 4.
Yes, round 7.
Presented by Sorcerer's Hat. Check out my channel on YouTube. I post brand new Lorcana videos every single Friday. Visit me at youtube.com/@sorcerershat.
How do you pronounce this? Kreiskrieg?
Krezkrieg? Something like that.
Kreiskrieg. We probably should have asked him. Krieg. Can we say Krieg?
I'm gonna say Krezkrieg.
Yeah, we should probably stick with that. Throw it back. No, throw it back.
Oh, also Tigger. Actually, I would play Tigger.
Tigger is great.
I would play 2 Tigger. I would play the 2 Wasabi because I'm afraid. You know.
All right, so now we're back with game 7. This is top 4. We have Tegan versus Krieg. We got Krieg sitting in his defending position here. Tegan hadn't been on stream yet, so Tegan's getting the opportunity to be streamed, running PS mid-range. They look like they have a list pretty similar to what I was running, except they're on Calhoun and Gigi instead of Pocahontas and Angel. What do you think about those two? What do you think about Gigi? This is the new card in...
I like Gigi. I think it's more of a... Am I more scared of other Amethyst decks, like using Elsa to lock my Lexington down, or am I more scared of Amber and Ruby deleting and bouncing my Gigi, right?
Yeah.
I think it just depends on what you feel like you prefer at that moment, but I do think that Gigi is a really good card. I think Calhoun in this meta is still a good pick. Christopher Robin is still a really good pick. Honestly, this list is, I would say, pretty stock. Like, there's not really anything you would change. I think you could make an argument that you could go down to 2 Calhoun and maybe up the 1 count of Gigi or
if I was
Lexington,
expecting dogs, I think
I would go up on the Calhoun.
Yeah. And the Gigi being a 3 cost, with Alert, it kind of seems like, yeah, maybe possibly a better option than the 3-cost Lexington from Whispers in the Well. Lexington, though, would always be a 4/4 where GG is conditional, like good old Larry Lawrence back in the day. Yeah,
but I think there are pros and cons to both.
Yeah, another pro for GG is that GG wouldn't get stuck. GG wouldn't get stuck if you have 3 or more cards in hand. But we also have Angela this set, which just ignores that for Gargoyles.
Yeah. Neither of these players running Angela, though.
No.
Angela probably not going to see a ton of play this set, but maybe in the future.
All right, cool. Well, let's waste no more time. Let's get to the top 4. I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
All right. Game 7. This is semifinals. So we've got pretty stock purple steel list against slightly spicy Amber Amethyst.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a toolbox, right? There's a lot of 2 ofs.
Yeah.
And 1 of Hypnotic Strength.
Yeah.
1 of Cauldron.
Yeah, the Cauldron is really interesting. I feel like it only came up in that one game, and then it was immediately sniped by Wasabi.
Yeah. It's a good thing.
At least the one we saw.
Good thing he, Jitcho had that answer. have something. Do you think? Well, yeah, that game. I don't think the Lanterns came out.
I don't believe so. Yeah. All right, starting off with it's got a pretty expensive hand. I saw at least 2 Demonas in there. Something else. Gonna need those lanterns,
Yeah.
Tegan did not get a look at their list.
Yeah, this is not open deck list.
Yeah. A lot of purple. I don't think there's a single amber card in the Kit's list, funny enough.
Tegan is on the play being 3rd seed, but that didn't stop Chris Creed from flipping. Was it flipping upset?
Yeah. So starting off the Captain Hook. Standard, just 1 drop. Probably decent in this matchup. Yeah. Start with the Royal Guard on Kit's side. And then go into the Christopher Robin.
Oh,
the secret 1 drop. Even though it's a 2 drop.
Yeah.
Let's see. Still, no Amber Guards on the Kit's side, which would be fun. We go ahead and aim.
Yeah.
Probably,
banking on, since it's purple steel, maybe there isn't an Iago. I considered it,
I would say generally there's not. But I think you could make an argument to play Iago, but I think generally you don't. You play the Cobra.
Of course, Hypnotic Strength can give you Challenger too, but I've come to know it as just an Iago blaster.
And then not going to discard the Cobra, just trying to get a body on board. Also, saw that Kit had inked that Hypnotic Strength, so feeling pretty safe probably having the Cobra out.
Yeah, it is fairly early. You want the card economy in your hand, most likely. And they seem to agree.
Yep.
It makes an argument for Trinabog. The Emerald Nothing in the discard.
Yeah. Sure.
All right, we got a good old 1, 2, 3, 4. Will we see a strength? And we do.
See the strength
on the Cats. That is quite a good open.
Surprised. I guess you don't really want to quest the Christopher Robin while the Royal Guard can just take it out because of the Mim. So I guess that makes sense.
Meanwhile, I am playing Apple Sith in this top 4, and I wish I did. Oh, that was another upset. I was 5th seed, and BHMG, Brian was on 4th.
Oh, yeah.
So Chris Creed, considering his play here. Tigger, but what would they... you only have 2
Christopher Robin. Yeah. Christopher Robin, just to get the questing off the board. Probably not too worried about the Captain Hook, because they just have to not exert, and then they'll be fine unless an Elsa comes down.
You know, Chris Creed was a Steel Song player like I was too, but I've been telling people, I think Fable humbled the Steel Song players. He's patient. He did not turn the.
There's the Elsa.
Making Tegan answer the Madam Mim that could be problematic later. Just giving everything +1 strength. Well, no, sorry, +1 challenger.
+1 challenger. I'm surprised that they didn't trade up with the Tigger, like with the Captain Hook, but I do get wanting to, surprised that they didn't have Elsa just take out Mim.
Well, Mim's a 1/3, right?
It's a 0/3.
Sorry.
She has Challenger 1 herself, but then she gives Challenger 1 to everybody else.
But so Elsa wouldn't have been able to take out.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
All good, you know. It's been a day.
It's been a long day, guys. I don't think you understand how much work this is. You see that Horseman Strikes again, taking out the Dumbo just to stop that card draw. He's gonna play a Woodchuck's Guidebook and plus for 1 and set up for next turn and draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, shout out to all our favorite casters, right? Newfound respect for everybody.
Yeah, this is a lot of work. It's a lot of work trying to keep up. You know, just play a new Dumbo. Deacon's like, yeah, go ahead and take that Dumbo. I'll play another one.
Then I wonder if Tegan is contemplating Sven. We haven't seen Sven yet this game, right? Oh, okay. Contemplating which one to sing and then safely quest with Elsa. I guess it didn't really matter either way there if they were going to turn Elsa sideways anyway, but that did give them the option.
I wonder why not take out the Palace Guard. Not that it's because.
Excuse me, 1 second. I'm going to cough. Okay, sorry. But
so I wonder why they didn't just take out the Palace Guard with Elsa. It's like they quested, and then Kit popped woodchucks and just destroyed the Cobra. I feel like I would have just been super aggressive about that. And if they had a spend, that was going to happen anyway. Might need to. A little pickup right down this time code.
It's fine. I was going to say that.
Now I need it like whatever frozen or like.
Oh. Okay, pick this one up. What is the time code?
Like 9. So it's like almost the entirety of 9.
40-ish. Okay. All right. Taking some time here to think about the next play. They have 2 cards in hand?
I believe so. Go ahead and draw the demo. We do have a Hades. They're going to go ahead and play it on the spin. Just to see if they'll draw. But I have a feeling, it's just gonna put it on the bottom.
Yeah.
Does not want to give Purple Seal any more cards.
Yeah, and so I think on that point, are there some cards off to the side there? So they do have a hand. It's not top deck, right? I am uncertain.
I believe that the cards on the side are at the end. Yeah.
All right, Ink and Iago play a cat and pass. Let's see if we reestablish a board on Chris Creed's side. Yes, so
Spawn
Tegan had a card in the turn. Now they do not have any more cards in their hand. Oh, right. It was that Christopher Robin that was bounced back long ago.
And the genie, and the draw.
So
They've kind of entered a stalemate here because they both do not want to reserve because they'll just lose their characters because of the cat. Kit stuck with 2 horseman strikes in his hand too, and no evasives on the other side of the board.
yeah, it was just played, but next turn, if Genie does go sideways, all it takes is Tegan to draw a Elsa. Well, they only have 5 in. So yeah, it would take some
all you
sequencing of time.
That's all you need on
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to do Elsa and Cat. So you need 7.
yeah.
Interesting.
Boosting for some reason.
Eat the horseman strike. Oh, we got another in hand. Spin, double, and horseman strikes. From what it looks like.
Why are both of these players just boosting Cheshire Cat? Well, I can understand why
Tegan has Olaf. Yeah, so that is potential card draw. If there is ever a time where that Olaf can be popped, Angel, Strength, your own Olaf, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or Chris Creed turns anything on the ground, anything not evasive sideways for Olaf to Kamikaze. I don't know, can you say Kamikaze? What's that?
Does have a Sven in hand, has another Dumbo. Could just start drawing, but I feel like Tegan's kind of got a bit of an advantage here because they just have the stuff to back it up. They don't have to really. They can just quest Christopher Robin and hang out. Although Kit does have Genie and can just quest with Genie.
Yeah, and although Tegan has 6 ink down, they would need to draw to do the whole Elsa Cat thing because they would need ink. So I guess on Tegan's side, they're looking for a Doc, a Mona.
Sven's gonna come down.
Okay, Sven can clean up that Christopher Robin pretty easily.
Yeah,
but
only gonna take 1 damage.
Oh, the 1 damage maybe pop. No, you don't want to pop the Olaf at this point. See that the card under Cat makes you second guess it. So
but
damage onto Cat. Now we have 2 cards under Priest's Cat.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting because I don't think is he playing Olaf? So
no, Quest Creed.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the.
I was gonna say I keep mixing up the R, but there's an R after both cases.
Yeah. So we can say
I should have asked how to pronounce that. All right, so there it is. How did they banish the Olaf? Oh, they moved it with the cat.
But that was a misplay. Like that shouldn't have been allowed.
Why is that?
Because Cat can only move damage to an opposing character.
Oh, you are?
Can move damage from a chosen character to chosen opposing character. You cannot move damage to your own character.
Because so it wasn't a challenge, but they moved that damage. Wait, but did they? Yeah, they did draw the card. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cat plus whatever was under Cat.
Yeah, so that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, we do have NorCal's favorite judge in the room, but it's both players' responsibilities to
if
something like
that. They don't call judge, then judge is probably not going to see it, right?
You might have been looking at a different game because generally that is something. We're not perfect. It's fine. So.
And go ahead and quest with Burn, I will, because got enough ink as it is. We're good. We're thriving. If you're Kit, you're thriving. You're like, I don't need Willow. Let's get the lore, Catching up. Got a really sizable board. Got a Dumbo. Got a Genie. Got a Sven. Got so many evasives. Gonna draw so many cards. Get so much lore.
Chris Creed is winning with the new cards on board.
Yeah.
Winning as in has more new cards. Has more cards on general on the board.
Even figuring out what to do here. They have what I believe is another cat in hand.
Right. From the Olaf.
Yeah. And then I believe they have another cat.
Oh, yep. I see.
Oh, we're going to play Demona.
Yeah.
Draw some cards.
I wonder if they chose not to ink that second cat. Or did they ink already? No, they did. They inked the first cat. Yes.
The first cat. Gonna go ahead and trade up for that cat.
Yeah.
And then I think that's kind of...
Generally, you would want to challenge one at a time, I think, right? There's no discrepancy.
I don't believe... Oh. Yet another game error.
Wait, yes. Already inked for turn. Maybe Chris Kid.
Oh,
yep. Caught this one. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I believe you inked before the bone.
Yeah. This is why you leave your ink face up.
Yeah, I generally like that, but
I do it.
Wasn't there something in the rules where you're supposed to... I think if you ink another one, you're supposed to...
If you ink a second card, for sale, you're supposed to flip the other card.
I say we're human. We're old.
We all make mistakes.
Probably not the old thing.
You're not old.
I'm forgetful.
Oh, dropping another Grandma Willow. Dropping an I already forgot how to say it. I only took a game. Elanwi. Dropping an Elanwi. Basically for free. And then just continuing to cook here.
Lantern in hand as well.
Going to use
quest.
Yep.
Not challenge.
No, it's using Dumbo's ability.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
Spend evasive.
Yep.
Playing a lantern, just really gonna ramp here and make sure to maintain that tempo, maintain that advantage. Dropping yet another Dumbo, check the other Dumbo in case something happens.
Good. Hasn't inked for turn, right? Could ink and do.
Don't believe so.
Just gonna go ahead and quest G, quest for 2, and challenge to clean up the damaged Hades.
Yep.
Looking for a deal on Tegan's side.
Sure.
Tegan representing Team Ink Shop, a local Bay Area team. We saw their teammate Pox and their teammate. No, that's it.
One more time to consider here.
We are not sponsored by Diet Coke.
This is not the Diet Coke Invitational.
We probably cut this thinking fair now. Alright, another demo. This one with full value. They earn everything and draw 3. Gives Chris Creed 1 card, but hopefully gets more impact on Tegan's side. Let's see. What trades would you make? Yeah.
There's not really a lot you can make, unfortunately, because most things are evasive.
Yeah, we could clean up the enemy, the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe Olaf to bounce back one of the Demonas to do it
depends
again.
on your hand count at the moment.
Well, they played GG, so they're down to 2. So that Demona will ready. It might serve better to stay on board if Chris Creed. Oh nope, they are going. Oh no, that was the Palace Guard. Jasmine lives in a palace, has a palace guard.
Yes.
There is no Royal Guard on the Amethyst Steel side. Alright.
Open Kit's got pretty good advantage here now as an Iago. A little harder to make the Iago stick, though, in this matchup, just because of strength.
Remember the lantern, so only use 3 of the ink. That leaves all the evasives open to draw from, which would be 2 Dumbos and a Genie.
Mm-hmm.
Sven is evasive.
Yep.
Everything. Yeah. Allocating his budget here is efficient use of Chris Creed's ink.
Refusing everything. I'm gonna say
Everything to draw.
GG can only get rid of one of these Dumbos, so might as well keep.
And we're not saying Dumbo in a derogatory way. That is Dumbo's.
Yeah. Honestly, I think if you're a kid, you just
Keep
go.
going.
You just go for it at this point.
Because why not? Because each of these effects give you a lore as well.
I think you quest with the genies.
Oh yeah, with the genie, yes, but the one quest
So
is
much
Finn
lore
and
on
Dumbo
board,
is-
right?
Yeah, GG's probably gonna take out Dumbo. I would say,
I mean,
unless maybe there's argument to take out the GG to slow down the race,
Yeah, I think.
but there's
What's
looking
more-
kind of. Is it dire or is looking kind of dicey here, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kid's got a huge
Sorry.
advantage here. Even with the GG on board, that's not enough to stop
Right.
2 genies and 2 Dumbos, right? That have been questing and drawing cards. Like, there's not really much.
We need to see a monstro here.
Nobody plays Monstro
Yeah, but I'm just looking at that big old inkwell, and there's at least 2 cards that they could discard to wipe out. Well, wait, Monstro is not your basic, huh?
Nope.
Monstro does nothing here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what could happen.
I don't know that Tegan really has an out here to stop. Like, Kid only needs 4 lore.
Mind game, Chris Creed to play their own Raging Storm.
That they're not playing.
That they don't know. All right, draw. Always look for your outs. Normally, this would be untimed, but we have a restraint with the store, the venue. But still, we have, I believe, 60 minutes, 60 or 70.
Something like that,
Yeah. All right, so GG does take out a genie, slow down take off as much lore on the other side as possible, the lore potential.
Still not quite enough. There's too many evasives.
Oh, that'll help.
No help, but you still got 4 on the other side.
16, yep. That's all the cards in Tegan's hand?
I believe so.
Yeah. I think that's it. We're gonna go to game 2.
Yep.
It was a nice epic genie I saw that came down here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Different genie.
Yeah. Yeah, in a game against J-Cho earlier in Swiss, there was a card he played to target Genie. I almost reached for the Genie I would choose, right? But both Genies were down. Genie, magical researcher,
Mm-hmm.
and Genie Wish Fulfilled. And so I caught myself and I was like, oh, which one? And so we have to actually think about that now. Right?
Well, it's like I've said Hades and played Hades targeting a Hades.
Oh boy.
And then it's like, wait, what's happening? It's like, I'm playing Hades, I'm targeting your Hades, and they're like, oh, I see. It's like a whole thing. It's funny.
Right.
It's not like a lot of other card games where, you can only have that named character going to be one of them on the field. Lorcana's a little different because they're not really the characters. They're glimmers or whatever.
Man, it's funny watching this back because I'm at the other table. Oh, Tina's looking at everything upside down. Oh. I'm at the other table playing Apple Sith on Sapphire Amber, right? Apple Sith, very formidable opponent. My obvious tactic would have been to aggro, right? But spoilers, I lost that. 1-2 though, so I got a game. I got the aggro off.
Got a game.
But yeah, I would have had. So it's interesting watching this match because I could see what could have been. Like if Tegan takes this, it would be a Purple Steel Mirror in the finals. If Cruise Kid Craig can win one more, then I would have to play another Amber Amethyst, which Brian was on, and had gone through that already in the quarterfinals. All right, we're off to Demona and Hook.
Seems familiar,
Yep.
like we did this last time.
All right, consistency. We like that.
So, it's also Royal Guard.
Yeah. There's argument to keep the Demona, but you would have to get to 6 on Tegan's side. Maybe, having that unequal calculation, I might have used Demona myself. What about you? You played.
I think you gotta keep the Demona. Like, you know, when you get to that late stage, you need the cards.
Yeah. Yep.
But I can understand.
You need the
I can understand inking the Christopher Robin right now to play Calhoun because you just gotta get rid of the flankables in your hand, right?
Yeah.
So,
but I don't think. I see Chris Street's throw it back deck kind of like a Blurple, or these colors would be a similar Blurple deck, right? I don't know if Calhoun. I think personally I would have played the Christopher Robin especially if I had a Cobra.
mm-hmm.
I could chuck the Cobra or Doc, who I don't necessarily care about the Calhoun here, but yeah. Well, if you're gonna play the Calhoun, maybe I would have quested here too to entice Chris Creed to go into the Calhoun. Sure, Calhoun probably would be banished, but I think that's a 2-for-1 trade there, Josh. Unless, there's not like a book that Chris Creed could have drawn off of to make up.
Instead use Ilonwi to buff up Calhoun and then use World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Right. In hindsight, that could have been
that big brain tech.
Right. Yeah. Or that was another one. Like earlier, game 1 is the one can be any chosen character for the second one. So this tech was here with the Queen, I believe. Like actually, I don't know but it's the 5-cost shift on 2 Queen. That is another one that you could combo with World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because she would pump something up for 4 strength, but then lower 4 strength.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You need the Demona there and go all in on the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
Which I think seems okay based on the board state, but if you're thinking long term, I think might be a bit of an issue. You definitely are going to need that Demona layer, I believe. But we'll see how it plays out. It might be okay. Gigi going to take out Ilonwi, get the 2 damage on it, and then pass. Kit sort of is going to lose the Royal Guard either way, so I think he kind of has to use it to swing into Gigi, because otherwise he's going to do just that, because otherwise Tegan's just going to use the cat to boost, and Kit's going to lose it anyway, so you might as well take one of those characters down with you, you know?
Mm-hmm. We got a Genie down. So for anyone at home that is interested, I was talking about the Queen Commanding Presence. It is no longer in rotation. But yeah, that was something I was missing.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah, because it's chosen opposing character gets -4 first, right? So if you wanted to do that, the World's Greatest Criminal Mind combo, the opponent has to have 2 characters down. One of them, the -4 has to go on one of them, and then you can choose any character to add 4 strength. I got a lot of Tinkerbells.
Did no one ever do like shift her, then play Elsa and like debuff something, crash Elsa into it?
I'm sure someone
had to have tested that. Dropping another G, by the way. Okay, we're getting distracted. That's okay. We're having fun. Everybody inking Demonas.
You know, I feel like there's a few of our friends that probably have done that.
Probably.
I can think of one.
In my head, I'm like, that sounds awesome, but it might just be a little like, it's either unnecessary or it's a lot of setup for not a lot of reward.
Maybe, but we do like our combos. All right, so
strength.
Hades looking for a deal, targeting the genie that. Well, both genies came down that turn, right?
No, Tegan has another strength.
No, all that's impossible.
Yeah.
So GG can remove this genie. GG genie.
Yes. I can't
And
see
I think
what
that's exactly what's going to happen. But now, GG, well, cat can move whatever comes down.
Yeah.
Unless Chris Grid has his own cat and moves that damage off of GG onto, I don't know,
Hook.
or
So
I would say,
you would kind of have to get rid of it.
yeah, because if Chris Grid moved it on anyone else, then Tegan could just keep pushing that cat damage back and forth. However, there is some argument there to use up Tegan, 2 ink on Tegan's side in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was probably the right choice. But also, GG being damaged can be. Just get rid of it altogether. Just get it out of here. It only does 2 damage back anyway.
Yeah. Then play the guidebook to set up to draw some cards next turn.
Oh,
Strength. He's really afraid of the. Going scorched earth here.
yeah. Well, I mean, Spin does have 2 strength and challenge 3.
Sure.
Yeah, and evasive, so not like Tegan.
And
could have just
Kit's already gone through at least 2 Gs, so you probably are okay just using it on that. It's kind of a use it or lose it situation sometimes. You're just like,
Oh yeah,
fire it off, hope for the best. And there's yet another genie.
for I guess viewers at home, that Hades probably should be in the same direction as the other characters with the updated rules.
Was that right?
Believe so. We can double check.
That's like a.
It's just, but I mean, I feel like it doesn't really. I think it's, I don't know why, but maybe just keep thinking.
It is what it is.
Yeah. It's the same thing that the cards in the deck, being the same orientation.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, some cards were just upside down. Just not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, dot drops 2.
Viewers at home, gotta be careful about that. Keep all your cards the same, right side up, dirt them all the same.
Yeah.
Just be as
Yeah, we don't want any technicalities, right?
Yeah.
We want to just play the game.
Gotta be as clean and organized as possible.
All right. We have quite a board on Tegan's side. But yet no evasive still, so
Yeah, no reason to use these.
Chris Creed playing his own game. Oh, we're gonna load it up with another genie.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah, genie.
Just get that card drawing.
Maybe spin eventually to rush some damage in, kind of like a removal.
Yeah,
removal on a body.
you have to hope they exert something, knowing you've got it under that cauldron, right?
But yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Sven being with 3 willpower kind of knocks it down a notch. Maybe that is more balanced that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
I missed that broom. That broom that was 4/4 plus for 2.
In a lot of ways, Sven is a more balanced Elsa. But Sven also doesn't exert it. So makes it a little weaker in that sense. Or, I guess Sven in a lot of ways is a lot worse than Elsa. But
I think Elsa,
Elsa, you could argue, is one of the best cards in the entire game.
Yeah. I think it's being at 5 cost, I think makes it fair.
It's fair-ish. It's pretty strong.
Fair, and it only does 2 damage.
And I say this as somebody who's loved the card from day one. I was a believer the minute that card got revealed. I was like, oh, this card, and speak of the devil, here she comes. I was like, this card is 100% going to see play. It's amazing. And I remember a bunch of people saying I don't know. And now we all talk about it. It's it's basically been a staple for almost 2 years now.
I remember one of our friends bought four.
Think about that. Almost 2 years we've been playing Elsa.
Hot data dog.
She came out in set 5. We're on set 11.
Skies.
And she's still going
I
strong.
love that set, Shimmering Skies.
Shimmering Skies was a good set.
Yeah, I remember one of our friends bought 4 starters because I think at the time it was cheaper than the Elsa foil alone.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, I remember the foils because when people found that out, they got cheap, and I ended up buying them. And then the promo came out. I bought 4 of those boxes, and
I believe mine is still Pringle.
oh yeah, 100%. Oh
yeah.
Kit gonna play his own cat and
All right.
take that damage.
Finish. Gotta still rule the evasive wars.
Yeah,
And we still have
gotta respect the
a
cat.
genie under the cauldron, just in case. Oh, I lost. Oh, there we go. We're back. All right, the cauldron. I believe. Do you remember how many he's playing?
One cauldron.
And,
Also, he drew off a Dumbo.
and Tegan does not have any item removal.
Loading up what you just said. Loading up the Sven into
Yep.
the Black Cauldron.
I agree with the order. Chris Creed did that. You know, you have people often say draw first, so that he loaded up his draw.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe by this point, Chris Creed is deducing that maybe Tegan's not running Binja or what other item would there be?
In Steel, I mean, there's like a Simba and a few other things, but they're very expensive.
Is Beast back? The 5?
No, he's not.
Yeah.
So pretty much Benja. You're running Benja.
Would be the more common.
You're running Benja, but yeah.
I mean, it only costs 1 to load it up, correct?
It costs 1 to load the cauldron. It costs 1 to bring something out of the cauldron, but then you have to pay the full cost. So
Correct. It only extends your hand. It does not play anything for free. So I remember that's one of the reasons why people decided not to play it.
Well, it's also, if you play it on free, it is kind of a huge tempo loss. Like, you're not playing a character and you don't have anything in the, in your discard yet. So, like, what are you doing, really? He does pull the Sven out of the cauldron. Probably gonna, I would assume, take out Hades. Yep. Gonna trade with Hades, because honestly, he can just put Sven back in the cauldron if he wants, and keep going.
Yeah, he's got a little engine there.
Eilon, considering to take out the Olaf, but actually going to take out the
just an even
Captain
trade.
Hook. Probably doesn't want to take out the Olaf because Tegan will just bounce Doc and play Doc again and draw and kind of regroup. So
I had some troubleshooting here. Chris Creed able to get out both Genie and Sven in 2 different turns?
2 different turns.
Yeah. Yeah, because it does require you to exert the cauldron as well. Have they made that sword? Oh wait. No, that's different. It's not King Arthur, right? But
The Excalibur?
no, the sword that was in the Black Cauldron. Like he traded it for that sword, the Black Cauldron.
I don't remember. I haven't seen that movie forever. Gonna use Horseman Strikes, take out the Elsa.
Wow.
Kit now ahead of the Invasive Wars.
Yeah. And
It has enough ink to just do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, has enough to. Oh, this would be better. The Elsa, I would take out the cat. I was about to say it has enough to move. Oh wait, no, the cat is not on Chris Creed's side.
Take out the cat. The other genie can trade into trade up, and then you've got Black Cauldron. You just say, "Hey, I'm gonna load it up with." You guessed it, Genie.
You have to exert it to load it up as well.
Yeah, that's why it takes 2 turns. So you have to load it, and then you can, the next turn, exert, pay 1, 2.
The cost is the same. Exert, pay 1.
It's really slow. It sounds really slow. It reads really slow. But then when you play it, you just kind of use your extra ink as you're going,
It's
and
extension of your hand.
yeah, and you just go with it, and you, especially if you're on like Amber or Sapphire, you load up a Hades in there, and you just say, okay, play something cool, and I'll just make it go away. You know,
It's like paying to play something in exile.
yeah, a little bit, yeah. So paying
something out of you paid one for the
pay one for the cauldron, and then you pay with Lantern and the 3 to make Genie cheaper. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, Lantern can't pay the tax, but
Yeah,
in a way, it sort of does.
I think. Yeah, that seems.
The math works out that way, but in practice, you can't do it that way. Playing another Dumbo.
Man,
Seems like
all the ink in the world on Chris.
I know. And it's not a ramp deck.
No, I think
Playing the Mowgli,
Chris Cube's just doing inking every turn. Right?
although it reveals it kind of off camera, so you can't really see what Tegan really had, but I'm going to assume nothing got discarded.
No, so all characters.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a Gigi, Christopher Robin.
Yeah.
And
On a Genie. I think
is it Genie or Hades?
it's the new Genie.
And that is game.
It's game. I believe that's it.
Chris Craig will still sat there for Top Cut. Will never leave.
Yeah, he's going to be there for our finals.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We just had our game 7, and Kit once again taking out purple decks.
Sat down, not getting
Yeah,
it.
Amber. Turns out Amber Amethyst really good at just capitalizing on taking out purple decks and kind of doing its like faux ramp thing and paying for stuff free. I think
Right.
that honestly, Kit's onto something with the Black Cauldron being in that deck.
Yeah.
Being able to recur, he recurred Genies, he recurred Svens.
Yeah.
And it just gave him a lot of board presence.
Yeah. You would think like paying that tax maybe could get expensive because some people when they figured out that Cauldron doesn't play it for free, you still have to pay full price. But now we have the pseudo ramp with Grandmother Willow. We have Lanterns back in rotation, and I don't even actually think he even needed those. Often, we were in the moment. I think sometimes still paid full cost even with those on the board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe, like we said, Calhoun probably was included in the deck anticipating dogs and aggro. Aggro got a lot of tools in this set. But I think, so I was in a similar matchup against Brian, but I think Pocahontas and the Genies really helped me go over the edge there to get extra lore and fast.
Yeah.
I think there was that game where Tegan inked the Christopher Robin and played the Calhoun. Do you think it might have gone a different way had they switched ink? Or, well, you can't ink the Calhoun, but getting the Christopher Robin.
Probably not. It's a little early for that, right?
Yeah.
But playing Calhoun, sometimes you just kind of got to do it. And that's sort of the problem with Calhoun is that in matchups where you're playing against a lot of evasive, she sort of does nothing.
Yeah.
But if you end up playing a dog, she is your favorite card in the world.
Yeah.
Or, you play Amber Steel Aggro or something. You love Calhoun. You desperately want Calhoun every time.
But then the resist, it's resist
1,
right?
Yeah.
But resist doesn't matter to a cat. Cat will move that damage right on.
Yep.
And two willpower is perfect for cat.
Yep.
Yeah. Good job. Congratulations to Tegan and Jay Cho earlier for making top 8. All right.
Alrighty. Well, let's go. We're going on to finals, game 8. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Produced by Bluegrass Bay Media, your source for event coverage, social promotions, training videos, and more. For more information, email bluegrassbaymedia@gmail.com.
Oh, okay. I was like, how is all my boba floating? It just all fell. All right. And we're back for finals. we have Apple Sith versus Krieg and the YB Greed. So both players are playing Cauldron. One of. So both ramp.
Yeah, in a way, in a sense. Yeah. I think the biggest problem for Kit going into this matchup is that he has been heavily relying on the fact that his deck takes out other purple decks, and suddenly in the finals he is not playing against a purple deck. He's playing against Amber Sapphire. So basically his Horseman Strikes do absolutely nothing.
Right.
Meanwhile, Harrison, Apple Sith, all his Horseman Strikes have targets. So he basically just has more removal in the deck than Kit does.
Yeah.
He's also got the Hades. He's got he's got the board wipes. He's got ways to draw cards. I think it's going to be a harder matchup for Kit, for Kritzkrieg, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I think, and then also Apple Sith has the Ink Runner to deal with evasives, although no evasives of his own. But yeah, at least the Horseman Strike draws a card for Kritzkrieg, but he probably has other ways to draw with all those Amethyst cards. Yeah. All right. Without further ado, here is the finals for Quest Coast 2.
All right. Off to the races, doing the altar. This is the finals here at Quest Coast number 2.
Yep, 2 final box.
Yep, I lost to both of these gentlemen in the in the Swiss.
I just lost to Apple Sith. I could not stop him. Apple Sith has had quite a run.
Yeah.
So far, undefeated.
Undefeated. He even played final round in Swiss.
Yes,
and won
because GZ has a team model, I believe. No IDs.
Yeah. No IDs.
You can't see it, but I joked.
I'll ID.
I'll take the ID.
I'll take the ID. I'm fine with it.
Having top seed or playing 4 seed has its advantages.
It does, yeah.
If you've
How
scouted,
confident are you?
Exactly. Scouted and gained some confidence.
Yeah. I have definitely been in that situation where I know that I'm probably going to beat, the person.
Inking a develop, play a develop? Yep, there it is.
Looking for that ramp. And finds it.
On break, hey, there you go. There's that small percentage Chris talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I told Chris Krieg on break, the reason why he has not left from that seat is his sweater is just too cute, but we can't see it.
Oh, man. All right. Rampant. Tico. Actually didn't even need the ramp. Didn't even need the sail. So
right.
Go with
Did he draw the Tico off the top there?
I missed it. It's a little hard to see the player's hands too.
But he did pull the sail from the development.
Yeah. Well, we're going to play Mowgli and try and snipe something. So there is a Raging Storm.
Yep.
It's going to take it out because honestly, what's the Raging Storm doing?
I like how
right now
Apple Sith kind of separates what are legal targets to give them the choice, but
I do that too.
Time. Yeah. But then the other advantage there is you do get to see the hand. So
yeah.
But often with my short-term memory, I see the hand. I see the threat, and then I forget.
I remember I try to just remember the most important thing.
Yeah, that's actually
gonna play Cindy and Ramp because I can't remember either. But if I remember they have this one specific card I'm scared of, I'm gonna keep that in mind until I see it.
Right. Yeah. Right. We're gonna play another
mode.
I mean, there were
gonna snipe probably the Horseman Strikes, right. But yeah.
Right. I think maybe Apple Sith was choosing for him or not choosing for him, but lack of better words, knew kind of which card would be likely chosen.
Gonna play the Moana and Ink from the discard, which is probably why he was wanting to play develop and other things to just load up the discard so that he could
right.
He can ink and not have to use cards in his hand.
Man, earlier against another blue player. They had Moana. They played Sail. Sail went into the discard. Now eligible to be inked, and so Sail allowing you to ink an additional time, but then inked the Sail that was now in the discard. It threw me off, but I was like, oh yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Checks out. You know, quite a move, because essentially Moana is another new card this set that basically extends your hand. You're able to ink from the discard.
It's very nice. You feel like you get second life out of those
Correct.
other things. Gonna go ahead and trade the Cindy so that he can't ramp more like princesses.
Yep. Play for value and ink whatever is in there.
Empress Sapphire does play a fair amount of princesses. It needs the Tigger to bounce his own Ilanwi. Probably to use for ink or just protect it.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison gonna go digging again. Ends up taking the Horseman Strikes just in case Kit ends up playing some kind of evasive on the next turn. Already has a Moana, so chooses not to take the extra Moana because can't ink twice with two Moanas, right? So,
yeah. That was a develop, or actually how did he grab the? What happened there? I missed it.
I believe he's developing right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Trade the Moana.
And then he with the Moana's ability to develop everything. Yeah.
And there comes in handy the Horseman Strikes, and then just going to quest with the Tipo. Both players just one for one-ing, each other, just taking stuff out. But I think Apple Sith Harrison has probably the upper hand in the long run because he has so many tools to just control the board. Although both of these players are playing Black Cauldron, so this could get very grindy.
Yeah.
And yet another Horseman Strikes, which is part of the advantage of Harrison's deck is being able to just take out all of the evasives, but also Kit not having the ability to do that.
Yeah, it's looking quite grim here on Chris Creek's side. Not being able to really have anything stick.
The score wouldn't tell you that, but
look at all that ink on
all that ink
side.
All those resources in the discard.
Had to ink the Elsa just to see if Elsa can be anything else. And maybe one drop. Yeah, there's the Alan movie. But yeah, I think when you played Apple Sith, he said in the mirror, it kind of might be whoever gets to Cauldron first. Yeah, in the mirror for Amethyst Steel, it might be whoever gets to Demona first, right?
In a lot of ways, yes. If the person who's going first can capitalize on the Demona first,
or strength, yeah. But yeah, when I played Apple Sith, loading up that Cauldron. First of all, I was dead if he ever got to that point. I needed to aggro out. But yeah, loading it up with Hades and Surfer Stitch, it was just so much value under that Cauldron, and I don't remember that.
Using the Hypnotic Strength to just try and find some more stuff. Did use the Ilanwi and World's Greatest to take out the Hades. Using that tech again, and then going to bounce the Ilanwi for either extra ink or just protect it from Cinderella. But and then Hades will take that out. I think we've entered the control zone now. Where
it's kind of hitting that critical mass, right?
Yeah, like Kit also hasn't really been seeing a lot of his card draw, so that is making him play a little bit slower. Meanwhile, Harrison's churning and getting his card draw.
Hades, Surfer Stitch, man, it's pretty good value.
Playing yet another Horseman Strikes. Question 3, he's off to the races now. He's got 5 lore on the board, and it doesn't really have anything right now to fight back. I see a Sven, but the Sven is going to take out Cinderella at most.
Yeah, because it only does 5 damage with the Challenger 3. Yeah.
As the Ilanwi and passes.
Thinking back on my game.
Another Surfer Stitch. Drops 2 more cards.
It got to the point against Apple Sith where sometimes I ask cards in hand or cards in ink, but with this setup, this engine, Like, okay, a lot of cards in hand, a lot of cards in the ink. Like,
Yeah.
do whatever you want. Your whole deck is on the table. Yep.
About 5 more. Just keep digging for
I
whatever at this point.
Yeah. I do appreciate how Apple Sith keeps his discard and visible. You can always check public information at any time.
Yeah.
But I definitely is more for him, but I do appreciate that as well as and on the other side.
From a caster's perspective, I
Oh,
see
yeah, this
how
way
many
too,
things
exactly.
are used without having to think about it. But I wonder if he's digging for Cauldron, because at this point he does have a Hades in the discard, and he's got the Moana, so he has things he can bring back.
Or at this point, that Mufasa just to close it out.
That is true. He does have the Mufasa in his deck.
Because I mean, I feel like maybe they're Cauldron just to play with new toys. But the Mufasa, he's making it work. I mean, he's undefeated.
The Cauldron does allow you to grind. In a really big way.
Yeah.
You can use Let It Go and then take out the Ilonri. Just gonna get very aggressive with it. Play yet another Cinderella to help filter all this card draw.
No, it doesn't.
There it is, the Mufasa, and he's gonna have to pick up and shuffle his ink.
I think you and Chris joked earlier. Often you just find a couple typos or sales, but it doesn't really matter. There's so much ink here. That's just more to.
Just more stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
That's
can
not
ink the
really
typo,
matter.
or the sale can replace itself again. But yeah, that.
Or you get
Mufasa.
Or you get lucky. You get something back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something cool.
4/9 quest for 4. Not too bad.
Yeah. I did play the Mufasa, I think, in a Blurple deck, like back when he came out, and when you actually quested it, you kind of just win.
Yeah, I tried and
It's-
blue steel, and that was not the move.
It's rough, but when it works, man, it works, and that's going to be the end of game 1.
There it is. Mufasa didn't even have to quest.
Yes, Mufasa didn't even have to quest; just had to be like, I'm on the board and I'm going to win, pretty much. Yeah.
I want to see. So, Apple Sith is running 2 Mufasa. I want to see him get to the point where he drops a Mufasa, next turn he quests Mufasa, and readies all his. Or plays a bunch of stuff, readies all his ink, and plays another Mufasa.
It's possible, but I feel like you've already won by then.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a side quest.
yeah.
Challenge. If you're hearing this, Apple Sith, there's a challenge for you.
If you do that, you're just showing off at that point, to be honest.
But I did see when I was scouting, he does have an enchanted one. So at least the one we saw just now is not the enchanted one, but there is an enchanted in there, and I want to see it.
Yes, sir. He did have an enchanted.
Unless he inks it with Tipo. Oh, extra side quest. Ink a Mufasa. Ink
Get
the
it
enchanted with the Tipo in the beginning. Get it back and then replay it.
God.
Wow, that.
Talk about it impossible. Like, the odds are so
That's
stacked
the
against you.
that's not if you want to 100% the game of Lorcana, that is gonna be a side quest.
You can just quit after that. You did it. You won.
Yeah.
I see a Tipo. Harrison Sands, he's got the ink. He's got a lot of stuff he can ink. Like a lot of Let It Goes. Throws 3 back, seems like.
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly what he threw back, but he's obviously going to keep the Tipo. I did see quite a few Let It Go, so probably threw some of those back because you really don't want them early. Like, the best case for Let It Go is you draw it right when you need it, or when you would like to have it, and you have something to sing it, or you just want to get a ton of advantage. Having it really early on just means you kind of ink them, and then you don't have them anymore. Which, so throwing them away is usually the play.
Right.
Let's see.
Yeah.
See a Horseman Strikes. See a Moana. See a Develop. He's actually set up a pretty good hand.
Will we see another game 3 from Preston?
We'll do another Develop.
Apple
Take a
Sith.
peek.
Yeah, Apple Sith just needs to win this last one, and we can call it a day. Christie won't go down that easy, though.
Yeah, he's. I mean, both these players have been playing all day. They're both very good, and they're going to try their hardest.
Yeah.
They play the Willow.
On the line is first place, gets a box of Counterspell, and so does second place. But first place also gets a paid invite to the CCQ here in Sacramento, Glimmer Games. Yep, hosted by John Santos, Josie Margos, and Rebecca Quest.
Yeah. I saw Harrison throw the Moana into the inkwell, which means, and because he does have a Pete in hand, it means he's probably planning on playing Pete on turn 4.
Yeah. Man, Applesmith got 2 Petes down on me, and I couldn't deal with them. So he was
putting 1 damage. Huh?
He was getting lots of draw and filter from those 2 Petes.
Probably safe to put the 1 damage on Willow, because even if Kit has the cat, there's not enough ink to play the cat and then punish them for it. But is going to play the Elsa with the Willow, and actually there would have been because of the Willow. So yeah, interesting choice. But he's going to play the Pete in the class.
Yeah, Pete becomes a developer brand, then it becomes a vision, and gets you a lot of.
The highest I've ever gotten P2 was 3, and even then I was pushing it. Like most of the time sometimes I'm just like 1 is fine. You're drawing a card. If a card said exert, like win this character quest, you draw, everybody would be like, this card's amazing. Right? And Pete, if you boost him once, basically says that. If you boost him twice, then it says play developer brain, which is also good. But it also is nice because it doesn't count as drawing a card, I believe. It counts as putting a card in your hand.
Yep, put 1 into your hand.
Yeah, so
Diablo ever comes
Diablo.
back.
I don't think Diablo's ever coming
Well,
back.
Infinity.
But in Infinity, yeah. Exactly. And Iago and a Woodchucks, and then playing World's Greatest to take out Pete. Just probably why you don't boost, unless you're playing against another blue deck, you probably don't boost Pete the minute you play him. But Harrison is going to put in Moana and ink the Wolves and Stripes.
Yeah.
Since it doesn't do anything right now.
And for viewers at home that the reason why we bring up that Diablo, it benefits from your opponent drawing a card. You can also draw a card, but putting a card in your hand does not trigger them.
Iago probably going to take out the Moana. Yep.
All right. Chris Krieg was able to manage the board a bit here and has a book to draw more later, but probably not until Chris Krieg empties his hand, because the Mona, it would be in Chris Krieg's best interest to have a low hand count so that the Mona can keep ready.
Another Moana, and then playing the sail.
There it is.
Inking the
Play
sail.
the sail.
Yeah.
Play Moana. Ink the sail.
Such a cool play.
It's great. That was a good use of a new card.
Yeah. And you get to just look, it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moana, I believe, is very close to being a broken card, but I don't think she's broken at all. As somebody who's played with her, I think she's perfectly fine. Yeah. But she does
hit for 4.
She does, yes, but for 5 costs, that's a lot, right?
True.
Okay, then let's gonna be a Cheshire Cat here. It's probably gonna move some damage off the Algo, I'm gonna assume. Yep, gonna boost. Take that damage, put on Moana.
And only pay 2 for Cat because there is a Grandmother Willow on the board. It's kind of glared out a little bit, but it's towards the bottom.
It's too shiny.
Yeah.
Go ahead and quest. Kit just racing to the finish line. Harrison kind of needs a raging storm at this point, which does not seem to have.
Using the Moana ability while we can.
Although he might. He's questing like he does, and there it is, raging storm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It'll wipe the board.
Yep. So both quest, but also use Moana's ability before he cannot stay anymore.
Mm-hmm. Put a Demona to an empty board just to
was he able to draw?
He was. Get a body on the board. He also has another Demona in hand, so he can always just use it later. I think the cat doesn't pop woodchuck though.
Well,
I guess because of the Demon.
Demon later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter this turn, but just having that foresight later to have too many cards in hand. Sure. Yeah. He only has 7 ink. I don't know if he'd be able to dump his hand. Well, now he has 8.
Pearson has done a very good job of stabilizing this game.
Yeah. Like you said, both formidable players.
Yeah.
Fun games with both of them. We're all here.
Yeah, I mean, in a round 2 video where I was playing Harrison, like, you can't hear us, but we were, like, that was my first ever feature match, and a lot of people are just like, oh, I was so nervous or whatever, and I was like, this just felt like Tuesday, like we were at locals or something, because it was just like, you know, buddies, and then he played Simba or Mufasa on me, and we just started laughing because I was not expecting it.
Well, I mean, you and I like helped set this up, and I still was nervous. I was chosen for round 1, but you know, I think it's part of becoming a better player too, because you know what, DLCs, you might get chosen, you might get featured, and you know.
Oh man, even playing another Willow out here, but even if I got selected at a DLC and I got just slaughtered, I would be like, let's do it.
Yeah, because you know,
then I could just make fun of myself.
And also for growth, you can watch where you made mistakes. I mean, I've been to a few of these DLCs, and boy, like I'm playing some crazy mistakes, you know.
Harrison swinging back, got the surfer stitch, drawing cards, then using Hades to sing "Let It Go."
Yeah, Hades essentially getting another Hades,
just effect. Not letting it have any cards whatsoever.
You know, it wasn't,
but letting him have a lot of ink.
Both Hades, Infernal Schemer, and Let It Go were in set 1.
Yeah, I played Blood set 1, and they were like the core.
But we didn't. I mean, we had one jump. But we definitely have.
You did play one jump, and
Mickey,
and you played Detective Mickey.
Yeah, but you know, actually, I still don't think I've seen. I don't think too many players, were high on Hades. You know, there were a few. There were a few
at the time. I think we all knew Hades was strong. He was like a $30 card.
But it wasn't like. Well, we're talking about back in the era of Ruby Amethyst and Steel Song.
Sure.
And, but you know, we had our day 1 Blue Steel players.
Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, gonna take out the Dumbo. Horseman Strikes once again, coming back. Such a great card. There's another Surfer Stitch that he's going to drop down, just draw cards. Why not? Surfer Stitch is such an imposing threat. And
man, is that the 4th Surfer? 1 went into the ink at least.
Might be a 3rd or something.
Like you said in the pre-game, all of the Horseman Strikes are to Apple 6 advantage, not so much history, but it does replace itself if you ever needs to cycle it.
Yeah, 3 to draw a card is that's expensive. But you know,
but he's not able to get his Dumbos to stick.
Yeah,
he has speaking of cycle, he has a hypnotic strength.
He has the cauldron,
and I misspoke earlier. Mobley is the opponent's choice, so
it is the opponent's choice.
Whoops.
Which is why, like, Timon is
just like, remembered now because I would joke like it's my choice, but yes, I'm going to choose it. I'm going to choose it because I want to choose it.
Just trying to find some.
Speaking of which, so Apple Sith did choose to keep the clothing in hand, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? He's got tons of stuff in the discard that he can profit from.
He has an enchanted, beautiful cloak.
Yes. I thought about buying one, but then they like doubled in price, and I was like, they may have dropped down again.
We haven't even shown this video yet. No, I'm just kidding. But I should have got it, and it was like what 20 or 30, just because enchanted.
It's like $50 or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought I saw it. I could have been mistaken. All right, let's see. Let's see here.
Kit drawing for turn. I
He
really don't know.
Pay 3 to draw.
Yeah, like
But I mean, what else could he? Have
What
done
else
with
can you do, right?
Yeah,
like while
I don't know what was in the sand.
Sith Harrison is behind, is going to finally play that Black Cauldron and then probably load up Lorana or something. Let's see how the Hades.
Surface
load up
Stitch.
Surface
Yep.
Stitch, just draw more cards. While he's behind in lore, he has so much more advantage. He's going to play the Nakoma, 2 Nakoma,
Oh boy.
to help challenge, just
Yeah.
de-incentivize
I
Kit
know.
from exerting at all.
I know he really enjoys playing the Coma on curve against aggro decks. And yeah, it's an Iago. It's an Iago that
Super
does not have Vanish,
Yep.
but doesn't have the base.
But also doesn't have evasive.
Yeah.
But she does help you in the aggro matchup, so I think he's onto something there with that.
But yeah, seeing the
I
Cauldron,
haven't tried his list yet.
seeing the Cauldron with Surface Stitch, I know Hades probably going to go in there. It's just giving me some trouble.
Coming out, Hades coming out. Just gonna cycle the Stitch because he's got another one loaded into the Cauldron anyway. He doesn't really care.
Easy decision there by Apple Sith to not give Chris Creed
I
more draw.
think probably 60% of the time you're gonna want to probably put the character under the deck.
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten it down to a science. I know there's a wrong answer. I just don't know when I'm making that wrong
Yeah,
answer.
I mean, most of the time you probably don't want to give them more cards.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, I think if I'm ahead, I'm often.
But if you play one character and they play Hades and that's all you've got, you kind of feel like you don't really have a choice. Ends up pulling another Surface
He
Stitch
doesn't even need the
and
Cauldron.
then draws another Raging Storm, which he most
And he's
likely
gonna load it up. Not on use. He doesn't. Yeah.
loading it up with a
Oh,
Cinderella.
okay. So load up some filter.
Some more
It's
filter.
it's because there isn't a Hades.
Yeah.
In the
Using the Nakamas to challenge.
that just came out. He caught himself.
Yeah. So catching up real quick
Yeah.
here. Got tons of lore on the board and probably going to draw more cards next turn unless he has to respond in some way to something. Even if
So it took one from the Mowgli.
Yeah.
And then
0 from
Apple Sith. I feel like I don't think that when I play Apple Sith, I don't think there's ever a turn where he has an House's paralysis, and I cannot say the same. I'm always overthinking.
I almost always don't get caught because I'm such a reactionary player. I just go.
Yeah.
Which is probably part of my one of my weaker aspects. I think I probably should take a little more time. Just loading up stuff on the board, trying to decide if he should quest or not. But he does have a pretty good advantage here. Trying to push Harrison into possibly wiping the board again, which he could.
Yeah, that actually would be in Chris Creed's advantage. But would it though? Because the Cauldron.
Yeah, Cauldron will allow. Well, that's the thing. So if he quests now, he's going to get 6.
Yeah.
That'll push him to 17, which will put him in the lead, and then he can wipe the board, which I think he's
going for.
And then he'll have the ability to load up Hades into the Cauldron.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's like you called it.
It's almost like I not only played him, but I played this exact deck.
That's true. You know, the Cauldron being able to have a follow-up to the Raging Storm. Raging Storm, often people were treating it kind of like B-Prep.
And then he doesn't even really need it. He draws another Hades, but he is going to go ahead and load it up into the Cauldron anyway. So now he's got 2
The
Hades.
Hades and the Surface Stitch. Just those two alone, being able to just extend your hand.
Bring them back at will.
Yeah. Oh boy. Talk about control. He's got removal and draw. Just sitting there. And
your
filter.
opponent feels horrible when you just have Hades sitting in Cauldron because they're
You're
like,
showing your hand.
you're literally like, whatever you play, I'm deleting. It's going away.
Even with all that ink, though, at least he only can play one at a time because Cauldron has to exert. Yep.
The thing is, he kind of has to. He kind of has to just be super aggressive because Kit's already at 14 lore, so even one lore at any moment could be like, life and death.
Yeah, so I was saying earlier, the Raging Storm kind of reminisces how like B-Prep was played, and then the Cauldron kind of I don't know, like the follow-up of B-Prep with like the locations or the library and stuff.
Chooses the Ilanwi, which I think is probably the correct choice because he knows that she can
give the two support.
Did he misplay just now? Did he just play two characters from the? I think so.
Yeah.
I think he played two characters from Cauldron.
So he paid.
You need to exert Cauldron to play a character from it.
And he didn't pay for the second Cauldron tax, which Appleseed probably would have caught if he did. So there's four. He only paid one tax. But yeah, I was gonna say
late in the day.
Yeah, it's fine. It's finals. Yeah, I was gonna say Appleseed. He's a formidable Ruby Sapphire player. He plays on Blue Steel as well. And then maybe the judge is seeing. Wait.
No, he overpaid for.
Oh, okay.
Something.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so
question go 3. That's it. Yep. That's game. Harrison is our Quest Coast champion.
Man, what a performance from our very own Appleseed. Right? Yeah. There's so much that was happening there to keep up. I wanted to say, Appleseed went back to his roots. There's if you know, you know, because your very first deck Appleseed played ever in a tournament for the Stitch set champs was actually Amber Sapphire. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. With the dwarves and that Gaston. I think that Gaston quested for 3.
Yeah.
But it also drew a bunch of cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what'd you think? What'd you think of the finals? What'd you think of the tournament as a whole? Let's start with the finals.
It was a interesting finals. I feel like it was probably a really hard game for Kit to win that, just because of the color pair is so favored into like aggro and stuff. It kind of can't handle things going over it, which Amber Sapphire is probably like next to blue green is like the highest of flying control decks, right? So kind of means that if you can't win by turn 5 or 6 against this deck, like you're probably not gonna win unless unless the Amber Sapphire player like bricks really hard.
I think you had to go. You had to try to make it as aggro-y as possible.
Yeah.
Maybe the genie's out.
It seemed like some of his draws were also not great against also the Horseman Strikes just doing literally nothing in this matchup.
Because even if Chris Creed got the genies out, there's just the Horseman Strikes, and then the swift path to removal on just having blue ramp is quite scary. Yeah, Appleseed, you've come a long way from getting top cut with that doc, or the dwarf starter in these colors. This is definitely not a starter deck here, but I'm glad I got to see a Mufasa, even though it came down just to say I'm here.
The Mufasa
party.
showed up in the game against me. In fact, he played 2 of them on me in one game.
You got to see the Enchanted.
I saw him. I saw him. To wrap up, special thank you to Quest Coast, Mando's Bounty, Angry Goose Games, everybody that showed up to play. It was an awesome event. Like we said in the beginning, Quest Coast tournaments, they're going to be happening at the beginning of the set, every set release. So there will be one in Wilds Unknown. And they're really fun because you get to see kind of a good variety of decks, because not everybody really knows what to play yet. The meta's not totally solidified, so
Yeah.
you get a little bit of an interesting experience.
Yeah, and I got to talk to them a bit, and that's something that really motivated them to do this, is to have it on week 1 when the meta hasn't been shaped yet. We have all these new exciting cards, and well, there's the problem of having a week 1 tournament like this is, well, as a player, would I have the cards in time to play, have some new toys? Well, that's the beauty of Mando's Bounty being our a local vendor. They, like we said, they wanted to sell local first and before they listed anything online. And so a lot of our players really appreciated that. And
I bought a lot of things off them.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't have been able to do any of this without our players. So thanks everyone for coming to play, and we hope to see more of you and your friends for the next ones. And it's tricky to schedule these things, right? Having to see a bit of it with this tournament, with other tournaments in our area. I'm super appreciative of our area. I say it to people, I feel like we're spoiled, because you see on like Discords and Reddit and stuff how maybe this game is not so competitive. It's losing how many people go out to League and stuff because maybe the only competitive scene is Set Champ. So I do appreciate this area having these kind of like medium-sized tournaments. Yeah.
We actually have a good amount, I would say, a good amount of tournaments in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. From all the way down to Salinas to Sacramento and everywhere in between, I think, right? And I guess, and growing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually Apple Sith and I, sorry, we went down to Anaheim for another tournament in Fable, and that was a lot of fun too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, we hope to be back to next set. Where can we find more of your work?
You can find me on youtube.com/@sorcerershat.
And for any of your video needs, you can send an email with inquiries to bluegrassbaymedia@gmail.com. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was
A lot of
great.
work.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
And see you at the next one.
Yeah. Thank you for watching.
Do this and that.
Wait, we got to do the intro now.
Oh, yeah. I'm just getting up to do that.
Special thanks to Angry Goose Games in San Lorenzo, California for hosting the event. Be sure to check them out for all your board game, tabletop, and TCG needs. Presented by Sorcerer's Hat. Check out my channel on YouTube. I post brand new Lorcana videos every single Friday. Visit me at youtube.com/@sorcerershat. Produced by Bluegrass Bay Media, your source for event coverage, social promotions, training videos, and more. For more information, email bluegrassbaymedia@gmail.com. Sponsored by Mando's Bounty, your local Bay Area TCG vendor and organizers of Quest Coast.
Email to bluegrass. Okay, wait. I messed up my own. Wait, no, that's right. That's a wrap, folks.